SAT reading questions can sometimes feel like navigating a maze. And sure, you might make it out eventually, but how much time are you going to waste in the process? In this video, I'm going to give you 4 tricks that are guaranteed to get you through these questions as fast as possible. So if you were going into a maze and I gave you an option of either taking a map or not, would you take the map? Of course you would. So then why are so many students going into these passages without a plan? Don't start working on these problems until you've read the question first. This acts as a map telling you exactly what you're looking for. And at the end of the day, it's going to be one of 2 things, either big picture information or detail-oriented information. If we're looking at main ideas, they tend to live either in the beginning or end of paragraphs. This question is a great example of when you would find the main idea at the beginning of the passage. So the very first sentence we get, to dye wool, this person uses plants and vegetables from Arizona where she lives. And this ends up being our main idea. One of the keys that tells us this is we have 4 examples. So now we're just going to get examples of her using plants and vegetables. And then at the end, we get a little bit more information saying that to intensify the appearance of certain colors, she also uses clay. So we've got plants, we've got vegetables, we've got clay. And I would say that we do get what we need just from that first sentence, but there's a little bit of support at the end as well. So then just from that, if we go through our answer choices, we can get rid of A. And then B says she draws on local resources. Plants and vegetables, local resources. Clay, local resources. Just like that, we know our answer is choice B. And by the way, definitely pause the video and try these example questions on your own first if you want to get a little bit more practice in. All of these questions are going to be non-test questions from the College Board question bank. That is to say, they don't show up on the College Board practice exams. They're just practice questions available to everyone. So for this question, yeah, I'll encourage you, go ahead and pause the video and try it on your own first just to get some extra practice in. But this is a great example of when the main idea shows up at the end of the passage primarily. Now, to be clear, I still recommend at least skimming through the entire passage for any main idea question. So let's kind of do that. As we start skimming through, it starts off saying that this guy, Juan Pablo, wrote some stuff and is often considered a forerunner of some sort of movement in Latin America or movements in Latin America. So it starts off focusing on this Juan Pablo guy, but then we get a but, so we know that this is going to be contrasted. This guy's role in history would have remained insignificant if it were not for Miranda. So in the second sentence, we realize the focus here is actually going to be on Miranda. Then we get that Miranda was the one who handed the unpublished letter, and then it ends, the last sentence here basically not only helped circulate the letter, but edited, added footnotes, and finally we get position Miranda as a central figure in the text's creation. So I think just from browsing and then seeing that last sentence, Miranda as a central figure in the text creation, we can kind of steal that as our main idea. So then if we go through here, we get the authorship is disputed. No, it doesn't really talk about that. It does say that the other guy is often considered a forerunner, but it doesn't say that anybody is contesting Miranda's influence per se. B, the majority of the most eloquently stated arguments in this letter were written by Miranda. Well, first of all, I'm pretty sure that's not true. It says Miranda was doing more with editing, footnotes, and also it's not the main idea that we circled here. Even if it were true, it'd be too specific, right? C, Miranda played a crucial role in influencing the content and distribution of the letter. Yeah, that totally matches with Miranda being a central figure. And then D, the letter persuaded many people to pursue national independence. We don't know, we don't care. So, yep, choice C. So there you have a couple of examples of the main idea showing up either at the beginning or the end of the text, and sometimes maybe a little mixture of both. Now, sometimes you'll also come across questions about structure, and this is basically just breaking the text down into chunks of information, sections, if you will. And I'll show you what I mean. I'll demonstrate on this problem. If you want to try it on your own first, pause the video. But we get this first sentence. According to this economist, the Eurocentric concepts that informed early 20th century social scientific methods, and it gives us a for example, which I'm going to totally ignore because that is detail that I don't care about, had little relevance for India. Okay, so that first sentence, I would say, is the first chunk of this paragraph. So for one, I'll say econ for economist says Euro methods, not relevant. And I know it's for India. If you want to add India, you can. In truth, I probably wouldn't even write this down. I'd probably just be thinking this in my head. So first chunk of the text, for me, that's kind of what's happening, right? So you want to put things into your own words. We'll talk about that more in a second here. Then we get making the social sciences more responsive to India's needs. This same guy argued required constructing analytical categories. Okay, so I don't care about the details here because what I'm getting is he's now offering a solution to this problem, right? And maybe I'll specify, I'll say this is a problem according to this guy. Can't write the word problem. What are you going to do? So this is a problem. And then in the second part, he offers a solution to that problem. And then if I keep reading, he thus proposed, So I would say this is still offering a solution. It's a little bit more specific, but I think it still falls into the category of offering a solution. So my big two parts that I'm seeing here are this guy says there's a problem, then this guy offers a solution. All right. So let's go and start eliminating answers. And if you couldn't already tell, I highly recommend using an elimination strategy for pretty much every reading question. So keep that in mind. And the cool thing is these answers have to be in the correct order. So we should be able to eliminate some of these at least just by reading the first part if it doesn't match there being a problem proposed by this guy, Mukherjee, right? So the text recounts his early training. No, that's not what it does. It has him propose a problem, so we get rid of A. The text mentions some of his theories. No, not theories. Again, he's pointing out a problem. The text presents his critique. That's exactly what I said. He's saying there's a problem. So we could keep that one. And then if we wanted to see if we could quickly eliminate D, the text explains a theory. Well, yeah, we could actually get rid of D too. So without even reading the entire answer, we know that C is correct. But just to be careful, if you weren't 100% sure, you could double check. So we have, and then provides an example of his attempts to address issues. Offering a solution is the same thing as addressing issues, so we're good to go. So that's how you could go about finding big picture ideas. Now, when it comes to finding detail-based information, I actually think it's a lot more straightforward. You just want to skim the passage looking for keywords either from the question stem or synonyms of those words that you're looking at from the question stem. So on this one, for example, I know it's a detail question because it says specifically, why does Bill regularly ask about seafaring men? And it even puts seafaring men in quotations, right? So rather than start reading through the whole thing like I would normally do for a main idea question, I'm just going to pass over this with my eyes looking for seafaring men. And pretty quickly I see seafaring men right here, right? So now I'm focusing on this part. It also says he would ask. So he would ask if any seafaring men had gone by. Next sentence, at first we thought it was the want of company. So they're saying at first we thought he wanted company, but we began to see he was desirous to avoid them. Okay, so then that should basically be my answer, right? He was asking about them because he was desirous to avoid them. And I'm going to change this up and just put it in my own words real quick and say he didn't want to run into them. So going through the answers, choice A, he's hoping to find a friend. No. He's trying to secure a job. No. He isn't as sure. No. He doesn't want to encounter any other sailor unexpectedly. Yes, he does not want to encounter them. He does not want to run into them. Our answer is choice D. Now, I would also argue that these textual command of evidence questions are detail-oriented because you're either going to be supporting or weakening some sort of a hypothesis or conclusion or assertion. Like here we see which would most directly support the conclusion. And I think these are even easier than your details questions because We usually find the conclusion or the hypothesis in the very last sentence, just like we do here. Concluded, wet and warm scenario is likely correct. And then from here, for these types of questions, if that's enough to go off of, I would start getting rid of answers. Just scanning the answers, I don't actually see wet and warm anywhere. So I need to know what it is before I can start eliminating answers that have to do with it. So now I'm skimming from the beginning, looking for wet and warm, the so-called wet and warm scenario. Boom. We have an or after the dash there, so that's going to be a different option. So before the dash, we should get more information about the wet and warm scenario. It says it is a prolonged phase of warm, wet conditions. Cool. All right. So prolonged phase of warm, wet conditions. If I were to reword this, maybe I would say something along the lines of long period of warm and wet. All right, so we're looking for an answer that supports that. We're going to get rid of answers that do not support that. And it does say which finding about the basin. So all these answers will relate to some basin. Its dimensions and shape indicate it is unlikely to have formed as the result of an asteroid or comet impact. That has nothing to do with warm or wet, so A is out. It has features suggesting that it once held an ocean that underwent gradual sea level changes over an extended time. Well, if there was a long period of warm and wet, I could see it would make sense that you would have this big body of water that was going through changes, kind of like our own. So that totally makes sense. I would keep B. C, its physical characteristics are most consistent with it having formed as a result of a massive but short-lived influx of liquid water. So the massive seems fine, but short-lived does not match up with a long period. So C is out. D, it's surrounded by channels that could have been formed either by running water or by flowing lava. That doesn't help at all. I don't know if you could even consider lava as wet. Like, I know it's flowing, but wet is for water, right? So yeah, D wouldn't work either. And then boom, we got our answer. Choice B. So we're going through the maze. We have our map now, which is great. But as we explore the maze, would it be better to explore every nook and cranny, or would it be better to just follow the routes that seem to lead us closer to our destination? My next tip is to ignore the fluff. Now, I realize that fluff is not a very specific term, so let me specify what some fluff looks like. A lot of the time, we could ignore non-essential information that is sandwiched between either two commas, a set of parentheses, or two dashes. So here, for example, we see there's a couple dashes here. So this is what would be considered like non-essential information. And we can also, a lot of the time, ignore prepositional phrases. So if I were reading through this, I would get many histories of the Black Power movement. So the Black Power movement seems pretty important, even though this is technically a prepositional phrase. Without it, I wouldn't know like which intellectual histories. But then when it starts to go into the actual dates don't matter if we're talking about main idea. So I would ignore that. Again, we got a prepositional phrase starting with of. Rely heavily on essays and other explicitly ideological works as primary resources. A tendency that can over-represent the perspectives of a small number of thinkers, most of whom were male. This historian, and speaking of fluff, like I don't care about the names per se. If I just think of it as, this historian or maybe just like Ashley or whatever, that helps me to focus more on main ideas. I would consider those names to be fluff in a sense. Has shown that expanding the array of primary sources to encompass more types of print material, so again, we don't need the detail of which types of print material, leads to a much better understanding of the movement and the adjective and adjective roles that Black women played. So then I know I'm focusing on Black women's role, expanding primary sources, and that's basically the main idea, right? So going back to some of my first tips, we do see that the main idea shows up in the last sentence here. And to rephrase it, I'd probably say something like, Ashley shows more sources, helps include Black women. Cool. Choice A. Farmers' methods, and I know Farmers Ashley. Farmers' methods and research have enriched the historical understanding of the Black Power movement and Black women's contributions to it. Black women's contributions, farmers' methods were looking pretty good there, so I'd keep that one. Before her research, they had ignored stuff. No, that is not the main idea. It was kind of mentioned at the beginning, but that's not what we're focusing on. C, other historians have criticized her use. I don't think I mentioned that at all. The figures of the movement whom historians tend to cite would have agreed with Farmer's conclusions. We don't know that, and that doesn't matter. So yeah, choice A is our answer for this one. So definitely be on the lookout for prepositional phrases and for non-essential information. Those might be like a little bit more obvious as things that can be ignored, especially if you're looking for main ideas. But I would rather you just get into the habit of ignoring things that you know are not your target. So if it's the main idea, like probably a lot of stuff in the beginning and the end of text you do want to pay attention to, and you could probably ignore a lot of the middle. But for a question like this one, where we know we're looking for overall structure of the text, so basically, like I was saying, you want to break it down into its parts, just let's go through, and to be clear, we're obviously not really going to be crossing stuff off as we read, as we're taking the exam. But I want you to see kind of what's going on in my mind, what words I'm paying attention to versus what words I'm glossing over. So in this book, this person, Mitchell, advanced the controversial idea, that books for very young children should imitate how they use language, since I don't care about since, because I already have that the first part of this is M. I wouldn't even call her Mitchell. I'll call her M. M says kid books should have kid language. Something like that, right? I don't care about the why. The most enduring example. Okay, so example of this. Everything after that I'm ignoring. Everything. Scholars note the emphasis. Okay, this seems to be speaking more to that example. So you can see how much fluff I'm eliminating here by saying the first thing that happens is M says the book should have kid language. The second thing that happens is we get an example of that. Why is it doing this to me? There we go. Example of that. Cool. So now I'm going to go through and eliminate. Choice A, outlines a debate. No, I'm looking for this one person saying kid book should have kid language. So that's not a debate. Summarizes an argument. Okay, I like that. About how children's literature should be evaluated. So there's an issue. It's not about how it should be evaluated. It's about the content of those books, how it should be written. So B doesn't work. C, the text lists the literary characteristics that are common. It does not list what's common. It says what this M person thinks should be the way they're written. So just by process of elimination, my answer is D. But again, if you're not feeling super confident, you could look at it. The text presents a philosophy, an argument, a philosophy about what material is suitable for children's literature. Yep, kids' book should have kid language. And then describes a book influenced by that philosophy. Gives an example of that. So totally matches. We are good to go. All right, so we've got our map. We're ignoring any obvious dead ends. But at the end of the day, it's still a maze. So we're going to need to make sure that we pay attention to any obvious markers. And on SAT reading questions, these markers tend to be transitions. So tip 3 is to get excited about transitions. Now you've already sort of seen this in some of the other examples, but let's take a look at this one. We always want to start with the question, as was mentioned in tip 1. So looking at the question, we know this is a detailed question, right? What can be concluded about specifically the diminishing popularity of portrait miniature? So that's what we're focusing on. So skimming through, looking for that detail, the diminishing popularity, word for word, shows up in sentence 2. So I'm going to read that. Diminishing popularity of the portrait miniature, which coincided with the rise of photography, seems to support this claim. Okay, so what is this claim? First sentence, assumption among historians is that the invention of photography displaced, okay, so photography displaced the portrait miniature. So I know that's the assumption, and then I see the word however, so I get very excited because this is telling me Even though the beginning of the paragraph was talking about how photography displaced the painted portrait, however, we're about to flip that on its head and really get to the important thing, which is that photography's impact may be overstated. All right. And honestly, may be overstated. Photography's impact may be overstated. I'm really going to focus on that. When it says what can be concluded about the diminished popularity, I'm going to say that it wasn't all about photography, something like that. So, choice A, factors other than the rise of photography may be more directly responsible for its decline. Yeah, it wasn't all about photography. I like that. I'm going to keep that. B, although they became less common than photographs, they were widely regarded as more artistic. Nope. C, the popularity likely persisted for longer. Nope. D, as demand decreased, portrait artists likely shifted their focus. Nope. So just like that, we've got choice A as our correct answer. And the crux, the thing that really showed us what we wanted to focus on was that however. So please do get excited about transitions because they're very exciting. I want to also point out that these are really helpful for words in context. In fact, I recommend looking for transitions to point you to what context is going to actually help you fill in the blank with a prediction. So words in context, we always know because it's going to tell us, most logical, precise word or phrase. And then from there, I recommend predicting your own answer, coming up with your own word or phrase to fill in the blank. So here we get this choreographer wants to give people the opportunity to blank her creative process. For example, I'm so excited because for example is telling me an example of whatever this is supposed to be. So I can kind of work backwards, right? Live performances of this thing featured videos of people across the states talking about their hair and audience members sharing pictures of their hairstyles. So that seems to be an example of people, audience members getting involved. So then I would say she wants to give people the opportunity to be a part of her creative process. That would be my anticipation, my prediction. Go through the answer choices. Not nervous, not completed, not delayed, involved in, a part of, yes, yes, and yes. Get excited about transitions. So at this point, we are pretty well off navigating this maze. But what if I told you we could extract ourselves from our body and float above the maze, viewing things from a top-down perspective? Putting the text into your own words gives you this new perspective that makes everything so much easier to understand. So my fourth tip is going to be to put things in your own words before you come up with a prediction. Putting things into your own words is a game changer, especially for more convoluted texts like science-y texts. So I've got a science-y text here, and this is actually an inference question. So for inference questions, I like to actually start with the very last sentence because it's going to usually tell me what I'm aiming for. I'm excited. There's a transition word. Indeed. What does indeed mean? So indeed is sort of expanding on whatever came before it. So I know that'll probably be helpful. Indeed, the two census reports reported similar counts of, similar counts of vertebrate plant and algal species, suggesting that blank. All right, and then going back, what is that indeed? Researchers' decision on such matters can be highly consequential. All right. Now I'm just kind of working backwards here because it says decisions on such matters. I want to know what those matters were. Sentence before that, another factor is that the variability of microorganisms is poorly understood compared to that of these other things, creating uncertainty about how to evaluate microorganisms. So uncertainty about microorganisms. Cool. I already want to write this in my own words because this seems to be the most important part of the text. And in my own words, I'm going to say uncertainty about micros compared to others. All right. I don't care about the specifics. It's just like the micros seem to be important because it's saying specifically that the micros had this uncertainty about them compared to all the others. And I don't need to list all the others per se because it looks like they're repeated. And yeah, I don't care. All right. And then just for context, let me actually read the beginning here. So these guys with coal had a report of 17,000, which was nearly double this other report, a difference only partly attributable to the description of new invertebrate species in the interim. Okay, so let's also stick this into my own words. I'm going to say something along the lines of big diff in numbers. And it said only partly attributable to the description of new invertebrate species. So I remember invertebrate was one of the, basically not one of the micros. Big diff in numbers, not, or actually no, I'd say not just from non-micro. Okay. So anyway, with these two things written in my own words, I can finally get back to the crux of the matter, which is saying decisions can be highly consequential. The two censuses actually had similar counts of all these other things, suggesting that what? Suggesting that this uncertainty about the micros caused the difference, right? So I would maybe even just add that. Uncertainty about micros caused the big difference in numbers in these two censuses, all right? So that's what I'm looking for. Choice A, these guys reported much higher species than these other guys, largely due to inclusion of invertebrate. Nope, I'm looking for those micros, and I'm looking for an uncertainty about the micros. B, some differences in micros may have been treated as variations by these guys, but treated as distinct species by these other guys. Cool, yeah, that seems to point to an uncertainty, so I would keep B. These guys may have been less sensitive to the variation displayed within a typical species of micros than these other guys were. So that also mentions the micros. I'll keep that for now, and we can investigate the wording if we need to. D, the absence of clarity regarding how to differentiate among species of micros may have resulted from these guys underestimating the number of micros. Okay, so that one does mention the micros that I'm looking for, but rather than pointing to uncertainty, like it does, well, this is why it's tricky, I think. It says absence of clarity, which totally lines up with uncertainty, but it's saying that these guys underestimated, like they actually made a mistake. No, there's no indication that either of these teams were making mistakes. The big picture is that there's uncertainty and that scientists don't agree. So to call it a mistake or an underestimation is making a judgment. We don't want to make a judgment. We just want to say that, basically different scientists are going to view these things differently because there's uncertainty and there's not an agreed upon way to evaluate these micros. All right, so going back to B and C, let's look at the wording. I'll start with C here. These guys may have been less sensitive to the degree of variation. You know what? Now that I'm reading that again, that same language, less sensitive, that also seems to be a bit of a judgment call. To say that they were less sensitive is to say that they didn't notice as much as they should have compared to these other guys. So C is out. And just like that, I've got my answer, which is choice B. And then for one more example of how putting things into your own words is going to change your perspective, we got to look at some poetry because let's face it, a lot of the poetry on the SAT is just so convoluted, often old. In this case, nearly 100 years old, which is, it's hard to swallow. They tend to use language in ways that we don't use language anymore, even if it's just a fiction text. And then if it's poetry, you've got, poets using language in ways that we don't use them, even if they're modern poets. But then to make it even worse, they give us these old poems. So definitely a really great place to utilize this tactic of putting things into your own language and changing your perspective for the better. Let's take a look. Here, starting with the question, it's a detail question, right? What challenge do humans sometimes experience? Cool. So I'm focusing on humans and I'm focusing on challenge. So as I go through this, ignoring the fluff, what I really care about is the fact that it's old, because like I was saying, it's going to sort of indicate that the language is going to be used in a different way probably than I'm used to. And for a poem, sometimes the title of a poem adds to it. So I am going to pay attention to thoughts in a zoo. So now I know, I'm assuming somebody's at a zoo having thoughts. All right. So now I'm looking for humans or some sort of synonym of humans. I see man here. I see human here. So let's pay attention to this human part. Has in some, so it's connected here. So the lion with his lordly untamed heart has in some man his human counterpart. Some lofty soul. Okay, so the lofty soul is the human. Lofty soul in dreams and visions wrapped. In dreams and visions wrapped. But in the stifling flesh securely trapped. All right, I'm focusing here on trapped because it's saying, what challenge do humans sometimes experience? Being trapped is a negative thing. I would think of it as a challenge. So let's focus on this part and let's try to translate it into modern dad English. It's comparing a lion to a man. So untamed heart. Humans have wild heart. Some lofty soul in dreams and visions wrapped. So I know that lofty is sort of like reaching for the heavens, trying to go beyond what is here on earth. If you're not very well grounded, you have lofty dreams. And it does say like dreams and visions. And if you're wrapped in dreams and visions, so humans have a wild heart and big dreams, but in the stifling flesh securely trapped. So, but they are trapped in stifling flesh. What is that pointing to? That's pointing to reality, right? It's like, I have these big dreams and this wild heart, but I am just human on earth, right? Reality, something like that. So that would be how I would translate this one. This is the craziest caveman sentence.
Human have wild heart and big dreams, but I am just human on earth.
Maybe a sophisticated caveman. But yeah, caveman talk is not a bad language to aim for when you're trying to simplify stuff. So let's eliminate knowing that the challenge is basically like being human and having to deal with reality. Cannot effectively tame certain wild animals? No. Cannot focus on setting attainable goals because of a lack of motivation. Attainable goals, yes, maybe, but the lack of motivation, no, it doesn't mention motivation. They quickly become frustrated when faced with difficult tasks because of a lack of self-control? No. They have aspirations, big dreams, that cannot be fulfilled because of certain limitations. Just human on earth. So, boom. Choice D is our answer. So you're feeling pretty good because you just finished the first English module and you're pretty sure you got 100%. And then, on the very first question of the second module, this happens.
I don't know that word.
Knowing how to choose the proper word based on context is one skill, but what the heck are you supposed to do if you don't know the words? In this video, I'm going to give you 4 tips for dealing with unknown words on the SAT. Tip number 1 is to not eliminate the words that you don't know, at least not yet. Let's use this passage as an example. So first thing you're always going to want to do is read and actually try to find some context. So go ahead and pause the video and do that. But for me, as I read through, the big part of this that stands out as a possible restatement, these details embody his artistic philosophy. These details would be the elaborate mosaics, flowing lines, and nature-inspired motifs. So the blank space needs to mirror embody his artistic philosophy. So I would say shown in, something like that. Shown in or seen in. So that would be my prediction. Now, as we go through, I'm trying to eliminate. Let's say I don't know what insensible means. I'm not going to get rid of it. I have to keep it. When I get to scrutinized by, let's say again, I don't know what it means. It's okay. We're going to keep it for now. And then I see D, complicated by. I'm very familiar with the word complicated. That does not work with shown in or seen in. So I'm going to say goodbye to choice D. We'll come back to this question in a second. All right, so let's say you've gone through your first step of elimination and you've only eliminated one answer, or you still have all 4 answers left. My second tip is to hold on to opposites. That is to say, antonyms. More often than not, the correct answer is going to have an antonym or a near antonym somewhere in the answer choices. So let's say I'm working on this problem and I've already read, I'm looking for context, and I'm having a little bit of trouble because I don't know what prefiguring and entrenching mean, but I know that negating means sort of counteracting or making something null and void. And I know that substantiating is sort of providing support for or, bolstering something, supporting something. So I'm thinking these guys are sort of antonyms. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the 2 that I don't know because I notice we have a couple of opposites here. And in context here, pause the video if you need to look at the passage, but it's saying certain passages that were supposedly by this guy Sappho may have been interpolations, that is to say, little bits that were added in by later authors. So this would change our understanding of Sappho's authorship. So it would negate it, right? It would not support it. It would do the opposite of that, perhaps nullify it. Now that little antonym trick is super helpful, but only if you actually know the 2 words that are opposite from one another. So let's say you're going through elimination step, you don't spot 2 words that seem to be opposites. Now what are you supposed to do? At this point, you're going to need to rely on your knowledge of prefixes, suffixes, and word roots. So coming back to this question to demonstrate, if you remember, I was able to get rid of complicated by looking at my 3 remaining choices and trying to decipher what's going on. I notice a couple of things with choice A. First of all, we have in, and I know that in means not. So I'm thinking the first part of this is not. Then I see sense, and I know that sense has something to do with perceiving or feeling. So I'm going to say not, feel / sense. And then the last part is able. And able, think about words like capable or edible. It means able to. If I put all of this together, I'm thinking this word's going to mean something like not able to feel or sense. Does that work with shown in or seen in? No, in fact, that kind of seems like the opposite. If you are unable to sense or feel his philosophy, that's the opposite of it being shown in or seen in his philosophy. So using word roots such as sense and prefixes and suffixes such as in and able, or in this case, able, I can get rid of choice A. Now, this is definitely a skill that you need to develop, and if you have little or no knowledge of common prefixes, suffixes, and word roots on the SAT, I've actually got a free resource for you that's going to help you out. Just use the link in the description to download that for free. Finally, let's talk about what happens when you are down to a couple of answers and you still don't know one or both of the words. Another issue that my students run into is they think to themselves,
the SAT is real fancy. They're going to want me to choose the fanciest word available.
That's not how the SAT works. In fact, I would even consider some of these more advanced words to be distractor answers because a lot of students aren't going to know them, so they're just going to throw it in there as a completely out of place answer, relying on the fact that a lot of you guys just won't know the definition. All right, so we've eliminated 2 answer choices now. I'm feeling kind of nervous because I've got 2 answer choices that I don't know, but then I remember, I actually know the word scrutiny. A phrase comes to mind, faced scrutiny, and I know that scrutiny is sort of like judgment. So would I want judged by? Would that go with shown in or seen in? Absolutely not. So now I have confidently eliminated 3 answer choices And even though I don't know what be means, I know it has to be my answer because all the other answers are now not an option. And indeed, manifest in means like shown in or seen in. Something that is a manifest is clear and obvious. And if I would have thought back to history class, I might have thought about manifest destiny. All right, now let's consider this question right here. As usual, we need to get some context first, so pause the video and take a look. But the big thing that I'm noticing is these methods were gradually replaced by, standardized approaches. So based off of that, my prediction is going to be out of date. All right, now moving on to my answer choices. Defunct. At first, I don't recognize it, but then I remember defunct, like not functioning. This means that something is no longer functioning, no longer in use. So that would fit out of date. Arcane, I actually end up remembering because I read fantasy and I remember arcane symbols and spells. And arcane basically means mysterious. So that is actually not going to line up with out of date. I would get rid of arcane. Let's say I don't know what ubiquitous is. I don't even know how to pronounce it. So I'm going to keep that one. And then extraneous. Luckily, my teacher was just lecturing me last week about how I need to remove all the extraneous information from my essay. So basically the stuff that is irrelevant and extra. So irrelevant sort of lines up with out of date, but it's a little bit too extreme. Just because something that's out of date doesn't mean it's completely irrelevant. So if I'm left with defunct and this word I don't know, since defunct is the word that I do know, now it's okay to go ahead and choose that since I was able to confidently keep it around. So my answer is going to be A, defunct. And indeed, ubiquitous means sort of like ever present. You can see it everywhere. Think about cell phones. Who do you know without a cell phone? Nobody. Cell phones are ubiquitous. They're everywhere. And I know what you're thinking.
But Robert, what the heck? What if I don't know both words? What if there's 3 words left over that I don't know?
Unfortunately, the words and context questions on the SAT are just a little bit luck of the draw, depending on the vocabulary that you are familiar with, and depending on your comfort level with prefixes, suffixes, and word roots. The rest of the reading section, however, is a lot easier to nail if you have the proper strategies. If you can just learn to ignore these answers, it's going to save you time and boost your score up to 50 points in the English section. So in this video, I'm going to teach you 6 of the most common distractor answers to look out for, starting with number 1, too broad. And a distractor answer that is too broad is generally going to take something that is somewhat true from the passage, and it's going to expand it to a place that is not supported by the text. And I definitely encourage you to pause the video and read this first. But basically, this passage is all about how these guys are studying people who like to try and snatch snacks before anybody else does, right? And if we look down here, it says their goal is to figure out whether these tactics could provide insights into broader economic behaviors. So they're trying to take these decision-making skills affiliated with people who snatch up snacks and see if they can apply it to broader economic behaviors, which is going to be basically choice A. Now, choice D here is going to be our too broad distractor answer, which is saying that they have found social interactions play a critical role in shaping human decision making. This is partially true, right? Because it's talking about decision making in relation to this competitive snack selection. The problem is it says social interactions play a critical role. While this one social interaction may play a substantial role, this is too broad because it's applying it to all social interactions. So that's an example of a too broad distractor answer. Next up, we've got too narrow. This is going to be the opposite of too broad. And again, pause the video and read this first. But let's look at C and see why it is actually too narrow. So first of all, this is a main idea question. If we look at choice C, this is actually true. It says playing retro video games is associated with heightened charisma, but the exact cause is still unclear. We have very, very clear evidence of this. It says these gamers who frequently play retro video games have an unusual high level of riz, which is this effortless charisma. And it says though the reason for the correlation remains unclear. So that is true, but it is not our answer because it's not the main idea. It is a detail. So basically, these two narrow distractor answers are going to be a detail when you're looking for a big picture answer. And for those of you keeping score at home, the actual answer is going to be choice A, that they're investigating how retro gamers' charisma might provide insights into social adaptability. Our third distractor type is out of scope. And out of scope means that there's information that is not actually in the text or supported in any way in the text.
Where's the evidence?
Now, the reason these tend to be distracting is that they are something that you can infer most of the time. And even though technically we have an inference question here, you need to remember that inference questions on the SAT still need to have full support from the text. So if we look at choice D, and I probably sound like a broken record, but make sure to pause the video and read this first. But anyway, if we look at choice D, it says, the widespread success of NES suggests that it caused a drop in popularity of other home entertainment options. This would make sense. If there is a boom in some sort of entertainment, you would think that there might be a drop off in other types because it's replacing it. This is something we can infer. But again, we need explicit support from the text. So this is going to be a distractor that is out of scope. That is to say, it is not supported by the text itself. It is not mentioned in the text itself. Instead, the answer for this one is going to be choice A, because indeed, we know that it is making gaming more appealing to a broad audience beyond traditional arcade enthusiasts, which is exactly what choice A is saying. Our fourth distractor type is going to be the opposite of the correct answer. And I know what you're thinking. Hey man, how is that even a distractor? Why would I ever choose the opposite? Well, these actually do get a little bit tricky because they tend to include words or phrases that you're looking for, but then there is a negating word that actually makes them untrue because they become the opposite. So for this question, which I hope you already paused and read, we have a detailed question about what is being suggested about Hobbit society. And I think we can mostly get this just from the first sentence. It says, Hobbit society is often thought of as insular and uninterested in the outside world. But, transition word, some historians argue that this perception is misleading. And then we go and get examples of that. So basically what's being suggested is the opposite of this, that Hobbit society is not necessarily insular and maybe is interested in the outside world, which is going to be our correct answer, choice B. So A is the opposite of this, saying it has traditionally rejected outside influences. And this, again, might be tempting because if we see this part and we don't notice the negating but, we run into this issue where we think we've found our answer. So be on the lookout for opposite answers as well. Our fifth common distractor type is going to be absolute or extreme answers. And after you pause the video and read this one, let's look at choice C, which is our extreme answer. And it is extreme because it says inevitably replace all. These are examples of absolute language. If something is inevitable, it means it's going to happen no matter what. All is all or nothing, right? So when I talk about absolute, it's black or white. There's no middle ground. There's no nuance. It's either one way or the other, and it's extreme, right?
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
So we could get rid of choice C because it's so extreme. And then finally, we have what I refer to as distorted distractor answers. And the thing that makes these guys so tricky is that they tend to be partially true, but then they distort the answer with some erroneous information that usually comes after the fact. So pause the video and read this one before you look at choice B here. But let's look at choice B here. It says, the main purpose of the text is to explain that penguins engage in elaborate courtship behaviors. This sounds so good because, oh my gosh, we have word for word exactly what we're looking for, right? Yay, we found the right answer.
But don't get too excited.
Because after that, we have which are identical across all species. And if we look at the text, this is not explicitly stated anywhere. And I would say the second half of this falls into the out of scope category, which is going to be the case for a lot of these distorted answers. But the reason that I give them their own separate category is they tend to have something that is very true and very tempting right up front. And yes, for those of you who are wondering, it is going to be choice C for this one. Listen, there's no reason why you should be reading these passages on the SAT. In fact, by skipping most of the text, you should be able to solve these in about 30 seconds. All right, let me solve this real quick and then I'll explain how I solved it in under 30 seconds. All right, that was it. So I'm pretty sure that was under 30 seconds. So how did I underline one thing and then circle choice C? This is a structure question. And with structure questions, you can get away with reading very, very little sometimes. Basically, we're looking for the different parts of the text. And there's normally going to be 2 parts, sometimes 3 parts. But what I like to do is just start with part 1. So it says, in this thing, architecture and theorist Elias Grant proposed the then radical notion. I'm looking for some sort of a notion, an idea. The word that is going to tell me details about the idea, but I rarely care about details. So as I went through my answers, I saw a debate, which is not an idea. I saw an argument, which is not quite an idea, so I got rid of B. I saw design principles advocated by an architect. So that would be this architect's idea. So I kept it. And then architectural styles, again, not an idea. So because of that process, I literally only had to read not even the first sentence, but the first half of the first sentence, right? But the big thing to remember here is to just find the parts of the text. Don't worry about the details. And keep in mind, it's never going to be more than 3 parts. Let's try another one. I want you to pause the video and go ahead and try this one on your own first. Again, just look for the different parts of the text. In this case, it's just a poem, so maybe it's even easier, right? But for this one, I'm seeing, traveling through the dark, I found a deer. So I would say discovery is part 1. And I'll write this down so you can kind of keep track of what's going on in my head. Discovery. It's usually best to do this. So this looks like he considers what to do. And then if I'm going to go for part 3, I stood... I dragged her off. Okay, drag off. So those would be the 3 parts that I'm looking for. Let's start with discovery. The speaker describes a personal discovery. Cool. The speaker reflects on consequences. No. The speaker contrasts. No. The speaker examines the characteristics of an animal. That could go with discovery, but not really, because it's just, I found a deer, right? That's way too specific. So again, just from part 1, I got my answer. I probably could have said discovery and started eliminating. That was kind of the shortcut that I took in the first one to get through it so quickly. All right, we got one more here. Again, pause the video, try it on your own first, but let's do this thing. So we've got this artist, unnecessary information, collaborated with a composer to create Threading the Silence. Okay, so I'm going to say first part is simply going to be collaboration. And let's actually eliminate. Introduces collaborative performance piece. Yes. Presents the personal backgrounds. No. It briefly mentions the first one's background, but we didn't get anything about the composer. It recounts the creation of a collaborative piece. That seems to work. D, it describes the methods used to create a performance. No. Let's finish this thing. After this, we get the project incorporates poetry alongside live manipulation of sounds. So collaboration explains, it's explaining the collaboration basically. And then part 3, critics have praised performance, describing it. Okay, so critical praise. Nice. All right, let's look at choices A and C that are left. Explains the elements that define its artistic approach. Yes. Emphasizes its use of unconventional techniques. Unconventional techniques. So it seems like found sounds might be unconventional, but that would be more my interpretation. If it's going to say something like unconventional, it would need to be more explicit in the text. So I already don't like C because of that. But let's say I was still kind of on the fence. We could look at part 3, critical praise, speculates on its influence versus highlights critical responses. Critical praise, critical responses. So yeah, C is out. A is definitely our answer here. Here are 3 ways you can find main ideas on the SAT, starting from the beginning. And by the beginning, I do mean the beginning of the passage. A lot of the time with nonfiction texts, the main idea will live at the beginning of the passage, sometimes even the first sentence. So if you want to try this on your own first, go ahead and pause the video and do so. But let's take a look here. We actually have the first sentence, which in our first sentence, we get to dye wool, this person uses plants and vegetables. And with main idea questions, I do encourage you to at least skim through the rest of the passage to make sure that you're not missing anything important. But if you notice that you are getting a broad statement at the beginning of your passage, there's a high likelihood that you're getting at least part, if not all of the main idea. So let's actually start eliminating literally just based on this. A, reds and browns are not commonly featured in most of Taylor's rugs. I can already tell that is going to be a distractor answer known as too narrow. That is a detail, but we want a main idea. B, Taylor draws on local resources in the approach she uses to dye wool. B, Taylor draws on local resources in the approach she uses to dye wool. Local resources would be plants and vegetables from Arizona, where she lives. That's local, right? So B looks good. C, Taylor finds it difficult to locate Arizona dock route. That also seems like it's going to be too narrow. D, In the Path of the Four Seasons is widely acclaimed for its many colors and innovative weaving techniques. Again, seems like it's going to be a detail. So our answer is choice B. Now, for other types of passages, you're going to find the main idea lives toward the end of the passage. So if we look at this passage, for example, the beginning of the passage actually starts with having written the impassioned call to arms, something, something in 1791. Anytime that we start with sort of like the beginning of a story, a real story, because this is also going to apply to nonfiction passages. Since they're giving us this date and this tense having written is going to imply that we are at the beginning of some sort of story about this person. That is often an indicator that your main idea is actually going to live at the end of the passage. But let's actually live through this whole thing, and I can kind of show you how it leads to the end as the spot for our main idea. Having written the impassioned call to arms letter to Spanish Americans in 1791, this person, Juan Pablo, is often considered a forerunner for the independence movements in Latin America. Often considered is already indicating me that we're perhaps going to get some sort of a contradiction to this, because if he's often considered a forerunner, the next statement could say, in this case, however, and indeed we do get the word but, right? Always get excited about buts. But Vizcarra's role in history would have remained insignificant were it not for this guy, Francisco Miranda. So I told you to get excited about buts because but is sort of a transition word, and any transition word is going to point to what's most important a lot of the time. So what we really need to focus on is that this Miranda character is not getting enough attention in this letter to the Spanish Americans. Who was handed the unpublished letter after Vizcarra's death. And then the last sentence here, we're going to get our main idea. Miranda not only helped circulate the letter, but his edits and footnotes to the text position Miranda as a central figure in the text's creation. So I usually do like to come up with predictions, basically putting the main idea into my own words. I didn't do it for the first one because it seemed really straightforward, but let's kind of put this into our own words. I'm going to say Miranda, key player in letter. All right, moving on to our eliminate step. A, the original authorship is disputed. No. B, the majority of the most eloquently stated arguments were written by Miranda. So this is going to be a distorted answer. You could also think of it as too extreme because it tells us that he had edits and footnotes, but to say that the majority of, basically the best arguments were written by him is not mentioned. It takes it a little bit too far. So you could think of it as extreme. You could also think of it as distorted because it is mentioning Miranda, but then the rest of the information is wrong. So B is out. C, Miranda played a crucial role in influencing the content and distribution of the letter to Spanish Americans. That would make Miranda a key player, and it lines up with editing and adding footnotes and helping circulate the letter. So that seems really strong. I'd probably just choose it and move on. But if you were not feeling as confident, you could look at D. Letter to Spanish Americans persuaded many people to pursue national independence. That doesn't even mention Miranda, so our answer is going to be C for this one. Now, these first two places that you can find the main idea will sometimes get fused together, and you'll have to look at the beginning and the end. So here we have a really good example of where the beginning and the end sort of work together to give us the main idea. And again, we're still talking about nonfiction passages. We're going to get to fiction in just a second. I would encourage you to pause the video and try this on your own first, but let's break it down. So we get, for centuries, the widespread acknowledgement of the involvement of the cerebellum, and I'm assuming I don't really need to know what the cerebellum is, in coordinating motor controls in humans has hindered recognition of other possible functions of the structure. So just from this first sentence, I'm getting a lot of context that's telling me that I don't quite have the full picture. I do know that it says we know that the cerebellum has been involved in motor control, but it's saying that it has hindered recognition. That is to say, it's kept us from realizing other possible functions. So I'm assuming we're going to learn about other possible functions. And I'm thinking that the main idea might be, basically that there are other functions beyond motor control. But let's keep reading. Neuroscience research from the last 2 decades now suggests it regulates emotion and social behavior. And recent research by Yaria Karta and colleagues has identified a pathway connecting it to a center for motivation and reward processing. Okay, so yes, I think that first part telling us that, there was this widespread understanding, this last part, but now we know it does other stuff. So my prediction here, sort of combining the beginning and the end, is going to be we knew about MC being motor control, but now we know about other stuff. And you might be wondering why I'm just saying other stuff instead of actually mentioning the other stuff. It's because that other stuff would be considered details, and we should be able to get this without actually knowing what it is. Anyway, A, the recent verification of a pathway confirms its long suspected role in motor coordination. This is going to be sort of the opposite of what is true. That's a distractor answer because it's not long suspected. It's something that we already knew. So A is out. B, recent advances in the field have challenged widely accepted claims about the function of a pathway connecting these guys. Nope, that's not what I predicted. C, the cerebellum has been primarily thought to regulate motor functioning. So that would go to that first part, the beginning. But in recent years, neuroscience research have been uncovering additional functions. So that literally matches my prediction almost in a one-for-one manner. So I would choose that, and that is the right answer, but you could look at D and see that it is also not going to be correct. But let's move on. And then finally, there's finding the main idea for fiction and poetry, which is not going to be quite as simple as the nonfiction passages. For these passages, I do actually recommend that you read the whole thing because you're going to need to sort of synthesize everything in the passage into, well, the main idea, for lack of a better word. Let's start with some prose, that is to say, some fiction that's not poetry, and I'll show you what this synthesis looks like. So I do always recommend looking at the second sentence to get some context. Here it says we have these siblings who just moved in with their parents into a house in the countryside, and they call it the White House. That might be important in case we accidentally think it's referring to the White House of the United States of America. Anyway, let's actually read through this and As I read through, I'll tell you what I'm noticing, and then we'll come up with that synthesis prediction. It was not really a pretty house at all. It was quite ordinary, and my mother thought it was rather inconvenient and was quite annoyed at there being no shelves to speak of and hardly a cupboard in the place. Father used to say that the ironwork on the roof and coping was like an architect's nightmare. So, right off the bat, I'm noticing that mother and father think this house isn't great. They don't like it, they think it's dumb. So, I'm going to say mother and father don't like, and I'm referring to the house. I don't need to remind myself of that. But the house, ooh, I told you to get excited about butts. So we're going to have some sort of a contradiction to mother and father not liking it. But the house was deep in the country with no other house in sight. And the children had been in London for 2 years without so much as once going to the seaside, even for a day, by an excursion train. And so the White House seemed to them a sort of fairy palace set down in an earthly paradise. Okay. Yeah, honestly, I could just continue this note and turn that into my prediction. I'm going to say mother and father don't like, but children think it's magical. Boom. And let's just go ahead and use that as our prediction. A, although their parents believe the house has several drawbacks, the children are enchanted by it. So that does seem to fit. Enchanted would go with thinking it's magical. Drawbacks would go with not liking it. So I'll keep A. B, the children don't like the house nearly as much as their parents do. That would be the opposite distractor answer, once again. Each member admires a different characteristic. No, that is not true because mother and father do not like it. D, the house is beautiful and well built, but the children miss their old home. Again, that's not going to work. I would say that is also sort of the opposite because mom and dad would disagree with this, and the children don't ever express this. So our answer is going to be a resounding choice A. And then finally, let's take a look at some poetry here, which for some students can be the most challenging type of passage. And it really depends on the poem, but you're going to need to do some caveman talk.
Do you really think you're a caveman?
What I mean is you want to break the poem down and put it into simple language you can understand, because with poetry, a lot of the time it's going to be very convoluted and it's usually going to be from, like 100 years ago or whatever. So let's break this thing down. I wish I could remember that first day, first hour, first moment of your meeting me. Okay, so I'm just going to translate this already. I'm going to say, wants to remember meeting. And, you meeting me. So we're speaking to someone here if we put ourselves into the point of view of the speaker. If bright or dim the season, it might be summer or winter for all I can say. So unrecorded did it slip away. So these together are basically saying, I don't remember, which would go with wants to remember. And I'm getting that from if bright or dim the season, it might be summer, winter for all I can say, is basically saying like, I don't know if it was bright or dim. I don't know what was going on. I just don't remember. So unrecorded did it slip away. Unrecorded, basically like I didn't record it in my mind. Maybe I didn't intentionally take pictures. Were they taking a lot of pictures back in 1881? I don't know. But maybe like writing in your diary or something. But basically, I don't remember. So blind was I to see and foresee, so dull to mark the budding of my tree. Okay, so it is going back to sort of marking, recording. So basically like not documenting in some way or another. And the budding of my tree, I'm going to assume is like the budding of this relationship that would not blossom for yet many a May. So, maybe we didn't know this relationship would be so important. I don't know. Tree seems pretty important. And to be clear, I wouldn't necessarily be writing all of this down in my notes. This is just me showing you what's happening in my brain so you can kind of follow along. And as far as synthesizing, it is supposed to be the main idea, right? So let's take these and synthesize the main idea. And I'm going to say, speaker wants to remember beginning of relationship. And it does say, remember that first day. So remember meeting, but did not record. Something like that. That's going to be our prediction. So A, the speaker celebrates how the passage of time has strengthened a relationship. No. B, because the speaker did not anticipate how important a relationship would become, she cannot recall how the relationship began, which she regrets. So that works. We have the regret, wants to remember. There's a tinge of regret here. I didn't necessarily write that word, but I kind of feel that. Can't recall how the relationship begun, wants to remember the beginning. And then because she did not anticipate how important it would become, so that kind of goes to the recording. Like in the beginning, she didn't know it was going to become important. So she wasn't, writing diary entries or, having portraits made or whatever. So B seems pretty strong. C, as the anniversary of the beginning of an important relationship approaches, that would be, I think, out of scope. There's no indication that there's an anniversary coming. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that just based off that first part. And D, after years of neglecting a once valuable relationship, no, that is also out of scope. Out of scope meaning it's literally not mentioned in the passage. So D is out. And yeah, it's going to be choice B for this one. This one rule unlocks every SAT punctuation question. Independent versus dependent clauses. If you don't know the difference, nothing else matters. Let's compare these two sentences. Try and guess which one of them is an independent clause, that is, could be a full sentence, and which one is a dependent clause. It could not be a full sentence. If you guess that number one is the dependent clause, you're wrong. But why? Well, let's consider this block tower. Let's say this is our independent clause, and maybe we add another block. So, okay, the sentence is a little bit longer, but it's still standing on its own, so we're all good. But what happens if we try to add this giant mouth? Ah, darn it, now it's dependent. It doesn't stand on its own. So the key to identifying dependent clauses is being able to spot these giant mouths. So what do they look like in the context of a sentence? It's pretty straightforward. They are what's known as subordinating conjunctions. Basically, any conjunction that's not one of the fanboys is going to be one of these subordinating conjunctions, and it is going to create a dependent clause. So how do you spot them? Well, I suppose you could try and memorize a list like this one, but that's not very pragmatic. There's just a ton of these, and I think you're better off just getting used to the sort of feeling that they invoke when they're put into a sentence. Basically, you want to ask yourself, does this word make me expect something more? If yes, it's probably one of them. For example, because I believe in you. Did you feel that? You're probably thinking, what? What because you believe in me? How about, whenever I think about the SAT? You might be asking, what happens whenever you think about the SAT, right? I'm leaving you hanging. So whenever you encounter one of these words that makes you feel like you are left hanging, that there's something missing at the end, you're dealing with a subordinating conjunction. Now, going back to our example real quick, I do want to point out that the SAT tends to use longer sentences to try and trick you. This is because with a longer dependent clause, you might get confused and kind of forget where you started. So I recommend simplifying these clauses and making them shorter. For example, we could convert this really long dependent clause into this simplified version that hangs on to all of the essential elements. Let's read that out loud real quick. Because this kitten spends its time in slumber. And you can feel that sense of wanting something more, right? Okay, finally, you need to know when it is okay to start a sentence with a dependent clause, because a dependent clause doesn't automatically mean we're doing something wrong. We just have to punctuate it correctly. Going back to our block tower with the mouth on top, remember that subordinating conjunction really screwed things up and our clause ended up falling over because while it was an independent clause before we added it, all of a sudden we turned it into a dependent clause by adding that one component, that one word, right? But if we follow up with another independent clause, now those two are going to be able to hold that subordinating conjunction, and then the sentence as a whole will be able to stand. So while this is not okay, since we have two dependent clauses, This is okay because we have a dependent clause followed by an independent clause. Just remember you need a comma after the dependent clause. All right, let's take the knowledge you learned and use it on a couple of actual SAT questions. Go ahead and try these 2 questions on your own first. Just pause the video and give them a go. But let's take a look. So, first one, we've got the word while right off the bat. So I know that this first part is going to be some sort of a dependent clause. While the committee agreed that the policy needed revision and spent several hours proposing amendments, so it looks like it's going to end at amendments. We can't have a period because, again, dependent. Can't have a semicolon because a semicolon acts like a period most of the time. And we do need some sort of punctuation. We need a comma, right? Remember, dependent followed by an independent clause. Choice B. On the right side here, the experiment failed to produce the expected results because the equipment had not been calibrated properly. All right. So we have another dependent subordinating conjunction, right? Because, however, it is coming after our independent clause. And you are actually allowed to have a dependent clause after an independent clause with no punctuation. And when you get to the end of that, you do have a full sentence. So I'm looking for full sentence options. Choice D wouldn't work because there's no punctuation. We have the word and here, and we could connect 2 sentences with and a comma, but there's no comma, so that's not going to work. Choice C, we have a comma splice, that is a comma acting like a period or a semicolon. Choice B, we have a semicolon, but then the word and is no longer making this independent, so choice B is out. And then choice A, I've got a period separating 2 independent clauses, or in this case, 2 full sentences. So choice A is my answer. All right, these ones are a little bit more challenging, so pause the video and try them on your own first, but here we go. So I do like to start with the sentence with the underlined portion, so we're just going to start with some. Some species, however, have been observed engaging in complex behaviors like da, 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 da. Okay, so we need to, I guess, first figure out if some species is an independent clause because we have a semicolon here. Some species, no, that's not an independent clause, right? So D is out. Now, what's going on with these other options? We've got a semicolon here, so we could figure out if that's an independent clause. Some species, however, there's no verb, right? So B's not going to work either. So what we have here is what I like to call a comma sandwich. We have some non-essential information that's sort of interrupting the sentence, and that can be punctuated with 2 commas like in choice C. A way to test this is to get rid of, however, and see if the sentence still holds up. Some species have been observed engaging in complex behaviors like da, 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 da. See how it still sounds good? So that's going to be a little comma sandwich, something you'll learn about in great detail if you sign up for my full English bundle course. All right, on the right here, in one recent study, a group of scientists observed something unusual. So we have to ask ourselves, is that an independent clause? Well, we've got an introductory phrase, which is fine. It's got a comma. And then we have a group of scientists, that's our subject, observe something unusual. That's a full predicate with our verb phrase, right? So that is an independent clause. After that, do we have an independent clause? We have a dolphin using a sponge to protect its snout while foraging on the seafloor. So this is a little bit tricky because it might seem like we have a dolphin, which is subject, and then using a sponge to protect its snout while foraging on the seafloor. Verb phrase. So does that mean that we have an independent clause? It actually does not, because using, when it's placed right after a subject like this, is actually describing the subject. So this whole thing is one huge subject. In order to have a full sentence, we would need a helping verb for using, like a dolphin was using a sponge, or a dolphin is using a sponge. But because it just says a dolphin using a sponge, everything after using is just part of the description of a dolphin. So it's just one huge subject. We don't actually have a predicate, a verb phrase, right? So for that reason, we can't say we have 2 independent clauses. So choice B is going to be out because semicolon would indicate that. Choice C is even weirder because it's breaking up something and unusual. That definitely doesn't work. And we're left with a couple of colons here. Now, luckily, a colon can resolve a cliffhanger, something else that you'll learn about in my full English bundle course. So we just have to figure out, do we want a comma before unusual or not? No. Something unusual is a phrase that is being used together. There's no reason to separate it. So our answer here is going to be choice A. Now, if some of those rules were not familiar to you, you definitely need to check out my full English bundle. The 3 included courses are going to cover everything you need to know to get a perfect 800 in the English section of the SAT, and they include access to over 500 original practice questions that you can't find anywhere else. I will go ahead and leave you a link in the description along with a little discount. Oh no! In this video, I'll teach you one simple rule to quickly boost your SAT score. And here's the rule. You can't separate 2 independent clauses using only a comma. This is a raccoon. This is a giant mouth. They are both wonderful and they demonstrate a comma splice right here. Notice that this can be a sentence on its own and this can be a sentence on its own. This means we can separate them with a semicolon or a period, but we can't separate them with just a comma. And I know what you're thinking. What about this little guy right here? Well, this comma is not actually working alone. We are allowed to use commas to separate independent clauses as long as they team up with a coordinating conjunction. Coordinating conjunctions being the fanboys. All right, now that you know the rule, go ahead and try this SAT question to see if you could use it to get the correct answer. Go ahead and pause the video and try this question on your own first, but here we go. So with boundaries questions, we can really just start with the sentence that contains the underlined portion. So we're going to start right here. This reorganization aimed to prevent future conflicts between Jedi and Sith. That is an independent clause. So, yep, this would be a comma splice because we also have another independent clause. It emphasized peacekeeping, scholarship, and detachment from galactic politics. So D is definitely out. And if we have 2 independent clauses, remember, we're allowed to use a comma and a coordinating conjunction. And would be a coordinating conjunction, but we're missing a comma here. So choice A is out. Choice B just doesn't have any punctuation. And then remember, we could also use either a period or a semicolon like in choice C. So our answer is going to be choice C. Cool. Let's do one more SAT question. This one's going to be a little bit more challenging. All right, same thing. Pause the video and try this on your own first. But here we go. Gandalf's influence extended beyond mere counsel, though as a strategist and guide, he helped ensure the downfall of the Dark Lord. So though is kind of throwing me for a loop, like it might be throwing you for a loop. So let's ignore that for a second and just focus on independent clauses. Do we have them? Gandalf's influence extended beyond mere counsel. That is an independent clause. As a strategist and guide, he helped ensure the downfall of the Dark Lord. That is also an independent clause. So regardless of if though ends the first sentence or starts the second sentence, choice B is going to have a comma splice in one of these spots. That's not going to work. We also know that we can't have no punctuation if we have 2 independent clauses, so that's not going to work. Now, let's think about the differences between choice A and choice C. Logically, choice C has though contrasting with the sentence that came before. So we would say, though as a strategist and guide, he helped ensure the downfall of the Dark Lord. Helping to ensure the downfall would not go against Gandalf extending his influence beyond mere counsel. Those 2 ideas work together. So logically, choice C doesn't work. Also, here's a fun little rule for you. On the SAT, you can't have a comma after though at the beginning of a sentence. That does not work. So choice C is out. And choice A ends with though. So instead, we're contrasting with the very first sentence. So if we actually go back and read that, we have Gandalf played a crucial role in uniting the free peoples against the growing threat of Sauron, but his influence extended beyond mere counsel. So that is a contrasting idea. So choice A makes sense logically, and we are actually allowed to use a colon to separate two independent clauses. So choice A is our answer. So let's talk about it. The first rule that you're going to want to have memorized for the SAT specifically is that commas can separate items in a list. And this is probably one that you're familiar with. An example of this would be something like, my favorite foods are ice cream, pizza, and mangoes. And here I have 3 nouns separated in a list, but just keep in mind that this can be a list of actions as well, or even adjectives. The second rule is that commas set off non-essential information. And I want to be clear here that when I say non-essential information, I mean that if you remove it from the sentence, you still get the main message from that sentence. So a great example is, the main sentence would be, eating is something we all must do. That is the core sentence here. But you can see I have a little comma sandwich, which is my favorite activity. So this comma sandwich is setting off this non-essential information that if we remove from the sentence does not break down. And don't worry, I'll give examples of all these on the SAT as well. Third, we have commas divide independent clauses with fanboys. And your fanboys are going to be your coordinating conjunctions. I'll go over those in just a moment here, but an example of this would be, I told a chemistry joke, but there was no reaction. So my first independent clause would be, I told a chemistry joke. My second independent clause would be, there was no reaction. And then my fanboy, the B in fanboys stands for but. So I have the word but, and then just remember that your comma is going to come before the fanboy. So you've got clause, comma, fanboy, clause. Finally, commas conclude an introductory word, phrase, or clause. And you know it's introductory because it comes before the subject of the sentence. So in my example here, my subject is Hermione. That means everything before Hermione is an introductory phrase, word, or clause. In this case, it's a phrase. It's just a prepositional phrase, right? After correcting my pronunciation. So after correcting my pronunciation, we get our comma, and then we get our main subject, Hermione. Hermione nailed the spell with ease. Going back to rule number 3, it is important that we know what our fanboys are so we know whether or not we can use this rule. So just a little refresher for you. The fanboys are going to be for, and, nor, but, or, yet, and so. And if you're fancy, you can just call them coordinating conjunctions, but I like to think of them as the fanboys. All right, so going over some examples, I want you to pause the video and try it on your own first, looking for those 4 rules that we just talked about. So moving forward, make sure to do that, but I'm gonna go ahead and get into this one. Our answer with a comma is C, so let's actually start by seeing if that works. While one requires oxygen and one does not, comma, aerobic and anaerobic respiration are both forms of cellular respiration. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this because we have a dash, which means all of this stuff here is basically extra. So we have a comma at the beginning of the sentence, which means I am going to look for that introductory rule, right? And what was the introductory rule? If it's in play, the first thing after the comma should be the subject of the sentence. And indeed, aerobic and non-aerobic respiration, that's our plural subject for this sentence. So this one is going to be C, again, because we have an introductory phrase. So for each of these, I want you to, try it, but also identify if it does work, which rule is it using? All right, our next example here, looks like we've got A with a comma. And again, pause the video, try it on your own first. I'm going to get rid of all this because I only need to focus on the main sentence when it comes to punctuation questions. I also see an introductory phrase because we have our main subject, the team. So I can also ignore this. The team was able to determine how current-driven mixing varies across regions and what impact it has on the distribution of heat and nutrients in the ocean. So if we did choose the comma here, it looks like this question is kind of pointing us toward the fanboys rule, right? We've got the fanboy and, so we need to check, do we have independent clauses before and after the and? Before the and, we have the team was able to determine how current-driven mixing varies across regions. That is a full sentence, yes. What impact it has on the distribution of heat and nutrients in the ocean? No, that is not a full sentence. It's long, but it's really just one big noun phrase that can be replaced by this, right? We're trying to determine this, and we're trying to determine this. And this is a noun, meaning all of this stuff is a noun phrase. We don't have two independent clauses, so we don't need a comma. And anytime we have two items that are separated that are not independent clauses, and there's only two of them, we don't need any punctuation. So our answer is D for this one. And I've actually got a bonus tip for you, which is to boop that like button for me. All right, next question here. We do have one long sentence, so I will start from the beginning, but immediately I'm seeing a dash sandwich that I can ignore. So let's start from the beginning here. This researcher, simplifying a little bit, this researcher developed a process for increasing the tensile strength of silkworm silk. By dissolving and reweaving the silk in a solution of iron metal ions, zinc, and sugar, Z increased the amount of force required to stretch it from approximately 0.5 GPa to 2 GPa. All right, and the reason I paused after the word silk, even though a couple answers don't have it, is, I'm trying to figure out if the comma works. And when I paused, I heard something. I heard the end of a sentence, and then I recognized that I have another sentence after that, because we have the full independent clause. This researcher developed a process for increasing tensile strength of silkworm silk, period. And then we have a really big introductory phrase, by doing these things, comma, and then our main sentence, Z increased the amount of force required to stretch it from approximately 0.5 to 2. So we do have two independent clauses. We are not allowed to use a comma. That is called a comma splice. It's a big no-no. If you do it, I'm going to come and find you. I'm going to knock on your door. I'm going to tickle you. So don't choose comma splices as your answer. If you have two independent clauses, you need either a semicolon or a period. We get a period with choice D. Our answer is D. All right, looking at this one, I'm going to start from in 2017. I don't care about this first sentence. In fact, I don't care about it in 2017. The couple converted a vacant lot in the city into an apiary. And then we have either and or not. My thought is, if it's the fanboys rule, we do want and, so I'll read it like that first. The couple converted a vacant lot in the city into an apiary, and in the years that followed, they acquired 9 additional lots and established more than 35 hives. So the question is, do we have two independent clauses before and after the and? The answer is yes. The couple converted a vacant lot in the city into an apiary is a full independent clause. And in the years that followed, they acquired 9 additional lots and established more than 35 hives is also an independent clause. So our answer is B. All right, go ahead and try this one on your own first. But let's take a look. As per usual, I'm getting rid of the first sentence because I'm lazy and I'm trying to get as many points as I can as quickly as I can. The arrangement of the figures, according to Swenzel, represents her idea that we all come from Earth generation after generation. All right, so if we have a comma, which is choice B, what does that mean? Well, we have the non-essential information, right? The comma sandwich, because we have a comma right here after figures. So what we want to do is test it to make sure it works. If we get rid of according to Swenzel, what does it sound like? The arrangement of the figures represents her idea that we all come from Earth generation after generation. That does indeed hold up, doesn't fall apart. So our answer is B. The first thing that we need to remember, and this is the governing rule of all the other rules, is that colons must come after an independent clause on the SAT. So for example, even though colons do indeed introduce lists, if we had this sentence, my favorite foods are ice cream, pizza, and mangoes, that colon's not going to work because before the colon, it says my favorite foods are. That's not an independent clause. So again, a colon can only come after an independent clause on the SAT. If we change the sentence to my favorite foods are ice cream, pizza, and mangoes without the colon, then we're good to go. Second thing we want to remember is the most common use of colons, which is what we were just talking about. They do indeed introduce lists. A couple examples of this would be, I have 3 favorite foods, ice cream, pizza, and mangoes. So you see we can use the colon, but now we have that independent clause. I have 3 favorite foods is a sentence that stands on its own. Another example here, Darth Vader had 3 core management principles: fear, force, and family drama. And you can see again, we have that full independent clause before the colon. And I do want to point out here that after the colon, you do not need to have an independent clause. Ice cream, pizza, and mangoes, not a full sentence. Fear, force, and family drama, not a full sentence. So it's only before the colon that you need that independent clause. Number 3, colons give an example. And let me give you an example of colons giving an example. My roommate is terrible at cooking. Last night he burned water. So my roommate is terrible at cooking is this statement, but then I'm giving you an example of how he's terrible at cooking. This rule also applies to colons introducing quotes, which are pretty rare on the SAT, but you might run into them. We could say something like, my sister always has an excuse for being late, and then we get a quote from her. I'm not late. Everyone else is just early. So that quote from my sister is giving an example of her always having an excuse for being late. And then the last thing we want to remember, colons resolve cliffhangers. And a cliffhanger means you are expecting something else. There's some sort of unresolved situation, and the colon is going to come before the resolution of that situation, of that cliffhanger, if you will. So like Bob's biggest fear came true. If I said that, you would be wondering, what's Bob's biggest fear? And then we resolve it. He was out of coffee. Another one, the answer was obvious. If I said that, you probably want to know what it was. More cowbell. And again, here you can see in Bob's example, he was out of coffee is indeed a full sentence. So anything goes after the colon as long as you have that independent clause before the colon. And these 4 things are all you need to know to get the right answer every time on the SAT. All right, now with those 4 things in mind, let's work through some boundaries questions and see if we can figure out if we're going to use the colon or not. And we'll do something a little bit different here. We'll start by considering the colon. And if we do decide to use a colon, also try to figure out which one of those uses does the colon fulfill. So for this one, we've got, although most meteorites are fragments of asteroids, several hundred have been identified as being from the moon or Mars. Go ahead and try this on your own first, but let's look at it. If we have a colon, the first thing we want to check for is that golden rule. Do we have a full independent clause? Although most meteorites are fragments of asteroids, that's not a full sentence. So we're not going to be able to use a colon for this one. Going through, we can also get rid of C because we would need an independent clause before a semicolon because a semicolon separates 2 independent clauses. And same thing for A and a period. So our answer pretty quickly, just by eliminating, is B. All right, let's try this one. First thing, I want you to pause and try it on your own first. So starting from the question with the underlined portion, I'm going to simplify this as much as I can. I'm seeing a comma and a but, so we've got a coordinating conjunction, which means we're starting a new independent clause at in 2017. So I'm actually going to ignore this part. I'm also going to get rid of in 2017. A team led by, okay, I'm just going to focus on a team. And what I'm doing here is I'm just getting rid of introductory phrases. I'm getting rid of prepositional phrases, things that are making the sentence a little bit clunkier and harder to dissect. So we have a team tried something new, sequencing the DNA found in Neanderthals' fossilized dental plaque. All right, same thing. We're going to first want to ask ourselves, do we have that independent clause? A team tried something new. Yeah, that's a full sentence. So we're good there. Now we have to ask ourselves, is it fulfilling one of those uses that we talked about, either a list, cliffhanger, or giving an example? I would argue that this is a cliffhanger. A team tried something new. If you say that, I'm going to want to know what the team tried. And then it does indeed resolve that cliffhanger. It tells us the thing that they tried new, which was sequencing the DNA found in Neanderthals' fossilized dental plaque. So in this case, A, the colon, is going to work. And I almost forgot, there is a colon in choice C as well, but that one, hopefully you can tell, is pretty obviously not going to work. We have this really awkward sounding sentence, a team tried something new sequencing, and then it goes on to just give us this noun phrase, the DNA found in Neanderthals' fossilized dental plaque, almost like that is the definition of sequencing, which is certainly not true. So yeah, C has all sorts of issues, so I didn't even consider that one. Here's another one. Again, try it on your own first, but let's go ahead and take a look. So So choice A has the colon, and it looks like we've got one big long sentence, but I'm going to try and do the same thing and eliminate unnecessary phrases. So we have a comma before the main subject, which means we have an intro phrase I'm going to get rid of. And then we have the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, or Festac 77, as the event was more commonly known, became the largest Pan-African event on record. All right. Do we have a full sentence before the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture? No, that is a noun phrase. It is not a full sentence, so we know our colon's not going to work. So what is going on here? Well, you might have noticed we have a little dash down the road here. Basically, all of this stuff starting from or is non-essential information, extra information that's being added on to give additional details about the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture. It's renaming it and explaining that this other name is what it's more commonly known by. Either way, whenever you have non-essential information, you want to set it off with either 2 commas, 2 dashes, or parentheses. We do have the option of a comma in choice C, but because it ends with a dash, we want it to also start with a dash. You want to make sure that you either have 2 dashes or 2 commas, but you don't want to mix and match. So here, our answer is B. Looking at this one, you should know the drill. Pause the video, try it on your own first, but let's take a look at choice C since it has a colon. Very wickedly, this is one long sentence, so I will have to start from the beginning, but we'll see if I could eliminate some stuff here. The 2022 Nobel Prize in Chemistry was awarded to 3 pioneers in the field of click chemistry. Okay, I'm already seeing what's going on here. So we already have a colon that's working. It's introducing a list, right? So then our list is 2-time Nobel laureate Barry Sharpless, who coined the term click chemistry in 1998, Carol Bertozzi, founder of the Bertozzi Group at Stanford, and Morten Metal, a professor at the University of Copenhagen in Denmark. So this is a weird one when we consider the first rule, because if we stopped right there at Stanford, it would technically be a full independent clause, but because we already prepped this by saying there's going to be 3 pioneers, ending the sentence with just 2 pioneers would be pretty weird. So we can actually eliminate C just based off of that. And then as far as what's going on here, I saw it pretty quickly. We have a list, but within that list, we have extra punctuation. So each item in the list has a comma included in it. And because of that, we are allowed to use semicolons to separate the items in the list. You've got one here, and we would want one after Stanford as well. So our answer is going to be D. All right, one more. See if you can do it on your own first, but here we go. Choice D. We have another really long sentence here that makes up the entirety of the text. So let's try and simplify. I'm going to get rid of the introductory phrase. I'm going to change this really long subject to this psychologist. That's what I'll be thinking. We also have this huge comma sandwich of non-essential information right here that I'm going to get rid of. And again, I'm just trying to simplify things so that when I read it aloud, I have a better idea of what's going on with punctuation. Okay, let's try this. This psychologist found that there was one personality trait that they scored particularly high on. Is that a full sentence? Yes. So it's passed that test. Now, is it either introducing a list, giving us a cliffhanger, or giving an example? Let's see. It says there was one personality trait they scored particularly high on. When I hear that, I want to know what that one personality trait was. So we could think of it as a cliffhanger, which works, or it says there's one personality trait, and then it tells us that one personality trait. We could think of it as a list of one. So it works for both of those. So it is definitely going to work. And our answer is D, just like that. So the 2 things you need to remember. Number 1, semicolons are basically periods. And this is going to be the case, I would say, about 90% of the time. This is the main rule, and it might be the one that you already know. An example of this, I told a chemistry joke, there was no reaction. As you can see, we have 2 full sentences, and the semicolon is literally doing the same job that a period would do. Another example, I don't like pizza. I love it. And you're going to notice here that these sentences are closely related, and stylistically, if you were a writer and you were choosing to use a semicolon in your writing, you would want to know that the two sentences should be closely connected, but you're never going to have to make a stylistic choice on the SAT. So all you need to remember for this rule is if a period can do it, a semicolon can do it. One more example here. Great things never come from comfort zones. Challenge yourself. And I do think you should do that. All right, moving on to the more obscure rule, semicolons can actually separate items in a list. This is something that you might be familiar with commas doing, right? If you have a list of items, you would normally separate them with commas. Semicolons can do this as well. The thing you have to remember is they only do this when the items have additional punctuation. So you could think of them as complex items, and I'll show you what that looks like. This first example, we've got my favorite foods are ice cream, which is cold and comforting, pizza, which is hot and also comforting, and mangoes, which are downright magical. As you can see, we have 3 items, but those 3 items are complex because each of them contains additional punctuation within them. So like ice cream, comma, which is cold and comforting. If we're just using commas to separate these items, you're going to start getting confused as to which commas are separating the items and which commas are part of the item. So that's why we're allowed to use semicolons in this fashion. One more example here. Happiness can be found in little things. A child's laughter, echoing pure joy, semicolon. A handwritten note expressing sincere feelings, semicolon. Or a warm cup of tea, providing comfort on a cold day. So again, it's going to be just like you use commas to separate items in a list, as long as each of those items has its own additional punctuation that would make commas kind of confusing. All right, so for these example questions, I want you to pause the video, try it on your own first with the rules that we just discussed. Does it work? And if it does work, which one of those 2 rules is it using? All right, so for this one, we're going to look at choice B, right? And for punctuation questions, I like to start with the sentence with the blank space, so I'm going to ignore that. And we're just going to start from, he is known for enforcing a moral code called the law of piety, which established the sanctity of animal life. So first question would be, can we stop there? And is that a full sentence? And the answer would be yes, which established the sanctity of animal life. So we have one independent clause, but if we did stop there, what would happen? We would get the just treatment of the elderly and the abolition of the slave trade, which is not a full sentence, right? If we stopped the sentence there, that second part would not be a sentence on its own. So for that reason, it is not going to work. And it's always best to eliminate all the wrong answer choices if you're not 100% confident, but I'm 100% confident that this is actually going to be a comma, because what we have is a list of items. We have the sanctity of animal life, the just treatment of the elderly, and the abolition of slave trade. So 3 items in a list. That's a job for commas. All right, next example here. Same thing. Make sure to pause the video, try it on your own first, but our choice C has a semicolon. So let's do the same thing where we first figure out if we have independent clauses. A subseasonal weather forecast attempts to predict weather conditions 3 to 4 weeks in advance. Period. Yeah, that is an independent clause. After that, do we have an independent clause? Its predictions are therefore more short term than those of the seasonal forecast, which attempts to predict the weather more than a month in advance. And we could really think of the sentence as stopping there because that's going to be extra information after the fact. And yeah, that totally works as a full sentence as well. So our answer is indeed going to be C. All right, next one. Go ahead and try it on your own first. But we've got, okay, so this is cool. I see the semicolon. So the first thing that I would do is check for those independent clauses, right? But I also see a period here. So a lot of the times you can get rid of both of these answers because a period basically is a semicolon. The only reason that I would revisit these is if I notice that I did indeed have one of those complex lists that I was talking about. So I'm going to right off the bat guess that no, both of these aren't going to work. And then it's just figuring out, do I need a comma or not? So where are we at? Archaeologists have estimated that the pre-Columbian Native American city of Cahokia, and then we've got some non-essential information here that I'm going to ignore, had as many as 20,000 inhabitants in the year 1150, making it one of the largest cities in North America at the time. All right, beautiful. So we can think of this as additional information being added to the sentence. Anytime we have a phrase starting with an ing verb, that tells us we've got some extra information that is indeed going to be set off after a comma. So our answer is C. This next one's looking a little bit trickier because we have two options with a semicolon. So we're going to have to figure out, does one of these end in independent clause, or does one of these stand as part of a complex list? Let's take a look. I'm still going to start from that main sentence so I can ignore all this stuff. We get Nakalembe doesn't just compile the information though. She also shares her findings with African farmers. And then see that ing verb setting off this stuff. I'm going to get rid of that too, because like we just said, that basically means we have some more non-essential information. So really I just have to focus on Nakalembe doesn't just compile the information though, period. So that would work. She also shares her findings with African farmers. That also works. Those are both independent clauses. So I know it's going to be A because that does work and you're not going to have two answers that work. But just to disprove C, what would that sound like? We would have Nakalembe doesn't just compile the information, period, which is an independent clause. But then we get, though she also shares her findings with African farmers, which is not an independent clause. So for that reason, C doesn't work. One here, go ahead and try it on your own first, but let's take a look. We've got D as our answer. So the first thing I'm going to check for is independent clauses. And it does look like it's one long sentence, so I'll just start from the beginning. The 2022 Nobel Prize in Chemistry was awarded to three pioneers in the field of click chemistry. All right, so I'm immediately thinking this is going to be the list rule because we have a colon introducing a list of three three pioneers. But let's check. Two-time Nobel laureate Barry Sharpless, who coined the term click chemistry in 1998, semicolon. Yeah, so it's 100% going to be that rule. And this is a great example where we get additional punctuation, making all of these items complicated, right? We have the comma. We even have some quotation marks, right? And then the next item is Carolyn Bertozzi, founder of the Bertozzi Group at Stanford. This one just has the little comma. So then we need that semicolon. And then Morten Meldal, a professor at the University of Copenhagen in Denmark. So there's another comma there. So yeah, our answer is going to be D. So the first thing I want you to remember about dashes is that they set off non-essential information. And if you saw my video on commas already, you're going to know that this is something that commas can do. So it should look very familiar. An example of this would be something like eating, which is my favorite activity, is something we all must do. You're going to notice that if we were to get rid of which is my favorite activity, that phrase sandwiched by the two dashes, we get the sentence eating is something we all must do. That is the core sentence, and that is something that can stand as a sentence on its own. So if you ever want to check to see if a dash sandwich is going to work, get rid of the stuff in the sandwich and see if the sentence still works. This is rule number 1, but technically it is tied into rule number 2, which is dashes steal the power from other punctuation marks. And the crazy thing is they can do this from pretty much any punctuation mark, as you're going to see in a moment here. Technically, the first example we just saw is dashes stealing the power of either commas, which we can also use to sandwich non-essential information, or parentheses, which we can use to sandwich non-essential information. The reason I have number 1 as its own rule is I would say this is the most common use of dashes you're going to see on the SAT, so it's important to focus on it. All right, so for these, I want you to try and guess which punctuation mark is the dash stealing power from, and pause the video because I'm going to go quickly. First one, I told a chemistry joke, but there was no reaction. And this is going to be stealing power from a comma. We've got two independent clauses separated by a coordinating conjunction, so we need a comma there, or a dash. I don't like pizza, I love it. This one, we've got either a semicolon or a period that can go there because we have two independent clauses. Number 3, Bob's biggest fear came true. Out of coffee again. What could possibly go there? A colon, that's right, because we have an independent clause, which is kind of a cliffhanger, and then we resolve that cliffhanger with out of coffee again. All right, and then finally, he walked to the bathroom, took out his phone, and threw it in the toilet. What would we normally have there? You may have guessed comma. We have a list, which is usually going to be a comma, but I would also argue that we could put an ellipsis there, which is those little 3 dots. And the 3 dots, the ellipsis, we usually use for like a dramatic pause, right? Which begs the question, why would we use a dash instead of whatever punctuation mark because it gives us a more dramatic pause. We use it for a more dramatic pause. And I know what you're thinking here. What the heck, dude? How am I supposed to know if there should be a dramatic pause? That seems like a decision the writer should be making, right? And for sure, if you're using dashes in your own writing, this is going to be up to you when you want the dramatic pause. The good news is you're never going to have to decide whether or not to have a dramatic pause. So in this question, for example, we see that a dash is an option, but there's also a comma, right? So you might be thinking, if we look at this, we get the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, or FESTAC 77. You might recognize that we've got this non-essential information starting from or FESTAC 77 and going all the way to commonly known. And even though we're allowed to use commas or dashes for non-essential information, we're not allowed to mix and match. So in this case, our answer would be B. And just know that whenever it seems like you're choosing between a dash and a punctuation mark it replaces, there's going to be something else going on that will tell you one way or the other what the correct answer is. All right, as we work through these practice problems, I want you to pause the video, try it on your own first based on the rules that I just taught you, but I'm gonna go ahead and jump into this one. And if you do decide to use a dash, make sure you identify what the dash is replacing. So with punctuation, we're gonna only focus on the sentence with the blank space. Her book, something something, a combination of fiction and memoir, poetry, and prose, serves as a testament to her versatility as a writer. So we see there's already a dash here. So what it's trying to tell me is I might be dealing with a dash sandwich. Just want to make sure, right? So if I got rid of everything here, would that work? Her book, whatever, serves as a testament to her versatility as a writer. Yes. So it is going to be a dash sandwich, and it started with a dash, so it has to end with a dash, even though commas can also work. We don't have a comma starting it, so we're going to go ahead and choose D as our answer. Next up, try and do this one on your own first. Pause the video, but here we go. Again, I'm going to not worry about this first sentence. Their method, called ELISA, enzyme linked whatever. Okay, so there's parentheses here, so I'm also going to ignore that. Their method, called ELISA, is used to detect and measure proteins and whatever. Here we have a comma that again seems to be ending a little sandwich, which means we would need to start with a comma. I do want to always make sure that I double check, because if it's non-essential information, we should be able to get rid of it and the sentence should still hold up. So if we got rid of this and the word called, we would have their method is used to detect and measure and that totally works, right? So again, this one ended with a comma, needs to start with a comma. So even though two dashes would work, we ended with a comma, so we got to start with a comma. And I'm just going to circle this thing until I go crazy. All right, here's the next one. Try it on your own first. Going to start from the word recently. Recently, archaeologists have unearthed knives, horseshoes, wool tunics, and thousands of other artifacts from the icy past. So thinking about the dash here, what would it be replacing? We can get rid of recently because that's a little intro word, but we basically have archaeologists have unearthed, and then we have a list of stuff. If you haven't seen my colon video, you might be thinking, well, this is a list, right? Don't colons introduce lists? But colons can only introduce a list after an independent clause. Archaeologists have unearthed is not an independent clause. So a colon wouldn't work. And in fact, we wouldn't need any punctuation here. So for that reason, we can get rid of A, B, and C, because a colon wouldn't work, a comma wouldn't work, and a dash would have no punctuation to replace. So our answer here is D. All right, we got one more question here. Pause the video, try to figure it out on your own first, but let's go. I'm going to ignore this part. And we've got, surprising even himself, Luke didn't just confront his father, he defeated him with ease as they battled on the Death Star. He was able to return the favor, a hand for a hand, and ultimately even turn Vader against the Emperor, becoming one of the most renowned Jedi in Star Wars lore. Oh my goodness, what's going on here? There are dashes all over the place. How are we going to figure this one out? go. So for this situation, I would probably just go down one by one and start eliminating. So starting with A, we have a dash sandwich, which means we should be able to get rid of with ease. So what would that sound like? And I'm going to get rid of surprising himself since that's an intro phrase. Luke didn't just confront his father. He defeated him as they battled on the Death Star. He was able to return the favor and ultimately... okay. So when I read it like that without with ease, here's the thing. It did sound okay until I got here, because once we got here, it sounded like Luke didn't just confront his father, he defeated him with ease as they battled on the Death Star, period. Because after that, we have an independent clause. So if we chose A, it would actually be a comma splice, which is putting a comma where you need either a period or a semicolon, which is not allowed. So we're going to get rid of A for that reason. B, we'd get Luke didn't just confront his father, he defeated him. With ease as they battled on the Death Star, he was able to return. Okay, you can kind of hear the issue there, right? With ease as they battle on the Death Star, that's not really a proper introductory phrase, so B's not going to work. C would sound like Luke didn't just confront his father, he defeated him with ease. As they battle on the Death Star, he was able to return. Okay, same problem. We have a comma splice, because here we could end with ease. He defeated him with ease, right? With ease. The question is, what is this replacing? It's actually not replacing anything, which is kind of wild, because normally we would just say he defeated him with ease, no punctuation. So this is one of those very intentional dashes that I was telling you about, where you can use it if you want a longer, more dramatic pause. And in this case, straight up a pause that wouldn't be there punctuated by anything else before. The only reason we know that this is the writer's intention is that we can't get rid of this dash. It shows up in every single answer choice. But again, this is a comma splice. It needs to be a period, which is exactly what it is in choice D, which is our answer. The first thing that apostrophes can do is show possession. And let's look at some examples here, because within this, there's actually a lot of detailed rules that we need to go over. We'll start with singular nouns. So your basic, normal singular noun, all you're going to do is put an apostrophe and then an S. So if Juliana has a cat, we could say Juliana's cat is really mean. But for these weirder ones that are singular, but they actually end in an S, like the name James, it's one person, James, but his name happens to end in an S. In these cases, we have two options. We can either put an apostrophe after the S, or we can put an apostrophe and then an additional S. When we say this out loud, it sounds the same. We would say James's cat is very sweet. So a lot of my students have gotten confused about why we would just have an apostrophe there, but that is certainly an option. So keep that in mind. Moving on to plural subjects, we've got our normal, which in this case does end in S. It's normal for this to end in S. So we could say the cat's tails are so fluffy. And because it ends in an S, we basically do the same thing that we would do with the weird singular. We add an apostrophe after the S. Keep in mind, though, we do not have the option of adding that additional apostrophe S for plural endings. It's just an apostrophe at the end of the word. So the sentence here means there were many cats, all of their tails are fluffy. Now there's weird ones. If a plural noun does not end in an S, it is weird. The technical term for this is irregular for all my fancy pants students out there. You know who you are. And for those irregular plural nouns, we're going to do the same thing that we would do for singular nouns. Just an apostrophe, and then we add an S. So since children is already plural, we could say the children's cats have no right to eat my dinner, right? More than one child is children. Now there's one more thing to consider. What if we have a plural subject, but it indicates two individuals? For example, if we had Maria and Omar, what do we do with apostrophes? So here it says, Maria's and Omar's cats are both beautiful. Now notice it says individual possession. This means Maria has a cat and Omar has a cat, and both cats are beautiful. In this case, we want to show possession for Maria and for Omar, right? But if we have a shared possession, Robert and Natalie's cat is ugly. There's one cat that belongs to both Robert and Natalie. We only need to show possession on the last noun in the list. So here we only have 2 people. If you had 10 people, we would list all of them. The apostrophe would just go on the last noun in that list. And that covers all of the possession that you're going to need to worry about on the SAT. Of course, we also have to keep in mind that apostrophes have a second thing they do, which is to form contractions. This is bringing 2 words together into one. And the way that they do this is by sticking themselves in the middle of the new word to replace any letters that we lost. So you can see I plus am is I'm, right? The apostrophe goes right in the middle there. It replaces the A that we lost. We can see this in a lot of common contractions. It can work for proper nouns. So like, even though we could have dad's possessive, we can also do the same thing to say dad is. Dad is would also be dad's. So the only difference is context. If we see dad's going to rescue the cats, we know it's dad is because dad can't possess a verb, right? Dad can't possess going, but it looks the same. So that can be a little bit confusing, which is why I bring it up. And then there's, countless contractions that you're probably familiar with. So I won't go into them. And those are the only 2 rules for apostrophes, but I do want to consider one more thing, which is pronouns. And I know that we're getting outside of punctuation at this point, but it's important because these pronouns end up getting involved with punctuation and sometimes confusing us. So I'll show you what I mean. It's versus its. If possession is usually shown with an apostrophe, what's going on here? Which one of these means it's possessive? And if you want to take a guess, go for it. But it's with an apostrophe is going to be it is. It's without an apostrophe is actually possessive. So this kind of breaks the rule. And with these pronouns, just remember the contraction is the one that takes the apostrophe. If they're battling it out and one of them gets to have the apostrophe, it's the contraction that takes it. There, and there. There's going to be location. There with an EIR is going to be our possessive. And again, we follow that rule that the contraction takes the apostrophe. So they are, there is going to be they are, and it takes the apostrophe. Whose versus whose, you should be able to guess because of that rule I told you, which one's going to take the apostrophe. That's right, it's going to be the contraction, who is, and then whose without an apostrophe is possessive. So those are all the rules for you. And I know we worked quickly through that, so definitely come back to the beginning of the video, use the timestamps, and check these rules out again if you need to reference them as we go through these practice problems. All right, our first example here is rated as an easy one, so take a look, pause the video, try it on your own first, but let's talk about it. For apostrophe-based questions, I still put them in the same category as other punctuation questions. You can usually get away with just reading the sentence with the underlined portion, but every once in a while you might need context to check whether something's supposed to be plural or singular. So here we have, due to the moon's gravitational pull. All right, and right there I know gravitational pull belongs to the moon. I know there's only one moon. I could also read this first sentence, Earth is not a perfect sphere, so I know it's talking about our moon, of which there's only one. So it would be singular possessive, which should just be an apostrophe S, which is A. And when you're not feeling super confident, definitely eliminate answers before you choose an answer. I just was 100% sure that was the answer, so we're good. And I've actually got a bonus tip for you, which is to boop that like button for me. All right, let's get things a little bit more challenging here with a medium question. This one is one big long sentence, so I'll just start from the beginning. Slam poet Acevedo's debut novel, The Poet X, winner of the 2018 National Book Award for Young People's Literature. And just to kind of simplify things, I'd probably ignore this big ol' comma sandwich here. I might even say this novel, or better yet, Poet X. Poet X is composed of poems putatively written by the novel's protagonist, 15-year-old. Okay, and then I would also ignore this because this is extra information. So all we're focusing on are the poems possessive? Because I'm seeing in the answer choices we have options to make the poems possessive. We have the word putatively, which is not a noun. You cannot possess an adverb. So I can get rid of B and C for that reason. And then the novel's protagonist. Does the protagonist belong to the novel? Yes, every novel has one protagonist usually. So it is that novel's protagonist. Do we have more than one novel? No, we know it's Poet X, this one novel. So we need singular, possessive, A. Let's do another medium one here. Again, pause it, try it on your own first, but here we go. So this one, because we're dealing with pronouns, and I can see we've got options between its versus their, I am going to read the first sentence because we need to know what the pronoun is referring to. So we have this poet's star quilt poems. So star quilt poems is the main subject of that first sentence. Offer an unusually open-ended reading experience with their 8 panels of text stitched together, I don't care about the rest. It is referring to those poems, which is plural, which is why I said there out loud. So we know it's not B, we know it's not D. Is it possessive or is it they are? With they are 8 panels, reading it out loud makes it pretty clear. It has to be possessive, and yeah, they do possess these panels if, you know, these panels are a part of them. So it would be A, their, possessive. All right, these next couple of questions here, you are not going to be able to find in College Board's question bank. You will be able to find them in my new grammar and punctuation online course that I'm working on. I'll talk a little bit more about that at the end of the video. But for now, pause the video and try this question on your own first. I'm already seeing some pretty long answer choices, so I'm thinking context might be good to know here. I'm going to start from the beginning. We get at the entrance of the treacherous dungeon, the adventurers pause to consider their options. The group's fate rested on their, or the group's fate rested on its, chosen path through the labyrinth, and we can go ahead and stop there, ignore the rest of this stuff. And as I consider, I think I will also ignore that first sentence. Does the fate belong to the group or the groups? Yes, so it's going to be possessive, so definitely not B. And do we have more than one group? Well, it says the adventurers. We can infer that the adventurers are, you know, in this one group together. So it's going to be singular possessive. So we'll get rid of A. And then it looks like we're dealing with its, which might throw some of you off because if you think of a group, it has more than one person in it, right? However, a group is a singular unit. So we do want singular its. And then chosen path. Does the chosen path belong to the group? Yes. So we'd want the possessive, no apostrophe, C as our answer here. All right, last question. Try it on your own first. Jim and Lucas bought a house together. I think it's crazy because they've only known each other for 6 weeks and from work, mind you. That said, Jim's and Lucas, the house is amazing and I hope it works out for them. Okay, so do you remember the rule that we talked about for these types of questions? First of all, do we have any options where they're not possessive? No, they're all showing some sort of possession. And yeah, it's their house, right? We know that. So what is the rule here? Well, they own the house together. So we only need possession on the last noun in the list, Jim and Lucas's B. The first step when dealing with pronoun questions is to find the noun that the pronoun is replacing, and that's called the antecedent for all my fancy pants students out there. So that's going to be step 1. On this question, for example, we've got our blank space. Many people don't know blank exists. If I go back to the sentence before, I see that Arcata is my antecedent. So that would be step 1. Step 2, just match the correct pronoun with that antecedent. So if my original noun is Arcata, I have to think, is Arcata singular or plural? It's singular, right? And is Arcata a person? So would I use he or she? Or is Arcata not a person? It's not a person. So I'm going to use the singular pronoun it. And that's really it. That's the 2-step process. But for some questions, it's going to get a little bit more complicated. It's not going to be quite as easy to find the antecedent per se. So let's do some example problems so that you can actually practice this process. Let's start with an easy example. So Step 1, I need to find my antecedent. And for context, I usually like to read the whole thing. So we get American poet Emily Dickinson wrote many of her poems on scraps of paper, but she also took steps to collect these works. From 1858 to 1864, for example, she copied more than 800 of blank into 40 handmade booklets. So just from reading that out loud, I can tell that these works is the original noun that we are replacing. And technically, these works is referring to poems too. Regardless, both of these are plural, so we're going to want them, choice A. All right, so that first one was obviously pretty easy, but now we're dealing with a medium question. And with the medium and hard based pronoun questions, sometimes you're going to have to focus on, or rather, not focus on certain parts of the sentence. Here, for example, we've got the human brain is primed to recognize faces, so much so that due to perceptual tendency called something, blank will even find faces in clouds. So this is a little bit more complicated because we've got all this information between our antecedent and our pronoun. What can happen is sometimes you'll think, the word right next to the blank space is our antecedent. If you go back, we might think that faces is our antecedent. So you have to be careful by focusing on context and also looking out for things like non essential information that you can ignore. So, like, we have this little comma sandwich here that tells me I could ignore all of this. And then contextually, we get blank will even find faces in clouds, wooden doors, pieces of fruit. The first thing we get is the human brain is primed to recognize faces. So, do faces find faces, or does the human brain find faces? The human brain finds faces, right? Human brain is singular, so we want singular it. Our answer is C. All right, moving on to a hard one here. Now, just from looking at the answer choices, we can see that there's something a little bit different going on here. It looks like we might be dealing with possession, because I'm seeing apostrophes. And speaking of which, we're dealing with apostrophes along with pronouns. So this is actually starting to bleed into what I would even consider maybe a separate category of apostrophe use. I've actually got a video on that, so definitely check that out after this if you want more on those types of questions. But let's go ahead and do our strategy. And I'll start from the beginning here just to get context. When they were first discovered in Australia in 1798, duck-billed, beaver-tailed platypuses so defied categorization that one scientist assigned them the name OP. Whenever you've got these scientific words that are way too long, just call them by their initials. Paradoxical bird snout. That's hilarious. But yeah, platypuses are pretty weird looking, huh? The animal, which lays eggs but also nurses blank young with milk. Okay, so here it seems pretty clear to me that the antecedent is the animal, right? Nurses young with milk, because it does say the animal singular. So I would want it, right? Now, in this case, we have two different options, and both of them are its, because we're saying it's young. It's young, the young that belong to it. It's young being its babies, basically. Then the question becomes, which one of these its is the its that I want? And the simple rule to remember with there, it's, and whose is that the apostrophe is going to go to the contraction, a contraction being when you combine two words together. So choice D, for example, is the contraction it is. And we do not want to say, but also nurses it is young with milk. That doesn't make sense, right? Its with no apostrophe is actually our possessive its. So our answer here is C. So in a nutshell, the rule with modifiers is that whoever or whatever is described before the comma must come right after the comma. And maybe you're thinking, what are you talking about? What comma? Well, these questions are always going to be easy to recognize because A, you're going to get all of these different answers that start with different subjects. And B, the answer choices are always going to come after a comma. All right. So in this sentence, for example, we have eager to impress his boss at the annual company picnic. This is our modifier, the part that comes before the comma, right? And we need to ask ourselves who or what is being described. Specifically in this sentence, who or what is eager to impress his boss? So just from his boss, we know that it needs to be a who. We also know it needs to be a male who because it's his, right? So then some sort of a male person needs to come right after the comma. And I'm already showing you how these questions can get a little bit tricky because we have Dave, right? The problem is Dave is not the subject right after the comma because we've got this guy, little apostrophe. And if you saw my apostrophe video, you're going to know that this means Dave is possessing something in this sentence. So really, it's Dave's unfortunate decision, and decision is the main subject after the comma. Since a decision is not the thing that's eager to impress his boss, this is, according to the SAT, incorrect. What we would want to do is something like this. Eager to impress his boss at the annual company picnic, Dave made the unfortunate decision to showcase his juggling skills. Now, we just have Dave after the comma, and since Dave is being described before the comma, we are good. We're following the modifier rule. So that is the rule of these misplaced modifiers that you're going to see on the SAT. Let's do some practice questions real quick so you can solidify this knowledge. So we're actually going to start with a medium question here because believe it or not, there are no easy modifier questions in the College Board question bank. This scares some students away, but like I said, as long as we follow that rule, we should be good. Do me a favor, pause the video. I want you to try this question on your own using that rule we just talked about. Try it on your own first, but let's go ahead and get into it. So our modifier is far from being modern inventions. So whatever comes after the comma needs to be far from being a modern invention, all right? Choice A says Sumerians. Sumerians are people, not inventions, so it can't be A. B, drinking straws. Drinking straws were an invention, so I would keep that one. Choice C, the use of drinking straws. Oh, okay, so you can see where these get a little bit tricky. So is the use of drinking straws an invention? No, the straws themselves would be the invention, right? So C is not our answer. D, ancient Mesopotamia is a place, not an invention. So D is out, and just like that, our answer is B. All right, let's move on to a hard one, and this will be one of two hard practice questions that we do. Same deal, I want you to pause the video and try this one on your own first, but let's take a look. Known as Earth's living skin, biocrusts are thin layers of soil held together by surface-dwelling microorganisms such as fungi, lichens, and CB, I'll call it, fortifying soil in arid ecosystems against erosion. So whatever comes after the comma needs to be something that is capable of fortifying soil. Choice A, a recent studies estimate. No, a recent studies estimate certainly can't fortify soil. And honestly, I don't even know what fortifying soil is per se, but I know that a studies estimate certainly can't do it. B, an estimated 60% reduction in global dust emissions. Okay, so a reduction in dust emissions that is something that happens, which again wouldn't be able to fortify soil. So B is also out. And just to be clear, I don't know what fortifying soil is, but I can tell that it's some sort of an actual physical effect on the soil, right? I imagine it's something like enriching the soil, but basically, I know it's a physical, palpable thing that's happening to the soil. That's why I was able to get rid of choices A and B. Okay, C, these crusts. All right, these crusts. Now, because it says these crusts, I do want to go back and see what crusts it's referring to. Known as Earth's living skin, biocrusts. So biocrusts are the thin layers of soil held together by these surface-dwelling microorganisms. All right, so can this physical thing, these crusts, fortify soil? I mean, I don't know. I'm not a scientist, but is it possible? Yes, because this is the first actual physical thing that we have that could have a physical effect. So C, I'm going to keep. And then D says a recent study. A study cannot fortify soil for sure. So even though this is a bit, scientific and I am not a scientist, I was still able to get rid of 3 answers and confidently choose C as my correct answer. All right, we got one more hard question here. Pause the video, try it on your own first, but let's take a look. In the canon of North African literature, Moroccan author Driss Traby's, Driss, that is a really cool name. The Simple Past, 1954 novel The Simple Past, looms large. A coming-of-age story, a social meditation, and a sober gaze into the dark maw of French colonialism. Okay, so here we have something interesting going on. We basically have like 3 different modifiers. So I could really match up my subject to any of these. I'm just going to start with a coming of age story because that seems like the easiest, least convoluted choice to compare my subjects to. So looking at choice A, Morocco is a place, not a story. So Morocco is out. Traby's debut novel. A novel is a story, so I would keep that. Traby. We know from the first sentence that Traby, and I am certainly not pronouncing that right, but this person is not a story. This person is the author of the story, so C would also not work. Published. We have a straight up verb. A verb is not a story. It's not even a subject, so that really doesn't work. And just like that, we got our correct answer, which is choice B. So step 1 is actually going to take care of most verb problems on the SAT because thus far, most questions tend to be subject-verb agreement. And you're either going to be getting subject-verb agreement or you're going to be getting verb tense. But this odd verb out trick is going to work for subject-verb agreement questions. So step 1 is to try the odd verb out trick. The trick is we want to figure out which verb is not like the others. And the way that we test this is by using they and choosing to use either he, she, or it. I'm going to use it for this example. So I would match up with my answer choices. They were, they have been, they are, it was. Notice how was is the only one that goes with it, and the others went with they. And what I'm testing here is trying to figure out which one of these is plural while the other 3 are singular, or which one of these is singular while the other 3 are plural. So by using they and then either he, she, or it makes that process really simple. And the great news is if you find an odd verb out, that odd verb out is your answer. You're done, right? And that's how easy it's going to be for subject verb agreement questions. Now, I did mention that they're not all subject verb agreement questions. You will also get some tense questions and some infinitive use, although technically you could sort of lump infinitive use into tense as well. But basically, if there is not an odd verb out, then you move on to step 2, checking for tense. So in this case, if I try they vow, I could say they vowed or he vowed, right? So already, just by looking at the first 2 answers, I know there's not going to be an odd verb out. So at this point, it's all about figuring out what the tense is. In this question, I'm seeing a vow they upheld, single past tense. So I'm going to know that I want the single past tense vowed, choice B, as my answer. It is really simple in theory, but if you don't practice it, you're not going to be able to get through these questions with confidence. So let's get some practice questions in as well. All right, we've got our first example here, and I definitely encourage you to pause the video and try these questions on your own first. This video is going to be a lot more helpful if you actually get some practice in, but let's go through it. So remember, step 1 is the odd verb out. We'll go they reach, they had reached, or he had reached. So I know I'm dealing with tense. Moving on to step 2, let's look for context. If simple sugars such as this and this, blank earth from elsewhere, and survived. So right in that same phrase, we have and survived. So I know I want past tense, possibly simple past tense. So choice A is simple present tense. Choice B is past perfect tense. It is a form of past tense, so I'll keep that. Choice C is basically future tense, will, and choice D is present continuous tense. So our only past tense option, even though it's not the simple past tense, is choice B, which makes a pretty easy answer, choice B. All right, we got a medium question here. Same thing, pause the video, try it on your own first, but let's go. Start with the odd verb out trick. They are taking, they have taken, they take. She takes. My odd verb out is D. My answer is D. Just like that. All right, this one is rated hard. Go ahead and try it on your own first, but let's start with the odd verb out trick. He already served, or they already served. So immediately I know this is going to be tense. So I'll read for context. A second generation Japanese American, WM, blank in World War II, and won. All right, so we have simple past tense won. So I know at the very least I need some form of past tense, just like the first question we did. And I'm specifying simple past tense because a lot of the time you'll want to match simple with simple. But the big takeaway here is let's get rid of any present tense options first. So choice A, already served. So served is going to be past tense, right? So we can keep that one. B, was already serving, also past tense. C, already serves. That is present tense. And specifically, like already obviously doesn't have a tense. So I'm focusing more on the verbs, right? Was serving is past continuous. Serves is simple present tense. So C is definitely out. And then D, had already served. This is going to be past perfect tense. So at this point, this hard question could actually be kind of hard if you don't know what these different tenses are used for in English. If you are not a native speaker of English, these are probably rules that you need to learn. But if you are a native speaker of English, if you were born speaking English, you should be able to kind of hear what sounds right just by reading things out loud. And for the purposes of this video, I'm not going to go into great detail about what all the different tenses do, But if you would be interested in something like that, let me know in the comments. All right, so a little bit more context. This person served in World War II and won 2 amateur national basketball championships when he joined the New York Knicks for the 1947 through 48 season. Okay, so this is the clue I was looking for. When is going to mean something happened at the same time as this thing that happened in 1947. And then interestingly, we get the serving in World War II happens before this, right? So now we know we're in the past and we're not talking about 2 things happening simultaneously. We're basically saying this had already happened when this other thing happened. And I just said it out loud. I just used the past perfect tense because that's actually exactly what we want to use in this situation. So saying it out loud, WM had already served in World War II when he joined the New York Knicks in 1947. So he had already done this thing when he did this other thing, if that makes sense. So our choice is D. And again, if that is just super confusing to you, I would recommend not choice A, but I would recommend first try reading the other answers out loud and simplifying things like I did, and you'll see how they don't work. So like if we get rid of this stuff, we have WM already served when he joined the New York Knicks. And keeping in mind that this is something that happened later. See how that doesn't really make sense? Same thing, AM was already serving in World War II when he joined the New York Knicks. Like, how could he already be doing something in the past when he did something in the future? So you see how A and B break down. And again, if you do want me to do a more detailed video on the different tenses in English, like let me know in the comments. I just don't imagine a lot of you would be interested in that because this is such a small portion of the SAT. But anyway, let's do one more hard question. All right, we've got a hard question. Try the strategy on your own first, but here we go. Step 1, odd verb out. She hasn't been. She wasn't. She isn't. They aren't. Odd verb out is D. My answer is D. And that's right. This is a hard question according to the SAT. Just wanted to kind of show off how powerful that trick is. And the good news is, like I was saying, at least in the exams that we've seen in 2024, most of your verb questions are going to be this type of subject-verb agreement question. These transitions may look innocent, but they will not hesitate to lower your SAT score. So in this video, I'm going to give you a 4-step process to help you slap those transition questions right out of your way.
Round 1.
Let's demonstrate the slap method using an easy question. So the S is scan. And what we're going to scan are 2 sentences, the sentence before the blank space and the sentence containing the blank space. So let's take a look. We've got, it has long been thought that humans crossed a land bridge into the Americas 13,000 years ago. Already I'm seeing long been thought, which makes me think that is going to change. Like we're not going to think that anymore. But then if I look at the second one, based on some radiocarbon dating, a research team recently suggested, so this is likely going to be the new thing that's being suggested, that humans may have arrived more than 3,000 years ago, much earlier than previously thought. Cool. Okay. So after you scan, you are going to link the relationship between the 2 sentences. And as you do this, you might need to get more context from the rest of the passage. In this case, there's literally only 2 sentences, so I already read the whole passage basically. When we link the 2 sentences, we're thinking about what sort of relationship they have. And when I'm talking about types of relationship, I'm talking about things like, additions or continuations, comparisons, examples. There's a lot of them, and I've got all of them here on this cheat sheet, which you could actually download for free in the description. So if you're not sure what I'm talking about when I say link the relationship, this cheat sheet is going to give you all of those different types of relationships, along with all the words that show up on the SAT that fit into those categories and some examples. Anyway, so what I'm noticing is they first thought this one thing, now they think this other thing. So we have a contrasting relationship. And if we go back to the cheat sheet for a second, basically we're looking at this contrast or concessions. So I'm looking for words like however, nonetheless, still, etc. So I'm going to come up with an anticipation, which is my next step. And as long as I come up with a word, I should be able to relate that word to other words in the same category. So my go-to for any sort of contrast is just going to be however. So however would be my anticipation. And then the last step is to purge answers that do not match your anticipation. So as a result is not going to be in the same category as however. Similarly is not going to be in the same result as however. However is however, and it's definitely my answer. In conclusion, not the same category. So that is the slap method. Now I want you to try the slap method on a medium question.
Round 2.
All right, so pause the video, try this one on your own first, but here we go. Step 1, I'm going to look at my 2 sentences. In this case, the sentence starts from in this blessed house, newlyweds argue over whether to replace items left by previous owners of their new home. In a temporary matter, a husband and wife attempt to rekindle their relationship during a 4-night blackout. So I am seeing sort of a similarity because it seems like we have 2, I don't know, like short stories or something. They're in quotes. I don't know exactly what they are, which means in order to link them, I'm going to need to read the first sentence as well. And indeed, it says, this person's story collection features multiple stories about romantic relationships. So that gives me the context I need to link them. Both of these are about romantic relationships. They're 2 examples of romantic relationships. So I would say this is what I would categorize as a comparison of similar or parallel ideas. So for my anticipation, I'm going to say likewise, or I'm going to say similarly. So I'm looking for likewise or similarly. Go to purge my answers. Granted, no. For example, no. Likewise. Beautiful. All right. So you can see if you have a strong anticipation, a lot of the time you can just circle the answer because you'll get a 1-for-1 match.
Round 3.
All right, with this hard one, same thing. I want you to try it on your own first. So pause the video, give it a go. But here we go. So looking at these 2 sentences, the study found that the greater the iconicity of a sign, the more likely it was to have been learned. The correlation between acquisition and iconicity was lower than between acquisition and another factor studied, sign frequency. Okay, let's say for the sake of argument, I don't know what iconicity means. Like maybe I can infer that it has something to do with it being iconic, but we don't care, right? Because we could still see that it's saying there's a study showing that this factor iconicity helps with learning something. But then in the next sentence, it says that the correlation between acquisition, now I would have to know that acquisition is synonymous with learning. When you acquire something, you learn it. In particular, talking about like language acquisition. If we look at the first sentence, it does indeed say sign language, right? So in the next sentence, it's saying that basically learning is not as linked to iconicity as it is to sign frequency. So I do have contrasting ideas here. So like I said, my go-to for contrasting is going to be however. So however will be my anticipation. However. However. Okay, so then let's go through. In fact. In fact is not going to be in the same category as however. So that one's out. In other words is interesting because it seems like it's also negative, right? Because of other words, but actually in other words is a way of explaining something in more detail, or at least in a different way to help somebody understand. Like if I said something like, Melinda said she had other plans. In other words, she didn't want to come to the party. So I'm sort of implying that when she says she has other plans, she doesn't necessarily actually have other plans. That's just what she tends to say when she doesn't want to attend something, right? So that would be, in other words, so that's not going to work. Granted. Let's say I don't know what granted means. We could go ahead and look at our list and we could try to find granted. And if we get down to here, we see that, it actually is in the same category as however. Now, if you are using this list, which again, you could download for free in the description, you do want to check this column to see if they're interchangeable. If it says interchangeable in many cases or most cases, you're pretty good to go ahead and switch those out for each other. Basically, it's saying we could actually use the word granted in the same place that we could use the word however. So I'm going to go ahead and circle it. If you were not feeling as confident, you could definitely get rid of as a result as well. But with transitions, your anticipation, because there's only so many of them that you can choose from, your anticipation is usually just going to lead you to the right answer, and you won't end up having to eliminate 3 other answers. These student note questions at the end of the English sections are actually quite easy if you know how to deal with them. In this video, I'm going to give you a really simple 3-step strategy for tackling rhetorical synthesis questions on the SAT. So step 1 is going to be to identify the goal. We're going to skip our notes here and we're going to go straight to the goal, because every one of these questions is going to say something along the lines of which choice most effectively uses relevant information to accomplish this goal. So that's really what we want to focus on. In this case, it says the student wants to emphasize a similarity between the Choctaw Code Talkers and the Navajo Code Talkers. So the main focus here is emphasize a similarity. Step 2 is to eliminate answers that don't line up with your goal. So let's take a look. A, U.S. soldiers who are members of Choctaw use their native language. Okay, so if we're trying to emphasize a similarity between these two, the Navajo and the Choctaw, if it only mentions one, there's no similarity. So A is out. Looking at B, I see Navajo, but only Navajo. So the same problem there. We don't have Choctaw and Navajo, so it can't be B. C, both Choctaw Code Talkers and Navajo Code Talkers transmitted coded military messages in the soldiers' native languages. That is literally a similarity between the two, so that's probably my answer. I could just double check. D, the Choctaw Code Talkers, not the Navajo Code Talkers, served in World War I. So that's actually telling me a difference between them. So my answer is C. And you might be asking, what is step 3? Step 3 is to look at the notes if you need to. 9 out of 10 times, you will not have to look at the notes. So I want you to get used to skipping them and only looking at them if you are forced to look at them. A little bit more on that later in the video. But for now, let's try this strategy on a medium question. And by the way, for all my fancy pants students out there, if you want some free stuff, I've got free stuff for you. Just click the link in the description. I've got workbooks, I've got cheat sheets, I've got really valuable, just free resources to help you study for your SAT. So make sure to check that out. So go ahead and pause the video and try this on your own first. But here we go. So step 1, I'm going to ignore the notes and I'm going to go straight to the goal. In this case, the student wants to explain an advantage of the archive being digital. So I'm going to focus on advantage of archive being digital. And now I'm going to eliminate answers that don't match that. Over 10,000 documents related to the history of Latin American and Latino visual art are part of the archive. That doesn't say anything about digital, so nope. By offering online versions, that's digital, the ICAA's archive provides more access to these materials without removing them from their countries of origin. That is definitely an advantage of them being digital. So I'll hold on to B. C, among historical documents in the ICAA's archive are the writings of Latin America. Again, that's not mentioning anything digital, so C is out. D, the director oversaw creation of an online archive, so it does mention digital, of historical documents related to Latin American and Latino visual art. So it does mention an online archive, which is digital, but it doesn't mention any sort of advantage. It just states that it happened. So D is also out. And my answer is B. Again, we didn't have to go to step 3 and look at the notes. You will rarely have to look at the notes, but let's move on to a hard question and also talk about when you might need to look at the notes. All right, same deal here. I want you to pause the video, try this on your own first using the steps we've discussed, but let's take a look. Our goal in this case is to present the primary aim of the research study. All right, so that's what I'm going to focus on. A, Bosali's team wanted to better understand the mechanics of behind birds' nests, wanted to better understand. So this is an aim. This is an aim, so I'm going to hold on to it. B, the researchers used laboratory models that simulated arrangement of flexible sticks and analyzed points. This is telling me what they did. It's not telling me what their aim was, what their goal was, what they were hoping to find out. So B is out. C, after analyzing, they found that, so this is actually a conclusion. After analyzing, they found out that, I don't necessarily care what they found out. All I know is that C is a conclusion. An aim would be what they're trying to figure out. So C is not my answer. D is analyzed. The bird nests are uniquely flexible. Again, as analyzed, it's telling me their conclusion. So D is out. And just like that, even though this is rated as a hard question, I got my answer A pretty easily. So again, we didn't have to look at the notes. So why is that even a step? Well, I don't have an example for you in the College Board question bank from any of the non-active questions. I've looked through them. I'm not seeing anything, but there is one question that I'll show you in a second from one of the practice exams. So spoiler alert, coming up here, I'm going to show a question that's actually in one of the College Board practice exams. So if you don't want to see that, don't watch it. But I've also heard reporting from test takers that there are questions that require you to look at the notes because the goal might be something like, show that the short story was more influential than the novel, something like that. And then in the answer choices, we don't necessarily know which was the short story or which was the novel. So something along those lines, you might need to look at the notes, but let me kind of show you what that would look like using that example from the exam that I was talking about. So spoiler alert, here it comes. This is from test 5. So on this one, we're going to start going through and you'll see that we run into a little bit of an issue. So it says, as far as goals go, we want to indicate the California red-legged frogs classification category. So we're looking for California red-legged frogs classification category. All right, choice A. Species on the list, which includes the frog, are classified as either endangered or threatened. So that is not telling me the frog's classification. It's just telling me that these are two options, basically. So A is out. B, the California red-legged frog appears on the list of at-risk species. That does tell me its classification, so I would keep it. Choice C, according to the FWS, the California red-legged frog is in the endangered category, in danger of extinction throughout most or all of its range. That is also telling me its classification, so I'd keep choice C. Since I have two, I know that I'm going to have to look at the notes at some point. But anyway, let's look at choice D. Likely to soon become endangered, the California red-legged frog is classified as threatened by the FWS. So now I have 3 answers that are all doing the thing that they're supposed to do. So this would be an example of when you need to look at the notes. So let's look at the notes and kind of figure out which one of these things is true. Even within the notes, I'm not necessarily going to need to read all of them. I just know that I'm focusing on the classification of the, what is his name? The red-legged frog, the California red-legged frog. All right. So I see in the last note here, it says, the California red-legged frog is likely to soon become endangered. Okay, so let's see if I can get rid of answers just based on that. D says likely to soon become endangered. C says it is endangered, so that would be wrong. And B says at risk. So let's just specify at risk and likely to become endangered. Those both seem similar. And then if I look at some clarification in my notes, it says a species that is likely to soon become endangered is classified as threatened. So threatened is not the same as at risk. So I would get rid of B, and then likely to soon become endangered, likely to soon become endangered. It lines up perfectly with my note, so then my choice is D. So that's what step 3 would look like for you. Let me go ahead and demonstrate this APE method for you using an easy question. So the A is going to be analyze, and we're simply going to analyze our passage or our sentences looking for context clues. That's kind of vague, so let me show you what I mean. The invention in 1958 of the integrated circuit or microchip radically altered the semiconductor industry. In fact, so right here, I'm going to pause and I'm going to note what kind of transition this is. And if you've downloaded my free transitions worksheet, you know that in fact is going to be under the category of an emphasizer or an intensifier. So whatever comes after this needs to intensify the fact that this microchip radically altered the semiconductor industry. So that's one of the ways that you can look for context, is paying attention to the types of transition words included in your text. In fact, some historians argue that it fundamentally blank the industry. And I can actually stop right here because I know that whatever this word is, it is going to intensify altering the industry. So what's more intense than altering? Completely transforming, right? So step 2 is to predict an answer, and you sort of heard it out loud. I said completely transformed would be my prediction. Finally, you're going to go to step E, which is to simply eliminate answers that don't match your prediction. So again, my prediction was completely transform. And here I got pretty lucky. Well, this is an easy question, so go figure. If your answer is there, circle it. If it's not there, then your last step is to eliminate answers that don't match it. And obviously, overwhelmed, bypass, obstructed, none of those actually mean transformed. So we're all good.
Round 2.
All right, let's try our APE strategy against a medium question here. So again, step 1 is to analyze. And why don't you try this one on your own first? Go ahead and pause the video, use that strategy, see if you can get the correct answer. But here we go. The following text is adapted from Nathaniel Hawthorne's 1837 story, Dr. Heidegger's Experiment. The main character, a physician, is experimenting with rehydrating a dried flower. Now, on these little introductions, I would recommend reading them. It's not necessarily important to know who wrote something or the name of it, but knowing that it's from 1837 is helpful. This is part of our context because chances are there's either going to be a word that we just don't know because we don't use it anymore, or we're going to run into a word being used in a way that we don't use today. So that's why it's important to read the introduction. And then also we might need the context of the fact that we've got some physician trying to rehydrate a dried flower. Might come into play, might not, but definitely pay attention to dates here. At first, the rose lay lightly on the surface of the fluid, appearing to imbibe none of its moisture. Soon, however, so there's our transition, right? So we have a contrasting however, and what do we want to contrast with? We want to contrast with the rose basically not taking in any moisture from the fluid, whatever the fluid is. I guess just water if he's trying to rehydrate it, but basically, there's no changes happening, but then a singular change began to be visible. And then here, I definitely want to read on because it says a singular change began to be visible. That's a pretty vague statement. So that's telling me whatever the next sentence is should give me details about what that change looked like. And it says the crushed and dried petals stirred and assumed a deepening tinge of crimson, as if the flower were reviving from a death-like slumber. So basically, I'm getting a pretty dramatic change So for that reason, my prediction is going to be dramatic. So a singular change, I'm going to say dramatic change. And also note here that we actually have a word that we're replacing as opposed to the first example where we had a blank space. This is always going to be the case when you have fiction, and it's usually going to be that old fiction, but the strategy more or less is still going to be the same. Okay, let's go to step 3 and eliminate. Lonely does not mean dramatic. Disagreeable does not mean dramatic. Acceptable does not mean dramatic. Extraordinary, in the sense that I was saying dramatic, does mean dramatic, because I was saying basically a big change, a dramatic change, an extraordinary change. So I've got my answer, choice D.
Round 3.
All right, we've got a hard one here, so try the APE strategy on your own first. Pause the video, you know the deal, but here we go. As an undergraduate researcher, this person contributed to groundbreaking study challenging the accepted view that among prehistoric peoples, female participation in hunting was blank. All right, so a couple things to note here. We know that we are challenging the view that female participation in hunting was something. Based off of this, it seems like the context we need is going to be in the next sentence because we don't have any information about what this person studied yet, right? So, next sentence. The research team's review of data from late Pleistocene and early Holocene burials in America. So I don't care so much about that, but basically revealed that, so this is the study revealed that, in fact, as many as half of all hunters were female. Cool. Okay, so if it is true that half of them were female, that would challenge the view that less than half of them were female, or more likely, like few of them. So if few of them were female, we could say something like female participation in hunting was low, or yeah, low. We'll say low in numbers or percent. All right. Why is this so small? Get bigger, be better. There we go. All right. Low in numbers or percent. So let's eliminate. Inevitable. Inevitable is Thanos is inevitable.
I am inevitable.
But not low in numbers or percent. Satisfactory? No, satisfactory means you are, it's fine, it's whatever. But we're looking for low in numbers or percent. Negligible. This is a good one. Negligible means something is such a small amount or quantity that it basically doesn't even matter. Like sometimes you'll hear about we eat certain foods and there's like, I don't know, poison in the food. Like, I don't know, it's like arsenic and apple seeds or something. But whatever it is, it's negligible, so we don't worry about it. Like we're not gonna die. Wow, that got really dark for a second. But yeah, low in numbers or percent. That would be extremely low in numbers or percent. So probably my answer. Commonplace is the opposite of what I'm looking for, because commonplace is basically saying like, oh, it was happening all the time. It was pretty normal. It was. I mean, we know that it was normal, but we're challenging the view that it was low in numbers or percent. So my answer is going to be C. And I know what you're thinking.
But Dad, what if I don't know the definitions of the words?
Now, one tip that you may have heard that I don't know is actually that helpful is to eliminate synonyms. It definitely comes in handy on high school entrance exams like the SSAT, but on the SAT, I haven't really seen any strong synonym pairs that you can get rid of. This is probably one of the closest examples that you're going to see. We've got our answer choices, and there's like common and recognizable. So you can kind of see how these are close. Like if something's common, you might see it all the time and therefore it might be recognizable. This is like probably the closest thing that I can find on the SAT, but I definitely wouldn't count on it. Let's just go through this question real quick just to see. Many ancient sculptures of people's heads are missing their noses. This is because the nose is the most blank part of a sculpture of a person's head. So as far as context goes, I mean, I could make an inference just based off of those two sentences, but the next sentence is probably going to give me more information. It is delicate. All right, so delicate. And I'm just going to straight up take that as my prediction. Delicate. Recognizable, no. Fragile, yes. Fragile and delicate. So in this case, it worked, but I would advise you against really thinking of this as a strategy that you can rely on when you're not familiar with words. Now, on the other hand, a tip that I do recommend is actually looking for antonyms or words that mean the opposite of each other. And rather than eliminate them, you're going to want to eliminate everything but them, because if you take a close look at words and context questions, you're going to notice most of the time your correct answer has an antonym in the answer choices with it. This question is a good example, I think. So let's start going through our APE strategy, and then we're going to pretend that we don't know these words, basically, all right? Close analysis of the painting Girl with a Flute, long attributed to this Dutch painter, Johannes Vermeer, has revealed subtle deviations from the artist's signature techniques. These variations suggest that the work may be that of a student under Vermeer's tutelage, potentially blank our understanding of Vermeer as a solitary artist. The context here is that we've got this painting that was long attributed. So if it's saying long attributed, we can basically say like, okay, it's not being attributed anymore, or that might be in question, because there's subtle deviations from the signature techniques. So if they think that it might be somebody else's, a student potentially blanked our understanding, well, that would change our understanding of Vermeer as a solitary artist, right? So my simple prediction here is just going to be kind of change, or maybe like overthrow, something like that. Well, I guess it would be changing or overthrowing, but you get the picture. Now, let's go through and negating, I know. Let's say, okay, negating, neg is sort of negative. So to negate something would be to kind of make something null and void. So like if we were voting for pizzas and I voted for pepperoni and then you voted for cheese, we would sort of negate each other's votes, right? They would cancel out. All right, so that's negating. Let's say I don't know what prefiguring means. I'm like, oh man, I don't know prefiguring. Entrenching. Let's say I don't know what entrenching means. Oh man, I don't know entrenching. And then I get to substantiating. And then luckily I know what substantiating means because I've watched like a lot of courtroom dramas and they talk about substantiating evidence and things like that. So basically substantiating is going to be the opposite of negating in a way. It's an antonym in the sense that to substantiate something is to give it credit. And negating something is sort of the opposite. Like negating makes something null and void. Substantiating lifts it up and makes it substantial, I guess. You could think substantiating makes something substantial. So these two, because they are antonyms, they are sort of the opposite of each other in a way. If I am not feeling confident and I don't know B and C well enough, I could say, let's eliminate B and C because I know that these guys are opposite, right? And then I can go back to my prediction here, and then I can follow through with eliminating, right? So to change or overthrow, would that be the thing that lifts it up, or would that be the thing that negates it? Well, if it's just changing, that doesn't necessarily work, but then overthrow, it is to negate it, because basically it's saying our understanding was wrong. So choice A, negating, is my answer here. This one I think is another good example. And let's just start by looking at these answer choices just to kind of speed things up. So what antonyms do you recognize, if any? When I see independent, independent means sort of by yourself. So something that is independent of something means it is separated from, it is apart from, it's not connected to, right? So this is sort of like not connected. And then predictive of, I would argue, is sort of the opposite of that, because if something is predictive of something, it means there's a correlation. Like you could say the amount of time someone studies for the SAT is predictive of their score. That is to say, if they study more, they tend to get a higher score. So this would be like connected in a way. Specifically, there's a positive correlation, right? So these guys are opposite. So for that reason, if we were having trouble with this one, we might want to get rid of A and D. Like maybe we don't quite understand supplemental to, maybe we don't know what subsumed means, or maybe we just are having trouble with the whole thing in general, right? Anyway, going back to the question, let's actually solve this real quick. Economist Marco Castillo and colleagues showed that nuisance costs, the time and effort people must spend to make donations, reduce charitable giving. All right, so nuisance costs reduce giving. Charities can mitigate this effect by compensating donors for nuisance costs. So they're giving money to the donors. Those costs, though variable, are largely blank donation size. So either they're connected to donation size or not. So, okay, so our connector is so. So this is telling me it's going to give me the reason for the blank space. So this will tell me basically if it's connected or not. So charities that compensate donors will likely favor attracting a few large donors over many small ones. Okay, what does a few large donors versus many small donors have to do with what we just said? If they compensate donors for the nuisance cost, it would cost more to compensate a bunch of donors than it would for only a few large donors, right? So that's telling me that the costs are not connected to the donation size, because if they were, we would have higher costs for the big ones, which would mean it doesn't really matter. So because the costs are going to be pretty much the same, then it would make sense to only have a few large donors. So I'm looking for not connected. The costs are not connected to donation size, meaning my answer is choice C, not connected or independent of. My next tip is to only choose the word you don't know if you've already confidently eliminated 3 wrong answers. So let's say we're working on this question. We go through our normal phases here. So I'm going to read through this. Some foraging models predict that the distance bees travel when foraging will decline as floral density increases. But, all right, so we have a contrast. So I want to make sure I understand what's going on. Basically, it's saying if there's less floral density, the distance will decline. So basically, they won't travel as far if there's a higher floral density. Then we have, but biologist Shailene Jha and Claire Kremen showed that bees' behavior is inconsistent with this prediction if flowers in dense patches are blank. So whatever this is going to have to be an exception to the rule. And then it does have a colon here, which means it's probably going to give me an example of the word that I'm looking for, which is super helpful. Bees will forage beyond patches of low species richness to acquire multiple resource types. So this is a little bit hard to unpack, but if it says they're trying to acquire multiple resource types, low species richness, if we know that species are basically, different kinds of flowers or plants, we can infer that this would be places that have all the same flowers. So as far as my predictions go, if flowers in dense patches are, I'm just going to say all the same. Let's go through the answers and I'll show you what I mean by only choosing an answer if you don't know the meaning. So let's say I know depleted means, gone or empty, right? That does not line up with all the same. So I would get rid of depleted. Homogeneous. Let's say I don't know what homogeneous means. I'm going to skip it. We go to C, immature. I know immature means like not fully grown, not mature. That is not this all the same. And then dispersed. Let's say I know dispersed means spread out. Again, doesn't match all the same, so I'd get rid of it. If I did not know what homogeneous meant, this would be the one instance where I would want to choose it because I've confidently gotten rid of 3 other answers. And indeed, homogeneous means all the same, basically. Homo being the same, and then genius, like they belong to the same genome, I think. So like the same species, basically. So my answer is B. But again, if I didn't know what it meant, I would still get the right answer, so long as I knew what those other 3 meant. And my last tip is just to straight up enhance your vocabulary by learning common prefixes and high-frequency words. High-frequency words being words that show up a lot on the SAT. And if you're not sure what those are, if you're not sure what prefixes you should be studying, I've got a list of 50 prefixes and 100 high frequency words for you that you can get for free just by clicking the link in the description. So for these questions, I like to use the 4-step CAPE strategy. This is actually the same strategy that we're going to use more or less for central ideas and details. A little bit more about that at the end of the video. But let's demonstrate the CAPE strategy with an easy example. So this is an easy question, at least it's labeled as an easy question. And the Q is going to stand for question first. By reading the first main question, we are going to know what we're looking for as we read through the two texts. So this says, based on the text, how would Sing and Roy, I don't necessarily care about the names here, but how would text 2 respond to the research in text 1? So now I know that I'm looking for a response to text 1 from text 2. Now from here, we're going to move on to step A, which is to analyze. And personally, I like to start with the responder. You're usually, not always, but usually you're going to have a responder and then you're going to have something that they're responding to. In this case, text 2 is my responder. Text 1 is the thing that text 2 is responding to. I like to start with the responder so that I can read the other text coming from the responder's perspective. I'm sort of like role playing, like I'm going to pretend that I'm Sing and Roy now, right? What do they think? How would they respond to this? So that's my approach, but I want to clarify that it's definitely up to you. If you feel more comfortable starting with the research in text 1 and then kind of doing the opposite, go for it. I've had students have success with both. I just want to let you know that this is what works for me. So this is what I'm going to be demonstrating. But the point is, step 2 is to analyze in whatever way works for you, knowing that you're going to get a response from text 2 on text 1. All right, anyway, let's look at text 2. Governments in democratic countries function way better. It just says better. I don't know why I said way better. Better when more people vote. However, forcing people to vote may have negative consequences. Sing and Roy studied what happens when a country requires its citizens to vote. They found that when people feel forced to vote, they tend to spend less time looking for information about their choices when voting. As a result, votes from these voters may not reflect their actual preferences. Okay. And what I like to do is I like to give myself an idea of the main idea of whatever the responders feel is going on with the subject matter. And in this case, definitely put it in your own words if that helps you. I like to put it in my own words. I'm going to say that they think forced voting, not best reflection. So we know that it's not the best reflection of, their actual preferences, but that note's good enough for me. And honestly, I probably wouldn't even write it down. I know some students prefer to write things down. This is just sort of what I'm thinking in my head. All right, so that's the persona that I'm getting into as I read text 1. And I know that I'm going to respond to research. So text 1, public policy researcher Anthony Fowler studied the history of elections in Australia, a country that requires citizens to vote. Fowler argues that requiring citizens to vote leads to significant increase in voters who would otherwise not have the time or motivation to vote. So we've got more or less an increase in voters. Thus, election results in countries that require citizens to vote better reflect the preferences of the country as a whole. Better reflect the preferences. So the argument here is that we get an increase in voters, specifically those who wouldn't have the time or the motivation. But then remember, I'm thinking forced voting is not the best reflection. So step 3, P, is to predict an answer. Basically, how would I respond? I would say something like, no. And it's good to start with like either a yes or a no. Do you agree or disagree? No, not best reflection. And I could get into the details, but let's see what this does for me first. If I need to get into the details, I will. But for now, no, not best reflection is my prediction. And then step 4, E, is to eliminate answers that don't match your prediction. So let's do that. A, only countries of a certain population size should implement mandatory voting. That does not line up. B, people are forced to vote are likely to become politically engaged in other ways. Nope. C, requiring to vote does not necessarily lead to the election outcomes that better represent the preferences of the country as a whole. Yep, that's no, not best reflection. And then D, countries that require voting must also make the process easier. No. So I didn't need the details. I just wrote my prediction and it does match choice C. So that is the CAPE strategy for cross-text connections. Now that you've seen me do it, I want you to pause the video and try this one on your own using the strategy I just talked about. If you don't have a preference one way or the other, why don't you also try doing what I do, where you read the responder's text first. But go ahead and pause the video and try that. But here we go. So Q means question first. We get how would text 2 respond to text 1? Specifically, the overall argument. So basically, my responder is text 2. So I'm going to start with text 2. Let's move on to A, analyze. Graphic novels present their stories through both language and images. Without captions and dialogue, readers would be unable to understand what is depicted in the illustrations. The story results from the interaction of text and image. Moreover, Alison Bechdel's Fun Home and many other graphic novels feature text that is as beautifully written as the prose found in many standard novels. Therefore, graphic novels qualify as literary texts. Cool. So, I mean, in a nutshell, this last sentence is the main idea. So my stance is graphic novels are literature, basically. I might also add, because words good and images important. But more or less, I'm just going to take that last sentence as my stance. All right, let's look at the argument in text 1. Graphic novels are increasingly popular in bookstores and libraries, but they shouldn't be classified as literature. Boo. By definition, literature tells a story or conveys meaning through language only. Graphic novels tell stories through illustrations and use language only sparingly. I have a problem with that because remember it said the text is just as beautifully written as prose found in many standard novels. In captions and dialogues, graphic novels are experienced as a series of images, not as language, making them more similar to film than literature. Okay, so what would my response be? I've got a lot to say. What was I getting upset about? I would say no. So always important to start with yes or no. No. I guess the main argument was that it's more like film because the images are more important. I would say no. The words are good and important, right? Okay, so that's my response, aka my prediction. Go to my eliminate step. A, by asserting that language plays a more important role in graphic novels than the author recognizes. Yeah, that's pretty much what I said, so that sounds good. B, acknowledging the author of text 1 has identified a flaw that is common. No, I would not acknowledge anything. I am not agreeing with text 1 at all, so that doesn't work. By suggesting the storylines of certain graphic novels are more difficult to understand. No, that doesn't line up with what I said. By agreeing with the author, no. There's no agreeing. No. So yeah, choice A is going to be my answer here. All right, we've got a hard question here. So pause the video, try it on your own first with that strategy, but let's take a look. Question first, based on the texts, how would the author of text 2 respond? Okay, so text 2 is my responder that I'm going to start with to the assertion in the underlined portion of text 1. So here, they're actually giving me an underlined portion to focus on, which I think actually makes these easier, which is nice. This is rated hard, so hopefully that's going to sort of clarify things for me. Anyway, let's get into my persona by reading text 2. I know you can't see choice D right now, but don't worry, we're not at that step yet. Text 2, the potential for enhanced toxicity of nanohybrids relative to the toxicity of constituent nanomaterials has drawn deserved attention, but the effects of nanomaterial conjugation vary by case. Oh my God, what are we talking about right now? So I don't know what these words mean, but I can sort of just think about the stance regardless, right? So the main idea here is that the effects because it says but, the effects of nanomaterial conjugation vary by case. I don't know what this is, so I'm just going to call it NC. It varies by case. So this is where you might actually want to note something. So I'm going to say NC based on individual case, just so I don't forget what's going on, right? For instance, now it's going to give me an example. It was recently shown that nanohybrid of silicon dioxide and zinc oxide preserved the desired optical transparency of this while mitigating the potential damage to DNA. All right, that I have no idea what's talking about. Maybe I'll look more in detail later, but I still think the main idea here is that NC is based on individual case and it varies, right? It varies. We might have to come back to this, but let's find out. Now I'm going to look at the underlined portion, and I'm actually going to try to just look at the underlined portion, which would be not only a time saver, but a brain saver, because I only have so much brain space for all this scientific jargon. Conjugation may alter constituents' physiochemical properties such that innocuous nanomaterials form a nanohybrid that is anything but. The language there, not great, but if you know what innocuous means, that's helpful. Innocuous is basically like harmless. Form a nanohybrid that is anything but innocuous. So basically it's saying conjugation, and remember conjugation is my NC. So this is saying NC, oh, I should probably use this guy. NC may cause problems. Problems being you have something innocuous, something harmless that becomes not harmless. So definitely if you're not as comfortable with the vocabulary here, it's going to be kind of tough, but that's what I'm getting. All right. So what would my response to this be? My response would be, don't worry, man. It varies on an individual case. It may cause problems in this example, but it actually just depends on a case-by-case basis, right? So to be clear, I don't know what these words mean. I have no idea what's going on, but I do know that I think NC varies, and this text one seems to be concerned about NC causing problems. So that's really all I'm focusing on, okay? All right, let's try and eliminate, and I'll scroll down so that we can see all the answer choices now, keeping in mind that my prediction is, oh, I didn't write a prediction. Well, actually, no. My prediction is basically my stance. Like, don't worry about it because it varies. By concurring that the risk should be evaluated, but emphasizing that the risk is more than offset. Okay, no. I want to not concur. I don't want to agree. I want to say it depends on the situation. B, by arguing that the situation may not be representative, but conceding that the effects of nanomaterial conjugation are harder to predict than researchers had expected. No, that doesn't line up with what I just said. By denying that the circumstances described in text 1 is likely to occur, but acknowledging that many aspects of NC are still poorly understood, that doesn't line up with what I'm saying either, so I'm going to get rid of C. Really hoping that D works, because otherwise I'm going to have to rethink my life. By agreeing that the possibility described in text 1 is a cause for concern, but pointing out that NC does not inevitably produce that result. Okay, thank goodness. So this does line up. Again, there's a lot of language here. Understanding vocabulary is so important, not just in words and context, but also throughout the exam, because you need to understand, like, at a base level what's being said. It is saying it does not inevitably produce that result. So basically it's saying that's not going to happen every time. It is a case-by-case basis. Agreeing that it's cause for concern, yeah, may cause problems, sure. But my main point is, remember, don't worry though, because it varies depending on case. So choice D does line up with my prediction, and that is my answer. All right, here's another hard one for you to try on your own first. So give it a go, pause the video, do your thing, but here we go. Based on the texts, both Skykes in text 1 and the scholars in text 2 would most likely agree with which statement? Oh my goodness. So I wanted to bring this question to your attention because it does not necessarily line up with what we've been seeing. Normally, we have some sort of response from one text to the other. But in this case, it is straight up asking us how these guys are similar. What would they most likely agree with? Okay. So my approach here, when I get to step 2 to analyze, I am now just concerned with understanding the main idea of each text. And as I understand that main idea, what sort of crossover is there? What similarities do we see between the two texts, right? Easy enough. So I might as well just start with text 1 since I do care about both. And the best thing I can do is just get a clear understanding of text 1's main idea. So in 1816, this guy disputed claims that this book was co-authored by William Shakespeare and John Fletcher. Skykes felt Fletcher's contributions to the play were obvious. Fletcher had a distinct style in his other plays, so much so that the lines with that style were considered sufficient evidence of Fletcher's authorship. But for the lines not deemed to be by Fletcher, Skykes felt their depiction of women indicated that their author was not Shakespeare, but Philip Massinger. Okay, so the main idea here is I'll say Shakespeare will just be S, not S and F for Fletcher, but F and M for Massinger. That's the main idea here. We can get into the nitty gritty in a bit if we need to, but I just want to kind of give myself an idea of the main idea first. All right, text 2. Scholars have accepted that The Two Noble Kinsmen was co-authored by Shakespeare since the 1970s. It appears in all major one-volume editions of Shakespeare's complete works. Though scholars disagree about who wrote what exactly, it is generally held that on the basis of style, Shakespeare wrote all the first act and most of the last, while John Fletcher authored most of the 3 middle acts. All right, so text 2 is saying it was S and F. So if we're talking about what they agree on, it would seem they both agree on F. Sorry, I can't circle that, but they agree that Fletcher was involved. So I'm going to start there and eliminate what I can. If I need to look at the details, I will. Yeah, hold on. Let me just write this down. Both agree on F, F being Fletcher. Let's eliminate. John Fletcher's writing has a unique, readily identifiable style. So that does mention Fletcher. Now, having a unique style is very clearly stated right here, had a distinct style. Text 2 also says this a little bit sneakier. It is generally held on the basis of style. So by mentioning that Fletcher authored the middle acts based on style, we're getting that text 2 would also think that he had a unique enough style to say that he wrote those parts, right? So A works for now. If we have to get into the nitty gritty, we will, but A's looking okay. B, the women characters in John Fletcher's plays are similar to the women characters in Philip Massinger's plays. M was not a common denominator. I don't want to hear anything about M. Get out of here. C, The Noble Kinsman belongs in 1 volume, compilations of Shakespeare's complete plays. I don't see a mention of Fletcher. I'm not interested. D, Philip Massinger. I don't care about M. I already said that. So yeah, choice A is actually my answer. Ta-da! And by the way, this video is just scratching the surface of what I plan to cover in my upcoming reading comprehension course. Depending on when you're watching this video, you can use a link in the description to either join the waitlist. That will give you information about when the course is coming out, things like that. Or if the course has already come out, I'll put a link in the description to just give you more information on that course in general. Either way, clicking the link in the description is not going to cost anything. It's just going to either get you on that wait list or give you a little bit more information about the course. All right, back to our regularly scheduled programming. And these steps are going to look a little bit different depending on if you're dealing with function of the underlined portion versus structure of the overall text. Let's start with those underlined questions. A stands for analyze. So since the A is to analyze the passage, we are actually going to read the whole passage, and we're going to slow down a bit for the underlined portion. Researchers have found a nearly 164,000-year-old molar from a member of the archaic human species known as Denisovans in a cave in Laos, suggesting that Denisovans lived in a wider range of environments than indicated by earlier evidence. Before the discovery, Denisovans were thought to have lived only at high altitudes and relatively cold climates in what are now Russia and China, but the discovery of the tooth in Laos suggests that they may have lived in low altitudes and relatively warm climates in Southeast Asia as well. C stands for clarify, and I want to clarify what I think the function of the underlined portion is in my own words. And the way that I think about function is literally just what is it doing? So in context, we know that there's this discovery of a tooth, and it changes what researchers believe about these Denisovans, right? The underlined portion is telling us before the discovery. So it's telling us what researchers used to believe. So for my clarification, I might write something like, it tells me an outdated belief. And from here, I would be good to move on to step 3, which is E. And E stands for eliminate. And the E, of course, is to eliminate answers that don't match my clarification. So I'm going to take a look. It dismisses as untrue the research presented. Okay, so that's not what I said. It defines a term used in the description that follows in the rest of the sentence. No. It emphasizes the main goal of the research. No. It provides context that clarifies the significance of the information that follows in the rest of the sentence. Okay, so here's what you need to look out for. Your clarification, what you decide to say is the function, might not perfectly match up with the answer because there might be a couple of ways of looking at it, or there just might be more than one function. But I do see the connection here. By telling me about the outdated belief, it does give me context to clarify how significant the tooth was, because I know before the tooth, they believed something different. So my answer is D. Let's try a medium one, and I want you to go ahead and use that ACE method and try this on your own first, but let's go ahead and get into it. So A, analyze. I'm going to read the whole passage. Following is a text from Herman Melville's 1854 novel, The Lightning Rod Man. The stranger stood in the exact middle of the cottage where he had first planted himself. His singularity impelled a closer scrutiny. And I might stop there and sort of think about scrutiny for a second, because we know that if you're under scrutiny, you're being judged. But in this case, it seems to mean something a little bit different. I would say it means, to pay close attention, something like that. And then it goes on to say, a lean, gloomy figure, hair dark and lank, mattedly streaked over his brow. And I would actually stop there because I feel like I already know what the underlined portion is doing for me. It's giving me the reason why we decided to pay close attention. So I'm just going to take this note and say the reason. So the reason to pay close attention, and I guess we could say that reason was his singularity. And in this case, it seems like singularity sort of means like his specialness, his uniqueness, right? Okay, so I've done my analyze, I've done my clarify. I'm going to move on to eliminate. A says, it elaborates on the previous sentence's description. No, we get a description after. It introduces the setting that is described in the sentences that follow. No, it describes the man. It establishes a contrast. No, it sets up the character description presented in the sentences that follow. Yes, the reason to pay close attention, the reason that we get this description from the narrator's point of view, our answer is D. All right, we've got a hard one here. Same deal. I want you to pause the video, try it on your own first. But let's analyze. In Jane Austen's novel, Mansfield Park, an almost imperceptible smile from potential suitor Henry Crawford causes the protagonist, Fanny Price, to blush. Her embarrassment grows when she suspects that he is aware of it. This moment in which Fanny not only infers Henry's mental state through his gestures, but also infers that he is drawing inferences about her mental state, illustrates what literary scholar George Butte calls deep intersubjectivity, a technique for representing interactions between da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, I'm stopping there because I feel like I already know what's going on with the underlined portion. It's giving us an example of this inter-whatever, right? So I'm going to say, gives an example of the inter-whatever. And let's eliminate. It states a claim about Austen's skill. It does not. It advances an interpretation of an Austen protagonist. No. It describes a reoccurring theme in Austen's novels that is the focus of a literary scholar's analysis, summarized in the following sentence. Is the inter-whatever a theme? I don't know if I would use theme. It says a technique, so I'm looking more along the lines of technique. I'll hold on to C for now, just in case. D, it provides a synopsis of an interaction. So that's just a fancy way of saying a scene, which could work with example. In an Austen novel that illustrates, okay, since it illustrates, it means it is an example. Something that illustrates something is an example of something. A literary concept. Concept, technique. That is the connection I was looking for. D. And I've actually got a bonus tip for you, which is to boop that like button for me. All right, let's talk about what ACE looks like when we have these overall structure questions. So we still use ACE. The first step is still to analyze, but as we analyze, instead of focusing on an underlined portion, we are trying to focus on what are the different sections of this piece of text. And then when we clarify, we're going to clarify what those sections are. So many films from the early 1900s have been lost. These losses include several films by the first wave of Black women filmmakers. We know about these lost movies only for small pieces of evidence. For example, an advertisement for this. There's a reference in a magazine for this. Da-da-da-da-da-da. All right, so I'm kind of stopping there because I feel like I know what's going on. I would say to clarify, we get lost films, and then we get evidence of lost films. Those seem to be the two sections. I don't feel like there's more than two. And same thing, the last step is eliminate, and that one doesn't really change at all. We're just comparing it to our sections rather than comparing it to what we think the function is, right? The text identifies a complex problem, then presents examples of unsuccessful attempts to solve the problem. No. The text summarizes a debate. No. The text describes a general situation and then illustrates that situation with specific examples. All right, this is what I hate about the overall structure questions. They're so vague in the answer choices sometimes. Now, this is what I said, right? We have lost films and we have evidence of lost films. Notice how this is actually going to line up with C. A general situation, super vague, but lost films is a general situation, and then illustrates that situation with specific examples, evidence, examples, illustrates. So that lines up, and that's probably going to be my answer. Just keep this in mind that your version of the parts of the text is probably going to be more specific than the actual answer. So look for those really vague connections. Let's just double check. D, the text discusses several notable individuals. No, it does not do that first. And order matters too. Like, even though it does talk about a couple people, it's going to be in order. So we need to say what happens first, what happens next, what happens last, or in this case, what happens first, and then what happens after that. So C is our answer. All right, let's try a medium one. Pause the video, try it on your own first. Many archaeologists assume that large-scale engineering projects in ancient societies required an elite class to plan and direct the necessary labor. All right, first section already. And you can definitely, start to clarify as you go, since we're looking for different sections. The first sentence is usually a pretty good candidate for the first section. And I'm getting belief of most, I'll say psi for scientists. However, recent discoveries such as this have complicated this picture. Using radiocarbon dating, a team concluded that the Long Canal was most likely... Okay, so I don't care about the details here because what I'm seeing is two sections. There's a belief, and then we get recent discovery challenges that belief, basically. Those are the two sections that I'm noticing. All right, let's see if that works. It describes a common view among archaeologists, then discusses a recent finding that challenges that view. That's literally, it's like almost exactly what I wrote. I would just choose A and move on. If you were not feeling as confident as I am, definitely, the safe move is to eliminate, but that is like almost a 1-for-1. That's my answer. All right, and here's a hard one. Try it on your own first, but let's go. Mathematician Claude Shannon is widely regarded as a foundational figure in information theory. All right, for that first sentence, I would say my first section is something like, man is famous. Then we get, his most important paper was this, when he was employed at Bell Labs, utilized a concept called this, information and a signal to determine the fastest rate. So this next bit here is basically saying like why he's famous. So why he is famous. Then Robert, one of his colleagues, said that this discovery and from it a whole communications. So that could kind of tie into why he's famous, but it seems like maybe a third section, maybe like reflection on why famous. So those would be, I guess, my 3 sections. And if it's a hard question, you might have 3 sections, or I might be wrong. There might only be 2. Let's find out. It presents a theoretical concept. Nope. We're looking for man is famous, right? It introduces a respected researcher. Yeah. Describes an aspect of his work, why he's famous, and suggests why the work is historically significant. Reflection on why famous. That seems pretty good. C, it names the company. No. D, it mentions a paper. No. So actually, I could get rid of A, C, and D really quickly because B is the only one that starts with man is famous. So ta-da, pretty cool stuff. Let me give you all 4 steps on an easy question here to model it for you, and then you can try some on your own. So I like to think of this as the CAPE strategy, and this CAPE strategy is going to be used on both central ideas and details, but also cross-text connections. And the Q means question because you're going to want to start with the question. The question being this main part of the question, right? So according to the text, what is one reason some archaeologists are interested in recovering scents from ancient artifacts? And part of the reason we're looking at the question first is to determine if we're dealing with central ideas or details. So if it's asking for one reason that some archaeologists are interested in recovering scents from ancient artifacts, that's a detail, right? So the question is either going to tell me if I'm looking for the main idea, or if it's a detail, it's going to tell me exactly what detail I'm looking for. The A in CAPE stands for analyze, and we're going to analyze the passage either looking for that main idea or looking for that specified detail. If it's a detail, we might get away with not reading the whole passage. So let's take a look here. I'm looking for archaeologists being interested, right? And just kind of scanning and skimming through, which I like to do if I can, I see growing interest to archaeologists, so that lines up with interest, who hope, that would be a reason, hope to use it to better understand ancient rituals, trade, social hierarchies, and medicine. So that seems to be the reason that some archaeologists are interested. So that's what I'm focusing on here. The P in CAPE is predict, and we're going to predict our answer. Based on what I underlined, that underlined portion could sort of serve as my prediction, but if you put it in your own words, you're more likely to have a better understanding of what's going on in general. So if I put this in my own words, I might say something like, to understand rituals, trade, social hierarchies, medicine. That's like basically just culture, right? To understand, I'll say the old culture, right? So that'll be my prediction. And then the E in CAPE is eliminate. We're going to eliminate answers that do not match my prediction. So choice A, they are investigating whether people's sense has declined. That doesn't line up at all with what I just said. So goodbye A. They believe sense could illuminate important aspects of ancient life. Illuminate, understand, ancient life, old, aspects, lines up with culture, right? So B totally works. It works so well that I would probably choose it and move on. But if you wanted to eliminate, we could see that they think sense would be enjoyable. No. They hope to develop new medicines. No. So that is the CAPE strategy for central ideas and details. Let's look at another easy question. This time we're going to look at one that has a main idea. And I have great confidence in you and I believe in you. So I want you to try this one on your own first using that CAPE strategy. It is a little bit different because it's a main idea, but see if you can figure it out. Pause the video, give it a go, but let me walk you through this. So Q, start with the question, tells us we're looking for the main idea. Where do main ideas live? Well, they tend to live either at the beginning or the end of paragraphs. Now that said, this is a pretty short paragraph. So I think I'm just going to read the whole thing, but let's pay attention to where we end up finding the main idea, and let's also pay attention to how I identify a main idea. NASA's Cassini probe has detected an unusual wobble in the rotation of Mimas, Saturn's smallest moon. Using a computer model to study Mima's gravitational interactions with Saturn and tidal forces, geophysicist Alyssa Rodin and colleagues have proposed that this wobble could be due to a liquid ocean moving beneath the moon's icy surface. The researchers believe other moons should be examined to see if they too might have oceans hidden beneath their surfaces. What I'm getting from this, the main idea that I'm getting is these guys found a wobble, and we get that the wobble is the focus from the first sentence, but then also they've proposed that the wobble is due to a liquid ocean. So this one, even though it's rated as easy, it's kind of unusual that the main idea is, at least for me, spread out a little bit. Now, you might be wondering why I'm not focusing on this last part. They believe other moons should be examined to see if they too might have oceans hidden beneath their surface. This is more like a call to action or sort of a result of what they think they've discovered. It's not really the main idea of the text. It's just a suggestion that goes along with the main idea of the text, if that makes sense. So I've analyzed the passage. I've found my main idea. Now I'm going to predict the answer. And again, I'm going to kind of try to put it into my own words. I'm going to say they. I know who they are. It's like these science folks, right? They found a wobble slash liquid. And that's just simplifying things for me. So if I go to eliminate, these guys were the first to confirm that several moons contain hidden oceans. No, they didn't confirm anything. They found a wobble. They think it's a liquid ocean, so no. B, research has failed to identify signs that there's an ocean beneath the surface of Mimas. Nope, that doesn't line up. These guys created a new computer model that identifies moons with hidden oceans without needing to analyze the moon's rotation. Again, nope. Research has revealed that an oddity in the rotation of Mimas could be explained by an ocean hidden beneath its surface. Yes, the oddity is the wobble. So contextually, it does say unusual wobble. So the word unusual helps us there, but I remembered that it was unusual, and wobble is kind of an odd and fun word anyway. Could be explained by a hidden ocean, liquid ocean. So D lines up and we are good to go. All right, let's look at a medium question now. And I want you to pause the video and try that CAPE strategy on your own first. But here we go. Question says we're looking for a main idea. We can also see that we're dealing with an excerpt from an 1849 story. And it's pretty short. So again, with main idea, you can try to find it in the beginning and the end. I usually just say read through the whole thing because at the end of the day, they're really just not that long, right? During a pedestrian trip last summer through one or two of the river counties of New York, I found myself, as the day declined, somewhat embarrassed about the road I was pursuing. The land undulated very remarkably, and my path for the last hour had wound about and about so confusedly in its effort to keep in the valleys that I no longer knew in what direction lay the sweet village of B. Is that like a bad word or something? Where I had determined to stop for the night. Okay, so this is a little bit different. I should note that if you're dealing with fiction, the main idea is not necessarily going to be in the beginning or the end. It's also not going to be sort of like a cut and dry thing per se. It's more, you have to read the whole thing to get it a lot of the time. So for me, when I read that, if somebody asks me what happened, that's a good question to answer. What happened? What happened? This guy got lost is what I'm getting. And where am I getting that from? I found myself somewhat embarrassed about the road I was pursuing. It talks about how the land undulated very remarkably. My path wound about and about confusedly. I And then the crux of it, I no longer knew in what direction lay the village of, I no longer knew where I was going, basically. So my prediction here is just like, guy got lost, pretty much is the main idea. All right. A, the narrator remembers a trip he took and admits to getting lost. All right, so that's going to be my answer. If it's that close to your prediction, go for it. Definitely, eliminate if you aren't feeling confident, but I just want to demonstrate if you have a good prediction, you can circle your answer or, not circle it. You can click your answer, you can move on, and you're good to go. Here's another medium one. Go ahead and try the CAPE strategy on your own first. Pause the video, but here we go. What does the text indicate about geological formation at mistaken point? Geological, all right, what does it indicate about this? So I know what I'm looking for. I know this is a detail. It also is really short, so if I have to read the whole thing, I don't care, but let's start reading and let's really focus on geological formation, mistaken point. Paleontologists searching for signs of ancient life have found many fossilized specimens of prehistoric human ancestors, including several from the Pleistocene era discovered in a geological formation in the Minatagawa Quarry in Japan. So I see geological formation, but it's not talking about the mistaken point. However, that's important. This is going to contrast with whatever we just saw. To study the emergence of the earliest multicellular organisms. So it's talking about in the first sentence how they found a lot of ancient life, but this is saying to find the earliest, researchers must turn elsewhere, such as the geological formation at mistaken point. Bingo. All right. So I would actually stop there because I think I have what I need. For me, it's indicating that the earliest life is here, is at this point, right? So that's going to be my prediction. Let's get rid of some answers. It holds a great number of fossils, but from a smaller variety. Nope. It has provided evidence that the earliest species may have emerged before. Nope, because I want just earliest life is here, basically. It is widely considered by paleontologists to be the most valuable source about prehistoric life forms. Valuable? No, I'm looking for earliest. It contains specimens from an older time period than those found in the formation of the other quarry. This works. So it's not saying the earliest life is here exactly, but it is saying older than the other one that was mentioned before. That also totally lines up. So my prediction here wasn't perfect, but it still led me to the right answer. So choice D is my answer. All right, we got a hard question here. Try it on your own first. Pause the video, but here we go. This time it's asking for main idea. So let's get into it. For centuries, the widespread acknowledgement of the involvement of the cerebellum, and I'm going to just ignore this because it's kind of non-essential information between two dashes, in coordinating motor control in humans has hindered recognition of other possible functions of the structure. So acknowledgement of this structure in motor control. So I'm going to say acknowledgement in motor control. And the reason that I'm kind of slowing myself down here is because this is very scientific and I want to make sure I understand what's going on because of the jargon. Whereas some of these simpler texts, I feel like I can kind of just brush through it. Has hindered recognition of other possible functions. So that's what I'm focusing on so far. Neuroscience research from the last 2 decades now suggests, so this is telling me we're about to see what the change is, that the cerebellum regulates emotion and social behavior. And recent research by these guys has identified a pathway connecting it to a center for motivation and reward. All right. If we're focusing on main idea, I don't necessarily care about the details. So I'm getting details of emotional and social behavior, but then I'm also getting details about motivation and reward. The big idea for me is that they used to think it was just motor control. Now they think there's other stuff. Because again, it's main idea, right? So it should be pretty straightforward like that. So I'll say used to think just motor, now other stuff. And to be clear, you could definitely use your note-taking tool on Blue Book and write stuff like this down if it is helpful to you. That said, I know a lot of students, myself included, And yes, I am a lifelong student. I don't like to take notes. For me, it's a waste of time. I have no problem keeping this note in my head. So I'm writing it down so that you can see what I'm thinking. But to be clear, it's going to vary from student to student whether you actually should be writing these down. So it's up to you. Anyway, let's eliminate. The recent verification of the pathways between the VTA and cerebellum confirms cerebellum's long suspected role in motor coordination. No. It said that they've known forever that it has to do with motor control. So A is out. B, recent advances in the field have challenged widely accepted claims about the function of a pathway connecting. Okay, so this one might be tempting because it says challenged, and we know that something is being challenged, but it says challenged claims about the function of a pathway. That's not exactly what I wrote. I said we used to think just motor, now other stuff. Not really talking about a pathway per se. So I'm going to get rid of B. C, cerebellum has primarily been thought to regulate motor functioning. We used to think just motor. That works so far. But in recent years, neuroscience researchers have been uncovering additional functions. Additional functions, now other stuff. See how beautiful that is? So I'm pretty confident C is my answer. So confident that I'm going to circle it before I eliminate D, but let's just eliminate D real quick. Technological limitations have historically hindered the study of the cerebellum. All right, I mean, straight up, that first part, no, that doesn't work at all. So D is out. Let's look at another hard one here. Another hard one that has some fiction in it, right? So try to remember what we said about fiction in the last one. Pause the video, try the CAPE strategy on your own first, but here we go. Based on the text, how do people in the capital of Mexico most likely regard Dr. Malsafrido? That's a cool name. Okay, so this is actually a detailed question. So we want to know what people in the capital of Mexico think of this guy. What do they think of him? That's what I'm looking for. I'm going to notice that this is from 1914, so over 100 years ago. That might be handy to know. A lot of the time, words will be used in different ways than we're used to, so something to kind of look out for. But let's get into this. It is a saying in the capital of Mexico. So if it's a saying, I would say that is the people in the capital of Mexico, that Dr. Malsafrido carries more family secrets under his hat than any archbishop. Okay, so we want to know what they think of him. Right now, we know that there's a saying that he has a lot of family secrets. So far, that's our context. The doctor's hat is, appropriately enough, uncommonly capacious. So capacious, what the heck does that mean? When I think of capacious, I think of spacious. Basically, it's really big. It's a really big hat. But let's pretend like we don't know what that means. How can we sort of figure it out? Well, it goes on to say more about it. Rising very high and sinking so low that it seems to be supported by his ears and eyebrows. So we get the idea that this is a very big hat. And it has a furry look, as if it had been brushed the wrong way, which is perhaps what happens to it if it is ever brushed at all. All right. So far, we've got that this guy seems to have a lot of family secrets, and he has a really big hat. What did they think of him? I don't know if I know yet. Let's read the last sentence here. When the doctor takes it off, the family secrets do not fly out like a flock of parrots, but remain nicely bottled up beneath a dome of old and highly polished ivory. Whoa. Remain nicely bottled up. Okay, so this is kind of crazy, but what I'm getting from this is he has a lot of family secrets, but he's not letting them fly out. He's not telling secrets. So I'm going to infer, and this is a bit of an inference, just because I have to deal with the figurative language here, but I'm going to say something along the lines of he won't tell his secrets, something like that, right? All right, let's eliminate. Many have come to tolerate him despite his appearance. No. They may have talked a little bit of smack about his hat, but that wasn't really the main point, right? Few feel concerned that he will divulge their confidences. All right. So this one definitely requires knowing what divulge means, but divulge is to tell or to like give away, to say something that perhaps you shouldn't say. Their confidences would be secrets. I said he won't tell his secrets, but I guess it would be like family secrets. So this one definitely lines up. It's saying they don't think that he'll tell their secrets. So that's close for sure. Some dislike how freely he discusses his own family. No, it says that he doesn't discuss his family. And D, most would be unimpressed by him were it not for his professional expertise. That doesn't line up with it at all. So yeah, it's definitely going to be choice B. So the CAPE strategy did not let us down that time. Let's demonstrate this HIP strategy with an easy question. H stands for hypothesis. And we're going to be looking at the question stem here, the main part of the question stem. And there's either going to be a claim or a hypothesis or an assertion or some other synonym of hypothesis, right? Here it actually does say hypothesis. And we are looking for the language of either supporting the hypothesis, which is the case here, but then sometimes it's going to ask you to weaken the hypothesis, I think is the language that's used a lot of the time, right? So step 1, figure out if you're supporting or weakening. Step 2, I, is to inspect the passage for your hypothesis. And I use the word inspect rather than read because we don't necessarily need to read everything. We really just have to figure out what the hypothesis is. And lucky for us, that tends to be in the last couple of sentences. So I'm just sort of looking around this area with my eyeballs. Sorry, that's kind of a big area. I should say looking around this area with my eyeballs. Yep. And there I see hypothesizes, Armijo hypothesizes that they can reduce the roasting time for solar roasted chilies by using more heliostats. I don't know what heliostats are, but I don't care because when I get to my last step, I'm just going to look for words that kind of match up with this. So reduce roasting time by using more heliostats. Cool. My last step, P, is to purge answers that don't support or weaken. And purge just means to eliminate, right? And I say support or weaken, but in this case, it's support. So let's get rid of any answers that don't support the idea that we can reduce roasting time by using more heliostats. A, the temperature inside the roasting drum is distributed more evenly when roasting green chilies with solar power than with propane. That doesn't say anything about heliostats, so I'm going to get rid of it. Attempts to roast green chilies using 50 heliostats yields results in fewer than 6 minutes. That one mentions heliostats, so I might need a little bit of context. Fewer than 6 minutes. This is where I'm going to kind of go back to step 2, and I'm going to inspect the passage for additional context. And specifically, I'm looking for a mention of minutes. And right near the end there, it actually says, while the fastest solar roasted green chilies took 6 minutes, batches using propane took only 4. So if the fastest solar roasted chili took 6 minutes, then using these heliostats, making it fewer than 6 minutes, would actually reduce roasting time. So B's looking pretty good to me. Choice C. These connoisseurs prefer the flavor. No, it's not talking about flavor. It also doesn't mention the heliostats. D, the skins are easier to peel. No, it's not mentioning the heliostats. So then, yep, my choice B is my answer. So that is the HIP strategy. Hypothesis, inspect, purge. Let's try this with a medium question now.
Round 2.
All right. I want you to pause the video and try this one on your own first to get some practice. But here we go. First, hypothesis. Do we want to support or weaken? And as you can see, this time, we're actually wanting to weaken the claim. So they're using the word claim. But again, it's basically the same thing as hypothesis, right? So step 2, we're going to inspect the passage, looking for that hypothesis. And at the end there, sure enough, according to the archaeologist, this suggests, so this suggests is saying that there's a claim here, right? The notches were all made at one time by one individual as a means of counting something. So all at one time by one individual as a means of counting something. I'm guessing I might need a little bit more context, but let's see if we can get rid of anything just right off the bat. Parallel lines are a common feature in modern humans' early systems for recording numerical information. Just from that first answer alone, I'm thinking I'm going to need a little bit more context. So I'm going to go ahead and just read through the rest of the passage real quick. This is totally something that you can skip over on the easier questions, but this one, I don't think that's going to be the case. In the 1970s, a roughly 60,000-year-old piece of hyena bone marked with 9 notches were discovered. Okay, so it's telling us about where these notches are coming from. Although many believe that only modern humans developed systems for notating numbers, one archaeologist asserts that this artifact may be a sign that Neanderthals also recorded numerical information. The notches on the bone are unevenly spaced, but approximately parallel, and the microscopic analysis reveals that they were made with a single stone tool. Okay, so that gives me a little bit more context. Parallel lines are a common feature in modern humans' early systems of recording numerical information. That would support the claim because it says that they were approximately parallel. So then if parallel lines are common in recording numerical information, that would be in line with it being a means of counting something. So you notice I had one time, one individual counting something. If it supports any of those three, I'm going to get rid of it because I want to weaken it, remember. More than 9 approximately parallel notches made with a different stone tool are present on another artifact found at the site in Western France. So this also seems like it would be supporting it. We have a different artifact, but we have more parallel notches with a different tool. It seems like it would just be like another person. So that's sort of, I don't even know if it's supporting it, but it's definitely not weakening it, right? It would have taken careful effort to make evenly spaced lines on bone with the stone tools typically used by Neanderthals. That kind of seems to weaken it because if it were one person at one time, you would think that would be a really long time. How many notches did they say there were? 9 notches. Yeah, so if it's hard to do, then maybe one person wouldn't do it. So C kind of seems to work. Let me see what D says. Decorative art discovered at another site primarily features patterns of unevenly spaced parallel lines. Interesting. Okay. So now this would sort of speak to an alternative of it being used for counting something, right? Now we do want to most directly weaken it. So D is saying that these same types of lines are being used not for counting something, but for decorative art. Whereas C is saying it would have taken careful effort. Now, I was sort of inferring that careful effort, you might not want to have one individual doing it for, at one time, but that's sort of a stretch. The most direct weakening is straight up giving us an alternative, which is this decorative art. So choice D is going to be my answer.
Round 3.
All right, let's try our HIP strategy on a hard question. And you're going to notice this one's a bit different. It's obviously not science. In fact, we have a very short amount of text to start with, and then our answers are quotes from a novel. So try this on your own first, but let's see if we can use the HIP strategy anyway. Here, for our hypothesis, it says illustrates the claim. So illustrates basically means it agrees, it supports. So we want to support our hypothesis. In this case, they're calling it a claim. And as far as inspecting goes, we don't really have to inspect much. It tells us that we're going to have quotes from a novel. And here it says in the novel, and then this is basically our claim. So the author's portrayal of Dr. Prouty underscores the character's exaggerated sense of his own abilities. And that is the key claim here. We want a quote that shows exaggerated sense of his own abilities. All right. So let's eliminate anything that we don't think is giving us that. Choice A. It must not be taken as proved that Dr. Prouty was a man of great mental powers or even of much capacity for business. Such qualities had not been required in him. All right, so that doesn't really give us Dr. Prouty's perspective. So that can't show an exaggerated sense of his own abilities. So A is out. B, Dr. Prouty was comparatively young and had, as he fondly flattered himself, been selected as possessing such gifts, natural and acquired, as must be sure to recommend him to a yet higher notice. So some of the language here is a bit confusing, like to a yet higher notice. I've never used that phrase in my life. You can kind of infer that it means like a higher position or something like that. What I am seeing is as he fondly flattered himself, been selected as possessing such gifts, natural and acquired. So basically, he is flattering himself. He has a very high sense of his own abilities, his abilities being his gifts, natural and acquired. So that seems like a good candidate. I'm going to keep B for now. C says, Dr. Prouty's resilience in the metropolis rendered necessary by duties thus entrusted to him, his high connections, and the peculiar talents and nature of the man recommended him to persons in power. Somebody thinks highly of him, but this is not giving us his perspective. So because of that, it's not even an option. And then D, Dr. Prouty was certainly possessed of sufficient tact to answer the purpose for which he was required. So that one again, this actually ended up being really easy because B is the only answer that gives us his perspective as he fondly flattered himself. So B has to be our answer here. Step 1 is to figure out if you are supporting or weakening. And specifically, we're looking to see if we are supporting or weakening a claim, a hypothesis, an assertion. Different language will be used, but you get the picture. Now, this is actually a great example of when the question stem isn't quite as straightforward. It says, which choice most effectively uses data in the graph to complete the example? So all you have to remember is anytime it's asking you to complete the example, you're basically supporting the claim. So for this one, the claim would be several states saw rapid growth in the production of this resource. And again, we know we're supporting it because then it says, for example. So you're going to give an example of that claim that was just made. Step 2 is to express the claim in your own words. It goes without saying that you need to find the claim in order to express it in your own words, but I've already found my claim here. And the reason we put it in our own words is these types of questions will often have scientific language or other convoluted language that's kind of hard to wrap your head around. So if you can put it in your own words, it'll make it a lot easier for you to understand as we move on to the next step. Now with this step, there's something that you may or may not need to do based on the question, which is to cherry pick the passage to clarify the claim. You can't put it in your own words unless you understand it. And I would definitely recommend skimming and finding the claim first because you can save time, but you might need to go back and read parts of the passage just to clarify what that claim is. And again, this is a really great example because it says several states saw rapid growth in the production of this resource. I don't know what this resource is, but I know it's going to be in the sentence right before this. So I go back to that last sentence and then I find out the resource is copper. So in my own words, I'm going to say many states saw copper growth. And this simple statement is going to be a lot easier for me to track when I move on to step 3, which is to eliminate answers that don't weaken or support the claim. In this case, like we said, we're trying to support the claim. So I'm going to eliminate answers that don't support the idea that many states saw copper growth. A says the rise of copper slowed from 1902 to 1909. So we only have one state and it's not talking about growth, it's the opposite, so A is out. B says Montana and Arizona produced more copper than Michigan did in 1909. This one mentions multiple states, but it's not talking about many states seeing growth, it's rather comparing two of them to Michigan, so that also doesn't work. C, fewer than 100 million pounds were produced in Arizona. Again, it's the opposite of what we're looking for, and it's only mentioning one state. And then D, which has to be my answer, copper production rose significantly from 1889 to 1909 for Arizona, Michigan, and Montana. We got everything we need. We see growth, we see several states. And I know what you're thinking. What about the L? So L is a very optional step that you're usually not going to need. So really, most of the time, it's going to be phi versus graphs, right? But the L is to look at the graph or table to decide among the remaining options. This is why I made the graph so small in the corner here, because I knew we weren't probably not going to need to look at it. But what happens is, as you eliminate, if you end up with more than one answer that supports or weakens the claim, that's when you need to look at the graph to see which answer is actually untrue. We'll see that in a later question. But for now, let's move on to a medium question and see if we can feel our way through that one.
Round 2.
All right, here's the medium question. If you want to pause the video and go ahead and try it on your own first, you should be able to see everything right there. But for my purposes, I'm actually going to say goodbye to this graph because, again, I'm thinking we're probably not going to need it. Step 1, I need to figure out if I am supporting or weakening the claim. We can see here that I am supporting the claim. Now I need to express the claim in my own words. And this is not super long, but again, I'm going to skim. I see the word claim. Claims. In the US, amount of energy generated per newly installed turbine increased substantially. Okay, increased substantially between 2011 and 2021. All right, and I might need to underline more words here. These are just kind of the keywords that I'm focusing on, but as I look through the answers, if I find that it's important that I'm talking about the United States because the answer choices mention other countries, or if there's something other than newly installed turbine, maybe I'd go back and clarify, but for right now, this is what I'm focusing on. So in my own words, I'm going to say energy per new turbine, and I'm not mentioning the 2011 to 2021 here because I'm guessing that's what's being covered, but you don't have to guess. Like, we don't want to look at the graph in detail, but if I pull it up, we can just quickly look at the X and Y axes. And indeed, we have 2011 to 2021, right? So we know we're good. Anyway, moving on to E, let's eliminate answers that do not support energy per new turbine increased. All right, A says the percentage of newly installed turbines with rotor diameters greater than 130 increased every year. So this is talking about turbines with specific diameters increasing between 2011 and 2021. That seems so weird compared to what I wrote that I'm going to investigate. And this is where you want to go back and start cherry picking, right? Because you realize that these rotor diameters might have something to do with the answer as well. So then if I go back, we have the larger a turbine's rotor diameter, the greater amount of energy. So now in my head, I'm thinking whenever I see larger turbine, it means more energy. Anyway, the percentage of newly installed turbines with rotor diameters greater than 130 meters increased every year between 2011 and 2021. So that seems like it could work because if we had these larger diameters, it should mean more energy. In 2011, nearly 80% of turbines installed had rotor diameters of less than 100 meters, whereas only a little more than 20% of turbines installed had rotor diameters of 100 to 115 meters. This one is only talking about 2011, so I can get rid of it. C, no turbines installed in 2011 had rotor diameters greater than 115 meters, whereas the majority of turbines installed in 2021 had rotor diameters greater than 130 meters. So that one could also work because we see the smaller diameters in 2011 compared to the larger ones in 2021, which again means more energy. And at this point, we know we're actually going to end up going to step 4 and look at the graph. So I'm going to actually pull it up right now and see if I could eliminate answer A or answer C. And again, at this point, we're just seeing if the claims are actually true according to the graph. So A is saying the percentage of newly installed turbines with rotor diameters greater than 130 increased every year between 2011 and 2021. Let's see if that's true. And remember, it said greater than 130 meters. So we're looking at this triangle, and immediately we can see it did not increase every year. It remained pretty stagnant until 2018. So we can get rid of A now. And then C, no turbines installed in 2011 had rotor diameters greater than 115, whereas the majority of turbines installed in 2021 had a rotor diameters greater than 130 meters. All right, let's see if that's true. So the first claim was that no turbines from 2011 had greater than 115 meters. If we go to 2011, that is true because we have 100 to 115 meters, so not greater than 115. And then here we have less than 100 meters, also not greater than 115. So the first part of that is true. And then the second part said the majority in 2021 had diameters greater than 130. Remember, that's our triangle. And if we look, that is not the majority. The majority is going to be this star guy here, which is 115 to 130. So we can get rid of C. And by default, our answer is going to be D, but let's just go ahead and double check. It says most turbines in 2011 had rotor diameters less than 100 meters. If we go here, we can see that that's true. Again, our majority is this square. The square is indeed less than 100 meters. The second claim was turbines in 2021 had root diameters of at least 115. Looking at our graph, that is also true. We can see that less than 100 meters has dropped to 0, and we barely have any of these guys that are under 115. So indeed, like it's saying, most turbines in 2021 had rotor diameters of at least 115 meters. So right there, really good example of when you do need to use the L in feel. All right, let's see if we can feel our way through a hard question.
Round 3.
All right, here's the hard question. If you wanted to go ahead and try to do it on your own first, pause the video, but let's get into the strategy. I'm going to say goodbye to this graph and get started with figuring out if I'm supposed to support or weaken the hypothesis. And we have our first example of weakening the hypothesis. So then what is the hypothesis? I'm going to work backwards because the hypothesis does tend to be towards the end. In this case, I'm skimming, and it actually breaks that rule. It comes in the second sentence. Hypothesize, municipalities are much more likely to respond. All right, so more likely respond to firms and offer incentives if expansions can be announced in time to benefit local elected officials than if they can't. All right, so moving on to expressing things in my own words, I'm going to say announced on time means more response and incentives. So this one, I'm really just honing in on some of the key words there. And if I need to clarify once I start reading the answer choices, then I'll clarify, but let's see if this works for now. Okay. Going on to eliminate. A large majority that received an inquiry mentioning plans for an announcement before the next election didn't respond. Okay, so we have before the next election, which we can infer is, on time. So A would work to weaken the hypothesis because if they didn't respond to the inquiry, then that would go against more responses for announcing on time. However, it doesn't mention anything about incentives. It only mentions responding. So we're going to get rid of A for that reason. B says the proportion that responded or offered incentives, so this time we have both, responded or offered incentives, didn't substantially differ across announcement timing conditions. Okay, so that's straight up saying it didn't matter if they announced on time. The inquiries and incentives had no correlation with that. So that actually matches, again, if we're trying to weaken that hypothesis. So I'm going to keep B. C says only around half that responded offered incentives. This one is tricky because it's mentioning response and it's mentioning incentives and it's talking about on time. However, this is not showing us that they were less likely to respond or offer incentives in general if they got the announcement in time. It's taking a subset. It's saying of those who responded. So it is not directly matching that hypothesis and weakening it like we want. And then finally, D, of those who received an inquiry mentioning plans for an announcement date after. Okay, so this one would be like not on time. More than 1,200 didn't respond and only 100 offered incentives. So this is the opposite of what we're looking for. This would support the idea. It's saying if you're late, you get fewer responses, you get fewer incentives. So D is out and B is going to be our answer. And pretty cool thing, even though that was the hard question, we didn't have to look at the graph.
I love lamp. I love lamp.
Round 1.
The L in lamp stands for last sentence. We're going to start with the last sentence of the paragraph. Here we have, hence, the pay-as-you-wish model may blank. So why did we just look at the last sentence? Because our next step is to assess the passage based on the sentence. And the reason I'm saying assess instead of read is a lot of these we don't need to read the whole passage, and I want to save you as much time as possible. So what am I looking for? I'm definitely looking for keywords like hence. Hence means therefore. It is a cause and effect transition word, which tells me the information that I need is probably going to be in the 1 or 2 sentences right before this, because it's saying, therefore, the pay-as-you-wish model may blank. This sentence is starting with but, so I do want to go back one more sentence possibly. We get only about 1% opted to pay for the album, resulting in earnings below expectations. But they also discuss this other guy who saw significant earnings from pay-as-you-wish. So just from that, I'm seeing we've got one person who made less money because of pay-as-you-wish, and we've got another person who made more. So the pay-as-you-wish model may, and now I'm going to do the M in LAMP, which is make a prediction. I'm going to make a prediction that the pay-as-you-wish model might help you make more money, or it might cause you to not make as much money. That seems to be what's happening here, right? And then finally, the P is going to be to purge answers that do not match your prediction. There's a little vocabulary word for you. Let's go ahead and do that last step. So A, prove financial success for some musicians, but disappointing for others. That's literally what I just said, so that's probably my answer. B, hold greater financial appeal for bands than, nope. C, cause most musicians who use the model to lower the suggested price. Nope. D, more strongly reflect differences in certain. Nope. Yeah, so just like that, using the LAMP method, I've gotten one correct answer. Now, this was an easy question, but let's move on to a medium question and see how the strategy holds up.
Round 2.
All right, definitely pause the video, see if you can do this one on your own first, using that LAMP method, of course, but let's go ahead and get into it. So our last sentence, pretty long one here, is going to start from however. However, a group of researchers recently reviewed hundreds of food-related paintings that found lemons, which could only be acquired in the Netherlands, feature in Dutch paintings more than 3 times as frequently as dairy products do, thereby casting doubt on the idea that blank. Okay, keyword here is however, so I do need to go back and at least look at the sentence before. Some art historians, noting that dairy products were a major component in the Dutch diet, interpret these depictions as reflections of everyday Dutch eating habits. This one also says these depictions, so I know I'm going to go backwards again. What depictions? Tables filled with large wheels of cheese or carved shards of butter. Okay, so now I have a pretty good understanding. And for this one, I did end up reading the whole thing, but I knew what I was looking for the whole time, which is really helpful. I'm trying to figure out what idea we're going to cast doubt on. And what I've gathered is historians thought that these tables filled with large wheels of cheese were reflections of everyday eating habits, but we also see that there's a ton of lemons, which are not easy to get a hold of. So that doesn't make sense. So I think it casts doubt on the idea that this art actually depicted everyday Dutch eating habits. So that's what my prediction is. That's the M. Remember, make a prediction. Let's go ahead and purge answers that do not match that prediction. Dairy products were a more significant component than lemons. Nope. Food was more popular. Nope. Depictions of food should not be taken as realistic. Yes, that's exactly my prediction. And honestly, I would probably just circle this and be done with it. But if you weren't feeling confident, you definitely want to eliminate all your answers. Dutch painters may have depicted foods for symbolic reasons. No. So there you go. The LAMP method is still holding up. Let's see if it can hold up to a hard question.
Round 3.
All right, we've got a hard question here. Again, I encourage you to pause the video, see if the lamp works for you. I'm going to see if it works for me. Last sentence. Therefore, for a rail to remain viable alternative to short haul flights. Okay, right off the bat, I've got this word therefore, which means cause and effect. So I'm going to go backwards. However, the model suggests that as rail passenger volumes approach current capacity limits, long lead times emerge. All right, and this one starts with however, so I know I'm gonna have to go backwards again. Planes travel faster than trains, but air travel typically requires 3 hours of lead time for security, baggage handling, and boarding that rail travel doesn't. So short haul routes take similar amounts of time by air and by rail. Okay, so I feel like I've got enough information here. Basically, it's saying if you're traveling a shorter distance, you end up spending just as much time by train because of all this lead time, they're calling it. But then it says, as capacity limits increase, specifically for trains, you get these longer lead times. So for rail to remain viable, I'm going to say they need to do something about capacity limits. So they need to either have like bigger trains or more trains available. Something like that would be my prediction. Let's go and purge our answers. And yeah, we're eliminating, we're crossing out. I chose purge because I love lamp. I wanted lamp. All right. Rail systems should offer fewer long haul routes and airlines should offer more long haul routes. No, that's not going to help with capacity limits. And also we're focusing on rail. We're focusing on the trains, right? We don't care about the airlines. Rail systems may need to schedule additional trains for these routes. Yeah, that could totally work. It says may need, and I like the language here because if it said they need to, that would be way too confident. But by saying may need to, you know, we're making a little inference here, and this is an inference question. C, security baggage handling and boarding procedures may need to be implemented for rail. No, that would make it even worse. D, passengers who travel by rail will need to accept that lead times will be similar. No, it's not on the passengers. We're trying to see what rail systems can do to remain viable. We can't just assume that passengers are going to change their minds. So we got our answer B. If you guys are interested in more math related hacks, let me know in the comments. And if you want some free practice materials, go ahead and use the link in the description. In this video, we're going to cover everything you need to know about verb tense on the SAT, starting with how to spot verb tense questions. The first thing you always want to do when you notice verbs as your answer choices is the odd verb out trick. This is going to tell you whether or not you're dealing with subject-verb agreement or verb tense. In this question, for example, we take a look, we see that we do indeed have verbs as our answer choices. And the odd verb out trick is simply going to be either matching these up with they or matching them up with he or she. So we would say they are, they were, they have been, but we would say she is. So the odd verb out is because it's the only one that works with she. Everything else would work with they. And if this trick doesn't work, then you're dealing with verb tense. All right, now that we've got that covered, let's talk about the rules. Starting with number 1, use the simple present tense for general facts or habits. This question right here is a great example of a habit. So let's quickly read through this. Since the fall of the Galactic Empire, many Outer Rim settlements have developed new systems of local governance. On Lothal, for instance, the reestablished Planetary Council regularly blank. So, big clue here is regularly. Regularly means something that happens over and over again, aka a habit. So we want to use the simple present tense. Measures. Regularly measures matters of trade, defense, and interplanetary relations. And the cool thing about this is you might be a little bit tricked because we have the present perfect tense here, right? Have developed. So this might cause you to try and use, either would have measured or will have been measuring using that same have, or even going with the past perfect tense. But in fact, we do want to just go with the simple present tense again, because it is current and it is a habit that is current. This would be another example of when you want to use the simple present tense, but rather than a habit, we have a fact. You want to use the simple present tense for facts, as long as those facts remain true today, I should say. Before we go over this one, though, let me just real quick show you how the odd verb out trick is going to fail when you do have a verb tense question. So if I said, he facilitates, he had facilitated, but I could also say they had facilitated. So as soon as he and they or she and they both work for an answer, you know that the odd verb out trick is not going to work and you're dealing with verb tense. So we have across many systems, independent medical stations rely on Bacta, a healing compound derived from a rare algae because it blank. So it's telling us it does this thing. We also have the clue of, simple present tense rely, but it facilitates regeneration. This is a fact. There's no reason to complicate things. So we're just going to go with simple present tense facilitates. Rule number 2, use the simple past tense to narrate completed past events. And yes, you're definitely going to need to rely on context to know that we are indeed talking about something from the past. So in this question, for example, we get long before Frodo's journey. So already we know we're in the past because before. The elven smith Celebrimbor secretly forged 3 rings of power without Sauron's guidance. We also see the simple past tense here. He then blank them to the wisest of his kind. So we know that this is something that is completed from the past. So we're going to go with the simple past tense entrusted. Rule number 3 is to use the past perfect tense for earlier past actions. That is to say, you're talking about an action that happened in the past before another action that happened in the past. I'll show you what I mean. So in this question, we actually get a really similar starting question stem, right? Long before, same thing as the last question, but let's see how it's different from the last question. Long before Aang awoke from the iceberg and began his journey to master the elements, members of the White Lotus, believing the Avatar cycle was lost. And let's just go ahead and use best practices. We've got some non-essential information here, so let's eliminate that to make things a little bit easier. So if you remember the last question, we had sort of a sequence of events. We had long before this, such and such happened, and then, so it was a sequence of events. So we wanted to stay in the simple past tense. But here it's saying, long before Aang awoke from the iceberg and began his journey to master the elements, members of the White Lotus blank. So this is something that happened before this other thing happened, which means we could definitely use the past perfect tense, which is going to be had launched. And in case you're wondering, could we also use the simple past tense launched? You could use the simple past tense here, but the SAT is never going to give you 2 options that are correct. So in this case, we don't have to worry about that, right? Our only viable option is choice B. Rule number 4 is to simply use the future tense for things that will happen in the future. And I do think these are pretty straightforward, but basically there's going to be some context clue telling you that we're referring to the future, and we're going to choose the future tense. If you could choose electric sacks store enough power to short circuit small machinery, a trait researchers have been studying for years. So here's a little bit of trickery because we have the past perfect continuous tense, but then it says you blank more in the next section. So this in the next section is telling you that this is going to happen in the future. We're sort of reading some sort of a history book about Pikachu or a science book about Pikachu. So if we're going to go to the next section, that's not going to happen until the future. So in that case, it would be you will learn more about this in the next section. So when you're looking for context clues, be careful not to just focus on verbs. Sometimes you'll find like a prepositional phrase like this one that gives you the clue that you're looking for, telling you where you really should be. Rule number 5 is to use the infinitive for purpose or goals. Let's take a look at this one, for example. We have in The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, author Suzanne Collins introduces a young Coriolanus Snow as a mentor in the Hunger Games, blank the origins of his ruthless ideology. So these questions, if you're a native speaker of English especially, you should be able to just fill in the blank and you're going to be able to tell out loud which one is correct. But if you are not a native speaker of English, or for some reason this concept just confuses you, try to remember what I just said, that the infinitive is going to be used for purpose or for goals. So, the infinitive is going to be, to verb, so to reveal in this case. And we do have a goal. The goal is she introduces him because she wants to reveal the origins of his ruthless ideology. So that is the purpose or the goal for her introducing him. So then we get, she introduces him to reveal the origins of his ruthless ideology. Rule number 6 is to use the present perfect tense to describe things that started in the past and have continued until now. And you notice I just used it, have continued until now. So looking at this question, we have, since the mysterious incident at Hawkins National Library in the early 1980s, local residents blank unexplained phenomena ranging from flickering lights to sightings of creatures believed to originate from an alternate dimension. So we have the word since, which is the big giveaway that whatever action occurred, it has occurred until now. That's what since means, right? It has been happening since the mysterious incident at Hawkins National Library. So this is a key clue here. And then our verb is reported. So since the subject is local residents, plural, rather than saying has reported, we would say have reported. So choice C is our answer here. And again, this is something that has happened since the mysterious incident at Hawkins National Library, and it continues until today. That's why we go with the present perfect tense. And finally, rule number 7 is to use the base verb, that is just your standard unmodified version of the verb after the word would, could, or any other modal or helping verb. In our example here, we see, to shield Hyrule from Ganon's advancing forces, the sages channeled their power into a magical seal that, if broken, would unleash chaos. And so we have our modal verb would, also known as a helping verb, would unleash and would disrupt. We're going to use would for not just this verb, but the verb that follows. Basically, it gets to command all of the verbs in a compound list of verbs. So choice B is going to be our answer. What you just learned is just a small sliver of what I teach in my full English bundle. These 3 courses are designed to teach you everything you need to know to get a perfect 800 in the English section. They also include access to over 500 original practice questions. I'll go ahead and leave a discount for you in the description of this video. I've compiled 35 hard English questions to help you boost your score on the upcoming SAT. You won't find these questions on the College Board practice exams, so there's no spoilers. And I made sure to include every single type of question you're going to run into in the English section. Let's get started. All right, this should go without saying, but please pause the video and try each question on your own first. That's how you're going to get the most value out of this video. But let's go and get started. So we've got words in context, and I'm just going to pay attention to the context and come up with a prediction. So given that conditions in binary star systems should make planetary formation nearly impossible, it's not surprising that the existence of planets in such systems has lacked blank explanation. So if planetary formation is nearly impossible, that's some pretty good context saying that the existence of planets would lack a clear explanation. So I'm going to say clear. And I'm actually not going to read the rest of this because I don't feel like I need it, at least not for the time being. Discernible does kind of mean clear. It means that you can understand it. Straightforward also means clear, so I would keep that one as well. Inconclusive does not work. Unbiased does not work. And then between discernible and straightforward, when I said clear, I did mean a straightforward explanation. A discernible basically means like comprehensible, understandable, which is not exactly what I meant. So my answer here is going to be B. All right, same thing. Pause the video, try it on your own first. This is the last time I will remind you. While most animals are incapable of passing somatic mutations, and I'm going to kind of ignore the non-essential information there, off to their offspring, elkhorn coral presents an intriguing blank. And then I get a colon. So this colon is telling me that whatever comes after the colon is an example of what should be in the blank space. So I really do want to read this. In this study, researchers found that elkhorn coral produced offspring that inherited somatic mutations from a parent. So if the first sentence is telling us that most animals are incapable, but then we get this intriguing blank where Elcor and Coral do inherit some of the mutations from their parent. That would be like an exception. So I'm going to say an intriguing exception. Hypothesis does not match. Affinity does not match. Anomaly is exactly what I'm looking for. And I'm not even going to worry about the rest here because that is pretty much a 1-for-1 match with what I said. All right. Some foraging models predict that distance bees travel when foraging will decline as floral density increases. But these guys showed that bee behavior is inconsistent with this prediction if flowers and dense patches are blank. And again, we have a colon, so I really want to make sure that I look at this because it's going to be an example probably of what's here. Bees will forage beyond patches of low species richness to acquire multiple resource types. So if the flowers are blank, low species richness, so that's kind of the phrase that I'm trying to match. And with these, you're always looking for specific words or phrases that you can match with. So my prediction would be, let's see, what's low species richness? I'll just say all the same. You don't necessarily need to have a single word as your prediction, right? So all the same. Depleted, no. Homogeneous means all the same. We're good. All right, number 4. The following is from a 1910 poem. In the poem, the speaker is addressing this guy who is a Black author. So don't skip the beginning. The first part where it tells you who wrote it and the year is not usually as important, but the context can sometimes be really important. And we're looking for main purpose here. With main purpose, it's going to be kind of like main idea, except for a little bit more vague. Think more, what is the text doing rather than what is the text about? So, thou, that means you, with stroke of mighty pen, hast hold of joy and mirth, and read the hearts and souls of men as cradled from their birth. The language of the flowers, thou hast read them all, and in the little brook responded to thy call. So my prediction here, since I know that it's to this author, it seems like the poem just has some nice things to say about the author, like being able to relate to people with their literature. So my prediction is going to be just like saying nice things about this author. So A, to praise a certain writer for being especially perceptive regarding people and nature. That matches what I was saying. To establish that a certain writer has read extensively. That's part of it, but that's not what I said. That's more like a detail. Call attention a certain writer's careful and elaborately detailed writing process. That doesn't really talk about how it was relating to people because, read the hearts and souls of men. That's relating to people. To recount fond memories of an afternoon spent. No, there's no indication that the speaker actually knew the author. So yeah, A is our answer here. All right, we've got main idea this time. So now we do want to know what the text is about. So you'll see how that's a little bit different from the main purpose. Following text is adapted. Poem is addressed to a close friend as if he were physically present. So, weary with toil, I hurry to my bed. The dear repose for limbs with travel tired. But then begins a journey in my head to work my mind when body's works expired. For what then my thoughts, far where I abide, begin a zealous pilgrimage to thee, and keep my drooping eyelids open wide. So this is tough because there's a lot of complex language. So let's unpack a little bit of this. Weary with toil. So toil is work. I'm tired. I've been working. Kind of goes into detail about that. But then begins a journey in my head to work my mind. So even though his body is tired, body's work expired, but then my mind is doing work. For then my thoughts begin a pilgrimage to thee. Thee means you. So basically, I'm trying to go to sleep. I'm super tired, but I'm thinking about you, and I can't go to sleep because I'm thinking about you. That's going to be my prediction. So the speaker is asleep? No, the speaker can't sleep. The speaker is planning a trip. No. The speaker is too fatigued to continue a discussion. No, the friend's not actually there. The speaker is thinking about the friend instead of immediately falling asleep. Boom. Yes. All right. This is going to be a logically completes the text, which would be an inference. And for these, I like to start with the last sentence containing the blank space just to kind of set myself up for what I need to be focusing on. And it says, according to Mulvey's logic, this scene should affect viewers by blank. So I know that I want to pay attention to how a scene is going to affect us according to whoever Mulvey is. So Mulvey has theorized that in narrative, shots issuing from a protagonist's point of view compel viewers to identify with the character. So protagonist's point of view means we understand the protagonist. Such identification is heightened by invisible editing or editing so inconspicuous that it renders cuts between shots almost unnoticeable. So adding to that, if we have a camera that's sort of invisible, that helps. Conversely, Mulvey proposes that conspicuous editing or an absence of point of view shots would induce a more critical stance. Consider, for example, the attic scene in Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds, a conspicuously edited sequence of 10 shots, few of which correspond to the protagonist's point of view. Okay, so if Mulvey thinks that invisible editing and point of view means we relate to the protagonist, this is the opposite of that. So I'm thinking we would not feel like we can relate to the protagonist. So obscuring awareness of high degree of artifice. No, that doesn't even say anything about characters. Lessening their identification with the protagonist. Yes. If not alienating them from the character altogether. That fits. Compelling them to identify with the film's director. That's out of scope. Nope. Diverting their attention away from the film's content. No. So choice B is our answer. All right. Same thing here. This suggests that in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, so I want to pay attention to something that might be suggested about these centuries. The increased integration of digital technologies throughout the process of book creation in these centuries lowered the cost of book production. But those decreased costs have been most significant in the manufacturing and distribution process, which occurs after the authoring, editing, and design of the books are complete. So authoring, editing, and design, apparently the cost didn't go down as much, but the manufacturing and distribution, the costs have go down. This suggests that blank. This is a hard one. So occasionally with these, you're going to have a hard time coming up with a prediction, but I'm just going to basically say if the costs were most significant in manufacturing and distribution, then these other costs didn't go down. I don't know. Let's go through and just start eliminating because this is a tough one to actually come up with a prediction for, which will happen occasionally. Digital technologies made it easier than previously for authors to write very long works and get them published. It doesn't say anything about digital technologies, so absolutely not. Customers generally expected the cost of books to decline. It also doesn't say anything about the customers, so no. Publishers increased the variety of their offerings by printing more unique titles, but also printed fewer copies of each title. That also doesn't really make any sense. So I hope it's D. The costs of writing, editing, and designing were less affected by the technologies used than were the costs of manufacturing. Yeah, that's like basically what it says here. So not much of an inference, more of a restatement of what we already know. Kind of interesting there. All right. Which would most strongly support the researcher's prediction? So I hope you're noticing that with reading, you always want to start with the question because it's going to tell you what kind of reading question it is. And depending on that, you're going to want to approach things differently. So for command of evidence like this one, we want to just focus on the researcher's prediction, and then we want to try and support it. So typically the prediction will come at the end. So I like to actually kind of read backwards with these. So we get, given these positive effects, these guys predict, and sure enough, it's right there, The model increases the probability that, as adults, former students of the school will transmit the language to younger generations in their community. So that gives us the prediction, but there are some terms that we need to make sure we understand because it says the model. So we need to know what model. Also, the school. So we need to know what the school is and what the model is. So with that in mind, let's just quickly skim through this. All right, so we're talking about indigenous children and an indigenous language. And the language nest model is the model that we're talking about. So with that in mind, we want to look for evidence that supports the idea that the more of this language nest is used, the more former students of that school are going to teach the language to younger generations in their community. So let's go through and eliminate. These adults who didn't attend the school feel roughly the same degree of cultural pride. So this is talking about pride. It's not talking about language. After transferring to the school, new students experience an increase in both fluency and academic performance. So this is talking about students going to the school. It's talking about the language, but it's not talking about them passing the language on to younger generations in the community. As adults, former students are just as likely to continue living in their community. That doesn't mention language at all. As they complete secondary or higher education, former students of the school experience no loss of fluency or cultural pride. Okay, so I don't love that one, but if we compare it to the other answers, even though it doesn't mention them passing it on, we are just looking to support it. So if they experience no loss of fluency or cultural pride, I guess we could make that connection that they would teach it to their the younger generations in their community. And it is talking about probability, because the other one that was kind of similar to this one, if we bring it back, was choice A, I think. But this is talking about students who did not attend the school feeling the same cultural pride, and it didn't mention language as before. So even though I don't like D, I like it better than the other answers, and that is the correct answer. All right. Again, we've got supporting the conclusion. So this is going to be command of evidence. In this case, they concluded that sediment influx in these streams may have been sufficiently spatially diffuse to prevent the typical sorting effect from being observed. Oh my goodness, what does that mean? So this is kind of pointing to the why. But the big thing I'm seeing here is this sediment influx prevent typical sorting effect. Let's figure out what the sorting effect is at least. Skimming here, we have inverse correlation between sediment grain size and downstream distance from the primary sediment source, suggesting that stream length has a sorting effect on sediment. So that would be the sorting effect, I suppose. Basically, this inverse correlation between grain size and downstream distance. So basically, as they go downstream, the grain size gets smaller. And I want to support that idea that we are not seeing that happen, because it says it prevents that typical sorting effect, right? So let's take a look. The streams regularly experience portions of their banks collapsing into the water at multiple points upstream of the sampling sites. And this is supposed to be a finding about the streams in the study. So the streams in the study experience portions of their banks collapsing into the water at multiple points upstream of these sampling sites. So that would support the part here about sediment influx, because influx, in case you're not familiar with that word, basically means like a whole bunch of something all at once. So if we have parts of the banks collapsing, that would be a big influx in sediment, because a bunch of sediment's going to basically fall into the river. That would make sense. So I'm going to keep A. B, the streams contain several types of sediment that are not typically found in streams where sorting effect has been demonstrated. So it doesn't really say anything about different types of sediment. Again, it's talking more about that sediment influx. We don't see that here, so that's not going to work. The streams mostly originate from the same source, but their lengths vary. That also doesn't say anything about the influx. The streams are fed by multiple tributaries that carry significant volumes of sediment and that enter the streams downstream of the sampling sites. Okay, so this would be an influx. Significant volumes of sediment and that enter the streams downstream of the sampling sites. The issue is the sampling sites, if they're downstream of the sampling sites, this influx would not have had an effect by then, because downstream means like afterwards. Whereas here it says upstream, which means it would have happened before they got to the sampling sites. So D, very tricky, but not our answer. It's going to be choice A here. All right, again, we're supporting a conclusion. So let's find that conclusion. Concluded that BOVB is transmitted from snakes to frogs via HT. Cool. If we want to support that idea, I don't know what BOVB is. I don't know what HT is, but I'm going to see if I can get away with starting to eliminate here, because I'm assuming they're going to repeat that language in the answer choices. And that's definitely something that you want to get used to, is trying to ignore the scientific jargon and just kind of take it for what it is, right? It's going to show up in the answers, hopefully. So BOVB can be transmitted across frog species through HT. So this is across frog species, but we want from snakes to frogs. So I would say no to choice A. B, parasites known to feed on species of snakes and frogs in which BOVB gene occurs also carry BOVB. All right, so this one, we do have snakes and frogs, and we have a parasite that can, ostensibly carry BOVB from one to the other. I don't know what HT is, so let's see if they give us a definition. I'm going to quickly look at the passage, and I see HT, one species, often bacteria, passes genetic material to an unrelated species. Okay, so often bacteria, basically horizontal transfer would be, I guess, some species like bacteria or possibly parasites passing it over. So that actually seems to fit. C, BOVB cannot be reliably transmitted from snake to bacteria. So that's the opposite of what we want. Frog species with BOVB show few discernible advantages. That doesn't even mention snakes. So yeah, choice B here. Okay, we've got function of the underlined sentence, and this is kind of like the purpose questions, except for we're trying to find the purpose of just the underlined portion. So more of a detail-oriented question. And I do sometimes like to just read the underlined portion and maybe the sentence before, the sentence after, but this is short enough. I'm just going to go ahead and read the whole thing here, and then I'll make a prediction. So the release of this book isolated the author from all other scholars and activists. Though many of the thinkers disagreed with each other, he found ways to disagree with them all. Okay, so far we have this guy who wrote a book, disagreed with everyone else in the civil rights movement. He thought that activists who believed that Black people, such as himself, should culturally assimilate were naive. But he also sharply criticized Black nationalists who wanted to establish independent, self-contained Black economies and societies, even though Cruz himself identified as a Black nationalist. All right, so the underlined portion, and remember, with purpose and with function, we're going to want to keep it somewhat vague. Think about what it's doing rather than what it's about. So it seems to be giving sort of a caveat being an exception that contrasts with this, because it says he thinks activists who think Black people should assimilate are naive, but he also criticized people who are too extreme on his side. So I would say it gives us a contrast or an exception or a caveat to what was just said. That would be my prediction. Let's take a look. Describes a direction that he felt the civil rights movement ought to take. That one we could maybe infer, but it's more talking about what he thinks is too extreme rather than what he actually believes. So I would say no. Indicates that his reputation as a persistent antagonist is undeserved. That doesn't seem to fit at all with what I said. It describes a controversy that his work caused within the movement. Controversy? I don't think so. It seems he was a controversial person and disagreed with a lot of people, but there's no mention of an actual incident, so no. It helps explain his position with respect to the community of civil rights thinkers. That was not my prediction, but I totally see how that works. By explaining how he thinks this is not good, but this is too extreme, it does help to explain his position. So I'm going to say, yeah, choice D works. All right, we've got the lovely cross-text connections. And with these, there's something very specific I like to do. I like to see who's responding because more often than not, someone is responding to someone else. So in this case, text 2 is responding. And I actually like to start with whoever will be responding because we can take on the persona of that text as we read through the other text. So I'm going to read text 2 first and just come up with kind of a main idea. So an Australian research team weakened the cause. And to be clear, for this reading stuff, I would be reading it all in my head, making these decisions quickly. So just to kind of demonstrate that, I'm just going to read in my head and then let you know what I'm pulling out as the main idea. As always, pause the video, read everything, and try it on your own first. But here we go. Even though people thought this chicken was not from Polynesia, new evidence says it is from Polynesia. So that's going to be the perspective that I'm coming in with when I read text 1. And specifically, I want to look at the underlying claim. So let's see if we can just get away with that. Polynesian peoples, not later Europeans, probably first introduced chickens to South America. So if we talk about the new evidence favoring Polynesian origin, at the very least, these two seem to be agreeing with the idea that they came from Polynesia. So yeah, I'm going to look for some sort of an agreement. By broadly agreeing with the claim, but objecting that the timeline it proposes conflicts with the findings. So there's no timeline mentioned in text 2, so I'm going to say no. By faulting the claim for implying that animals couldn't have been transferred, I'm looking for more of an agreement. By critiquing the claim for being based on an assumption that that also seems kind of weird. By noting that while the claim is persuasive, the findings this team provides stronger evidence for it than the findings of the genetic analysis. Okay, so this one is saying we agree, but my findings are stronger than your findings. I don't love that, but let's take a look now at the specifics. So text 1 is saying these guys analyzed a chicken bone. And then these other guys found that South American chickens and Polynesian breeds share other genetic markers that European breeds lack. Story also found that these chickens share a unique genetic mutation with ancient breeds of the Polynesian islands. I mean, I guess this is the best answer. It's not my favorite answer, but oh, I see it now. It's because at the very beginning of text 2, it says the case was weakened because they confirmed that this mutation identified by Story, that's this person, has actually occurred in other breeds from around the world. So this was an issue before. This is straight up referring to this. So you see how by process of elimination, you can still get to the right answer. I mean, I probably should have noticed that at first. I just didn't. And that just goes to show that if you use the right strategy, you can still get to the right answer, even if you miss something important like that. Although I guess I did find it. All right, let's move on. All right, now we're getting to the good stuff. Just a friendly reminder to pause the video and try these all on your own first. But we're going to start from the sentence with the underlined portion, as I always do with punctuation. And I'm going to ignore this because this is all introductory. The portraits reveal themselves to be quilts. and the stitching barely visible among the thousands of pieces of printed microcut fabric. Okay, so I read this as if it were A. That definitely doesn't work because that would be fragment. The portraits revealed themselves to be quilts, the stitching barely visible among the thousands of pieces. Oh, okay, so that does work. Choice B here, we have a full independent clause and then a comma, then everything after the comma is non-essential information that acts as a modifier for everything that came before. So choice B works, and we can only have one right answer. So I'm just going to choose it and move on. So again, I'm going to start from the sentence with the underlined portion. This is all introductory, so I'm going to ignore it. And I'm going to start here. An Elvis taxon is not a real thing. However, it is a misidentified look-alike. So the first thing I'm noticing is we have two independent clauses. An Elvis taxon is not a real thing, and it is a misidentified look-alike. So I am going to need to have some sort of an independent clause breaker-upper. Like we said in the last one, we could have a comma and a coordinating conjunction, we could have a period, or we could have a semicolon. Choice D gives us a period, and then we're ending the sentence with however to contradict what came before. All right, I guess this is all just one sentence. So we have this museum was founded in 1931 with the goal of showcasing the culture and history of the Mohegan tribe. And today, nearly a century later, it is the oldest native-owned and operated museum in the country. All right, so always thinking about independent clauses and dependent clauses. We do have two independent clauses here. We have this first one ending with the Mohegan tribe. And then we have today, it's the oldest museum in the country. So between that, we would need period, a semicolon, or a comma and a coordinating conjunction. We get a comma and a coordinating conjunction with choice A. So that is our answer. All right, also another very long sentence. But we do have some stuff that I think I can ignore. So we have this writer has won acclaim for her powerful short stories, novels, and essays. Praising her lyrical yet unflinching depictions of her native country's history, this person has compared Okay, so again, I'm noticing two independent clauses. We have this writer has won acclaim for these things. And then a new sentence, praising her depictions, this writer has done this thing. So starting with the word praising, we have a new sentence, and I'm already seeing choice D actually starts a new sentence with a period. So it's going to be choice D. The field of geological oceanography owes much to American geologist Mary Tharp. I already know just from reading it out loud that it's going to be no punctuation, choice B, because American geologist Mary Tharp is all our subject, and we do not want to separate the subject up with commas. It doesn't make any sense. This might look like an appositive to you, but this is actually an appositive imposter. If you want to know more about appositive imposters, check out my English course where I go into great detail about that. I'll leave a link in the description for you. And in fact, I'll give you a huge discount on it. If you get the course before the May SAT, I will give you all of my courses for only $50. So go ahead and use the link in the description if you want to take advantage of that. All right, I can see we've got verbs. The first thing you always want to do with verbs is play the odd verb out trick. So we could say, is it going to work with singular he, or is it going to work with plural they? He already served, they already served. Since we have an answer that works for both, the odd verb out trick's not going to work. And I'm going to move on to looking at context. This is going to be about tense, right? So a second generation Japanese American, this person blank in World War II and won 2 amateur national basketball championships. So we're looking for some form of past tense just based off of that, because one is past tense. So I'm going to get rid of C, and then we get he was blank when he joined the Knicks. So this person blank and won 2 championships when he joined the Knicks. So the simple past tense is not really going to work with a when statement. What we want to say is that something had already happened, not something already happened. We want that past perfect tense, which we get in choice D. Was already serving would also not make sense, because if he was already serving in 1941 and then this happened in 1947, that doesn't really make sense, right? So choice B is also not going to work. So yeah, the past perfect tense had already served. And just keep in mind, this is a common way to talk about something happening. Like, I had already eaten 5 sandwiches when I ordered the hot dog, right? That's one of the ways that we use the past perfect tense. The past perfect tense just being indicated by had, and the past participle served. All right, we've got another verb-based question here. So I would do the same thing. Can I say, for A, he to rain? Okay, we have an infinitive, so that whenever you see an infinitive that is to and verb, we know that the odd verb out is not going to work. So instead, I'm going to consider my other options. And I'm going to try to get away with just reading this sentence. These spherical bits of glass form when asteroids collide with the planet, ejecting bits of molten rock into the atmosphere that blank. So this is like non-essential information, so I'm going to ignore it. And I'm going to try to base my answer just off of saying ejecting bits of molten rock into the atmosphere that raining back onto Mars's surface, that having rained back, that rain back onto Mars's surface. So out loud, I can hear that it's choice D there, right? Ejecting bits of molten rock into the atmosphere that rain back onto Mars's surface. The word that, after the word that, we want just a straight up, simple present verb. So, rain. Okay, here I'm looking at my answer choices. And by the way, you'll notice for these, unlike the reading questions, I do glance at the answers first because they tell me what kind of question it is, right? For the last ones, I could tell it was verbs based on the answers. For this one, I can tell that I'm dealing with modifiers. And I know I'm dealing with modifiers because I have a comma before the blank space. But more importantly, at the answer choices I was looking at, we have different subjects or noun phrases or phrases that are starting the answers. That's an indicator that we're dealing with modifiers. And this is actually really easy if you know what to do. Basically, we want to connect whatever's in the blank space with what came before the comma. The modifier before the comma should be describing the thing that comes right after the comma. So an easy way to go about it is to take our answers and kind of plug them in to what came before the comma. So I'm going to say something is a coming of age story. Morocco is a coming of age story. Morocco is a country, not a coming of age story. So I can get rid of choice A. This debut novel is a coming of age story. That could be true. This person is a coming of age story. No, this person is a person. Published, that's a verb. That's not going to work. So just like that, I know it's choice B because this novel is the only thing that could be a coming of age story. And notice I don't even have to pay attention to the rest of the modifier because I just use that instead. Makes it really easy with these types of questions. And again, I go into way more detail in my English courses, so I definitely recommend picking those up. They are super valuable. I go into great detail. You get plenty of in-depth instruction into every single type of question that we're going over here. All right, we have verbs again. So let's do odd verb out. He focuses. They focus. They are focused. They were focused. A is the only one that goes with he, so that's our answer. That's the odd verb out trick. Pretty cool, right? All right, this one, we can see that it's another modifier question, so we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to take my answers and apply them to fortifying soil. So I'm going to say a recent studies estimate was fortifying soil. I don't see how an estimate could ever fortify anything. So I'm going to say no. 60%, an estimated 60% reduction was fortifying soil. So a reduction also cannot fortify soil. So I'm going to say no. These crusts were fortifying soil. All right, I could see possibly crusts fortifying soil. I don't know much about geology, but that one seems plausible. A recent study was fortifying soil. Okay, no. So by process of elimination, even though I don't know much about geology, I know all these other things can't fortify soil, so it has to be choice C. Okay, transitions. So we've got, with its cliched imagery of suburban lawns and power lines, this poem may seem barren terrain for critical analysis. Cultural critic Laurent Berlant finds fertile ground in just its first two stanzas. Okay, so I'm already seeing a contrast here. May seem barren terrain for critical analysis, meaning it may not be a good thing for analysis, but finding fertile ground would be the opposite of it being barren terrain, and just in the first two stanzas. So I'm looking for a contrast. My only contrast option is B nonetheless. Another transition question here. We've got the great depths involved, and I don't always just read the two sentences or independent clauses that are involved, but sometimes you can get away with it. So we'll see if I have to read that or not. The great depths involved, nearly 3,000 kilometers, mark Iceland's volcanoes as extreme outliers. Blank, many of Earth's volcanoes are fed by shallow pockets of magma found less than 15 kilometers below the surface. Okay, so I'm looking for an emphasis of some sort, because it says that these great depths are extreme outliers, meaning they're not common. And then we get a continuation of that many of volcanoes are actually quite low below the surface. So they agree with each other. So I'm looking for some sort of an intensification or like a continuation. So I'm looking for some sort of an intensification here. And indeed is going to be an intensification. B is a straight up contrast, so that doesn't work. Consequently is cause and effect, so that doesn't work. In addition is more like adding something on rather than emphasizing what was just said before, whereas indeed is an emphasis. In fact would be another one, just for reference. All right, we've got one of my favorite types of questions because they're so easy. We are going to ignore the notes and we're just going to look at the goal, which is to summarize the Kelp Highway hypothesis. In order to summarize the hypothesis, we should have something inclusive that tells us about, I don't know, whatever this hypothesis is. So A, Pacific islands and coastlines likely contained this something something according to researchers. All right, so immediately I'm seeing a little bit of an issue. These answers are not all mentioning the hypothesis, which means this is the rare case where we might need to look at the notes just a little bit. So let's see where it mentions the highway hypothesis. And then I'm already seeing the Kelp Highway hypothesis here, this proposed scenario. So the proposed scenario is basically this entire thing. They're arguing that humans first arrived in the Americas by sea. So I'm going to see if I can just get away with eliminating based off of that first. Choice A is not talking about how humans arrived in the Americas, so no. One argument about how they arrived in the Americas is the Kelp Highway hypothesis. So we want to summarize the hypothesis, not just say what it is, so no. C, humans may have arrived in the Americas by sea, traveling between Pacific islands and coastlines. That seems good. As glaciers melted, many Pacific Ocean islands, no. Because again, it's not talking about how humans arrived. So I was able to get away with just using that first note there. Choice C. All right, we got another one. So again, we're going to start by skipping the notes, and we want to present the study's findings to an audience already familiar with thermal inversions. So as we go through here, we're looking for an introduction. Heat-absorbing metals may reside in a planet's upper atmosphere. This doesn't seem to be a finding. It says may reside. It seems more like a guess, so that's not a finding. The team studied thermal inversions in 25 gas giants, which are largely composed of helium and hydrogen. This is saying that they studied, but it's not presenting any sort of finding, so that doesn't work. Researchers found. Okay, finding something is a finding, obviously, so this seems good so far. That this happened, that gas giants featuring a thermal inversion were likely to contain heat-absorbing metals which may reside in the planet's upper atmospheres. So they're not telling us what a thermal inversion is, which is good. That means they're assuming we're already familiar with them, so I like C. Gas giants were likely to contain heat-absorbing metals when they featured a layer of atmosphere warmer than the layer beneath it, researchers found. Okay, so that is a finding, but then it says this phenomenon is known as a thermal inversion. So it's explaining to us what it is. We don't want that. We want to be already familiar with it. So choice C is our answer. Jumping around here, we got more conventions of standard English. Let's start from Nakalembe. Nakalembe doesn't just compile the information, though. She also shares her findings with African farmers, enabling them to Okay. So just reading it out loud, I can tell we've got two independent clauses, and we want to end our first independent clause with the word though. So choice A does that. Choice B does not. Choice C starts our new clause with though, which is not what we want to do. Because if you start a sentence with though, we need to have a dependent clause. But if we had though she also shares her findings with American farmers, we would need an independent clause here, which we do not have. So that's why C doesn't work. And then D is right out. That's a comma splice. So yeah, choice A. As Spivak points out, this person is not the protagonist of Shelley's novel. As the recipient of the letters that frame the book's narrative, she's the occasion of it. Okay, so I'm noticing two independent clauses. So whatever happens, we need to split up those two independent clauses. Choice A is just a straight up run on. There's no punctuation at all, so that doesn't work. Choice B would be a comma splice. A comma cannot separate two independent clauses without a coordinating conjunction. Choice C, we have the semicolon, which works, and then rather is acting as a little introductory phrase. She's not the protagonist of the novel. Rather, as a recipient, she's the occasion of it. That works. So choice C is going to be our answer. Choice D is going to be another comma splice. Again, because we can't use a comma to separate independent clauses unless we have a coordinating conjunction to go with it. A coordinating conjunction being for, and, nor, but, or, yet, or so. All right, this is an interesting one. I can see it's verb-based, but it's a little bit different than what we're used to because we all have union starting it, but then we have like auxiliary would, we have infinitive to finally, we have having finally. For this type of oddball verb question, I would recommend just reading out loud. Usually your grammar ear is going to help you out as long as you're familiar with the way things should sound. And to help with that, we can get rid of all of this introductory stuff and just start from the International Astronomical Union would finally acknowledge the contributions of the barrier-breaking So choice A sounds fine. The International Astronomical Union to finally acknowledge, that does not work. That would not be a complete sentence. So choice B is out. The International Astronomical Union having finally acknowledged, so choice C would also not be a full sentence, so that doesn't work. And then same thing with choice D. The only one that works is choice A, because that gives us a full independent clause. Pop quiz, can you tell from the answer choices what we're dealing with? We've got a bunch of different ways of starting the answer choices, different subjects. Yep, we got modifiers. So I'm going to do my little trick. A nearly frictionless state. So I'm going to say, when is a nearly frictionless state? No, when is the word when. two surfaces are a nearly frictionless state. No, two surfaces are not a state. They are two surfaces. Reaching superlubricity is a nearly frictionless state. I'm going to say no. I feel like whatever superlubricity is could be a state, but reaching something is not a state. It's just reaching something. And then we do get superlubricity for choice D. And yeah, superlubricity is a state. That sounds legit. And that is indeed our answer. Now for that one, a little bit of context might be helpful if you are unfamiliar with the term superlubricity. So in this case, we could look at the first sentence where it says a team, succeeded in reducing stuff to get to the lowest possible level, superlubricity. So that kind of indicates that superlubricity is the lowest possible level of friction, which would be a state. All right, we've got a reading question. Logically completes the text. That's an inference. These scientists therefore imply that. So I want to pay attention to what these scientists are implying. Many animals, including humans, must sleep, and sleep is known to have a role in everything from healing injuries to encoding information in long-term memory. But some scientists claim that from an evolutionary standpoint, deep sleep for hours at a time leaves an animal so vulnerable that the known benefits of sleeping seem insufficient to explain why it became so widespread in the animal kingdom. These scientists imply that blank. Okay, so if it doesn't make sense from an evolutionary standpoint, if it doesn't make sense that we sleep so long that the benefits basically aren't worth it, the scientists are implying that there's got to be some other benefits that we don't know about, is what I'm guessing. So that'll be my prediction. Prolonged sleep is likely advantageous in ways that we have yet to be discovered. That was literally my prediction. I'm just going to say yes. When you have a prediction that matches that well with an answer, don't waste time eliminating, just choose it. All right. Which finding would most directly weaken the potential explanation? So finally, we have command of evidence where we are trying to weaken the explanation or the claim or whatever. And as always, we want to start from the end. And indeed, one explanation is that individuals conceive of and allocate funds in physical money differently than they conceive of and allocate funds in electronic form. So the explanation is physical money versus electronic money. People think about differently and people allocate, that is, distribute differently. So I'm looking for something that does not support that, that weakens that. And if I have to go back, I will, but let's see if I could eliminate anything just based off of that first. Recipients of electronic transfers typically spend their funds at a slower rate than recipients of physical transfers did. So that would actually support the idea that we think of those different types differently. So it's not A. B, nearly every recipient of electronic transfer withdrew the entire amount in physical money shortly after receiving the transfer. I could see how that might weaken it, because if you have an electronic transfer and then you immediately make it physical, then there would be no difference in the way that you spend, because you literally just turn it into physical money. So I'll keep that for now. I don't love it, but I won't get rid of it. C, recipients of physical transfers tended to purchase food about as frequently as recipients of electronic transfers did. That would weaken it, because if you're purchasing food as frequently as electronic transfers, I could see how that is like showing how you behave the same, even though you got different transfer types. So I would keep that. And then D, some recipients of physical transfers receive small amounts of money relatively frequently, while others receive large amounts. So this is not talking about how they conceive of or allocate their funds. So that doesn't really make sense. Okay, so between B and C, C seems to more directly point to the allocation of funds, whereas B is like a big connection to how people think about it, because it's literally turning into physical money. C is really tempting, but I'm noticing it says tended to purchase food as frequently, but it's not talking about spending as much money. So that is a huge distractor, which I would call distorted or partially true, where it looks really good, but there's one thing that's wrong with it. Has to be choice B here. All right, we got a good old main idea question here. So in this study of new technological adoption, these people examine negative disconfirmation. Basically, an experience falls short of one's expectations to determine whether it could lead to positive outcomes for users. So basically, if they're feeling like it didn't meet expectations, but then eventually they feel good about it. The team focused on established users of smart home technology, which presents inherent utilization challenges, but tends to attract users with high expectations, often leading to feelings of dissonance. Okay. Researchers found that many users employed cognitive mechanisms to mitigate those feelings, users ultimately reversing their initial sense of disappointment. Okay, so main idea. For me, the main idea would be that even though people might feel like new technology doesn't meet their expectations, they eventually reverse their sense of disappointment. They eventually do have those positive outcomes. That seems to be what's going on here. So research suggests most users will not achieve a feeling of satisfaction. That's the opposite of what we said. Although most technology is aimed at meeting or exceeding expectations, those expectations remain poorly understood. No, we had a pretty clear answer here, so it's not poorly understood. Research suggests that users with high expectations for new technology can feel content with that technology even after experiencing negative disconfirmation. Yes, that was the conclusion we reached. D, although negative disconfirmation has often been studied, little is known about the mechanisms. No, that's kind of out of scope, so it'll be choice C here. All right, we've got words in context. Scholarly discussions of gender in Shakespeare's comedies often celebrate the rebellion of the playwright's characters against the rigid expectations blank by Elizabethan society. The rebellion of expectations blank by the Elizabethan society. I feel like I don't even need my other sentence because I already have sort of a prediction in mind. I would say like imposed by Elizabethan society. And if I look at my answer choices here, interjected does not work. Committed does not work. Illustrated, it's not really imposed. Illustrated is more like something we perceive, but prescribed does mean like given or what was my prediction? Imposed. Yeah, prescribed is like a softer imposed, I would say, but they're more or less synonyms, so that totally works. All right, we've got one more here, and this is going to be one of those rare cases where we actually replace a word. Now, keep in mind, for these, I recommend ignoring the word and trying to treat it like a blank space. So let's see if we can get that to work for us. Cicely, have we got to part? Algernon, I'm afraid so. It is a very painful parting. Cecily, it is always painful to part from people whom one has known for a very brief space of time. The absence of old friends one can blank with equanimity, but even a momentary separation from anyone to whom one has just been introduced is almost unbearable. Wow. Okay. So it's a good thing we're not being tested on equanimity because I'm not super familiar with that word, but I can infer that it means the opposite of almost unbearable. So think of this as a blank space. The absence of old friends one can handle, I'm just going to say with ease. So I'm looking for handle. So regret, no. Persist, no. Handle, tolerate, 100%, yes. And that's it. That's our answer. Why are the questions on the test always so much harder than the College Board practice questions? In this video, I'm going to break down 10 of the most challenging English questions from the College Board practice exams. These 10 questions are the ones that my private tutoring students struggled with the most. And yeah, you heard that right. I will be sharing questions from the College Board practice exam. So this is your spoiler alert. If you haven't taken those practice exams and you don't want me to give anything away, you might want to save this video for later. All right, let's get started. So go ahead and pause the video and try this question on your own first. In fact, I want you to pause the video and try all of these questions on your own first so you can actually get some practice in. But let's talk about what makes this such a challenging question. When I really think about it, I think it all comes down to the answer choices. Look how similar they are. At a glance, it seems like we have 4 of the same exact answer choice, right? So anyway, how do we approach this question? As with any command of evidence question, I usually recommend starting with the conclusion or hypothesis because we're pretty much always going to be supporting that conclusion or hypothesis. So in this case, starting with the word although, we get, although they found climate change would negatively affect growth, they concluded that anthropogenic nitrogen deposition could more than offset that effect, provided that change is moderate rather than extreme. So quite a lot to unpack there. Let's turn that into something a little bit more digestible. Basically, change is less growth. It's a little bit bigger. Nitrogen, more growth if change not extreme. And this is sort of the, so in a nutshell, that's what I'm getting. And the reason I'm simplifying just to nitrogen is because when I look at the graphic here, it just says with nitrogen, without nitrogen. So let's kind of look at our answer choices and see if we could eliminate just based off of that without even looking at our graphic. And let's start with the first part of choice A, because if we could just start eliminating based off of the first phrase, since we have slightly different phrases, that could be helpful. So A says growth with nitrogen under current climate. So that's going to be basically our starting point. Exceeded growth with nitrogen under moderate change. Choice A doesn't actually help us compare anything because if we want to show that nitrogen would offset the change, we would need to compare moderate change with nitrogen to current growth without nitrogen. So choice A is not going to work just based off of that. What about choice B? Growth without nitrogen under the current climate. So we do want that. Exceeded growth without nitrogen. Okay, so this is the same issue. We're talking about without nitrogen and without nitrogen. But in order to show that nitrogen offset the loss in growth, we would need to compare current growth without nitrogen and moderate change growth with nitrogen. So we're going to get rid of choice B. Choice C, growth with nitrogen under moderate change. So that's with nitrogen under moderate change. Exceeded growth without nitrogen under moderate change. That's actually also not going to work because it's not comparing current growth. So we can get rid of choice C. And just like that, we actually end up getting our answer. Let's actually look at the whole D though, so you can kind of see how it lines up with our prediction, which would be basically our interpretation of that conclusion. And then a lot of the time we don't even need to look at the graphic, but we'll look at the graphic just to confirm there as well. So growth with nitrogen under moderate change, basically this part right here, exceeded growth without nitrogen under the current climate. So now we have the without and the current. We see that that's true. And again, it also shows that even though change causes growth to go down, it actually went up because of the addition of nitrogen, right? But the latter being the second thing that was mentioned, so nitrogen under current climate exceeded growth with nitrogen under extreme change. So if we go to the extreme change and we look at the nitrogen, because the change was extreme, it did not offset the growth. That's what we were looking for. And you can see how by just starting with the first phrase, we don't have to look through all of the different variations because the first phrase was different enough that we could actually get rid of 3 answer choices. All right, same thing with question number 2 here. Pause the video and try it on your own first. But here we go. I think what makes this one challenging is that the correct answer is just so boring and basic and, I don't know, obvious, I guess. So with function questions, we basically want to read through the whole text and ask ourselves, what is the underlined sentence doing? And we definitely do also want to read the introduction, as it's going to give us usually some important context. So here it says, this person recalls how women in his tribe harvested maple syrup. So we know that women are harvesting maple syrup. And it says, now the women began to test the trees, moving leisurely among them, axe in hand, and striking a single quick blow to see if the sap would appear. The trees, like people, have their individual characters. Some were ready to yield up their lifeblood, while others were more reluctant. Now one of the birchen basins was set under each tree, and a hardwood chip driven deep into the cut, which the axe had made. From the corners of this chip, at first drop by drop, then more freely, the sap trickled into the little dishes. So if I were to come up with a prediction, again, I want to ask myself, what is this sentence doing? I would probably say something like it's comparing the trees to people, right? Because that's what it's doing. But then we run into an issue because when we go to our answer choices, we get it portrays the range of personality traits displayed by the women as they work. So this mentions people, but it's talking about the women, and we don't really know anything about the women other than the fact that they are the ones harvesting the maple syrup from the trees. B, it foregrounds the beneficial relationship between humans and maple trees. That doesn't really tempt me at all, so I would get rid of that one for sure. And, I should probably also get rid of A, although it does mention people. It demonstrates how human behavior can be influenced by the natural environment. Again, it doesn't really go with it compares trees to people. But then choice D, it elaborates on an aspect of the maple trees that the women evaluate. And this is actually our correct answer. But as you can see, it doesn't really strongly match my prediction. And this is the prediction that a lot of my students had as well. So what is going on here? Well, we know that the women began to test the trees. So basically, this aspect, whether or not they're able to give up their lifeblood, that is to say their maple syrup yet, is one of the aspects that the women are evaluating as they go to harvest maple syrup. So it's very surface level. And I think because it's so surface level, that's what makes it challenging. But yep, that's our correct answer. All right, number 3 here. Again, pause the video, try it on your own first. But man, what is it about this question? It seems so straightforward. And we do have a really short paragraph even, but I think we have to, kind of visualize or create a hierarchy with our prediction in order to get this one quickly and accurately. So again, we want to start with the hypothesis, and the hypothesis happens to be the entire thing because it's really short. So they hypothesize that a decline in the population of dusky sharks led to a decline in the population of eastern oysters. So again, I want to simplify this into low dusky led to low oysters, right? And then they do also give us this extra information that we're definitely going to want to pay attention to. Dusky sharks do not typically consume oysters, but do consume cow nose rays, which are the main predators of the oysters. So let's kind of add that information to our prediction here for context. Because if we had a low dusky shark population and it led to a low oyster population, it would make sense that they wouldn't be eating the oysters. Otherwise, we would see the opposite effect, right? But basically it's saying they eat cow nose rays, which are the main predators of the oysters. So they eat, we'll say dusky sharks. So sharks eat oysters, predator, which are the rays. That's why. Now this makes sense, right? If you have these sharks that eat the predators of the oysters, they would prevent the oysters from being eaten. So if there were not a lot of sharks around, then the oysters would be eaten because the sharks would not be eating the rays. Hope that all makes sense. All right, so this is kind of the logic that I want to go with. And as far as directly supporting the hypothesis, I don't know what kind of options I'm going to have here. So I really just want to look at this and try to make sure it matches up with that logic. So A says, declines in abundance of sharks' prey other than cownose rays are associated with declines in dusky shark abundance. That is a red herring. That is out of scope. That tells me nothing. It's not talking about the oysters at all. It's introducing prey other than these rays, which has nothing to do with my prediction or the information that we have, right? So A is out. Oyster abundance tends to be greater in areas with both dusky sharks and rays than in areas with only dusky sharks. So that would go against what I have here. We would assume that if we had only dusky sharks, that we would have more oyster abundance because there would be no cownose rays to eat them. So this logically doesn't make sense. And it also doesn't give us that idea that low dusky sharks led to low oysters. C, consumption of oysters by rays substantially increased before the decline in dusky shark abundance began. That's creating a timeline that, again, has nothing to do with the information that we have here. And also, why would the consumption increase substantially? It doesn't really make any sense. And then also, it's talking about dusky shark abundance, where we're supposed to be looking at low dusky sharks led to low oysters, right? So C's not looking good. And then hopefully D is going to be our answer because it's the only one left. But let's take a look. Rays have increased in abundance as dusky sharks have decreased in abundance. This makes sense because if we have rays increasing as dusky sharks decrease, we have the low dusky sharks, that's them decreasing. We know that the rays are eating the oysters. So if they increase, then it would lead to fewer oysters because now they're eating all the oysters. So D lines up with the logic. But you can see how none of these answers was something we could predict. And you really just have to understand what's being said from the get-go. Otherwise, this question ends up confusing you like it did a lot of my private tutoring students. All right, you know the drill by now. Pause the video and try this on your own first, but let's talk about it. So I think this is just kind of a confusing chart, and it's hard to follow along if you don't take the time to understand what is going on, basically. As usual, we want to start with what is the claim being made here. Even though it says just complete the text, it's going to really be supporting some sort of a claim, which is that even though it seems like using maximal speed would be a good strategy for pursuing prey or escaping predators, running away or running after something, the energy expense of this can disfavor such a strategy, even in escape contexts. So basically, it's not always best to use your full energy. So we'll write that down. Not always best to use full energy. And as usual, we'll go ahead and ignore the rest of the graphic. And if we have to, we'll look at it. But let's just see if we can get rid of an answer or two based off of that prediction. Most species use the same percentage of their maximal speed when escaping predation as they do when pursuing prey. I mean, does that tell us that it's not always best to use your full energy? I don't think it does. It's just saying they use the same percentage when escaping as they do when pursuing, but does it say anything about comparing full speed to not full speed? So we're going to go ahead and get rid of that. And notice I'm saying full speed. The word maximal just is a weird word choice. Even that makes things confusing, right? B, multiple lizard species move at an average of less than 90% of their maximal speed while escaping predation. That does seem to speak to not always best to use full energy. Because full energy is going to be, 100%. And if we quickly glance at the chart, we know that the 90 to 100 range is the highest option available. So less than that would be, basically less than the highest option available. So if multiple lizards are doing this, then it's kind of showing that it's not always best to use their full energy. Otherwise, why would they choose not to? C, more lizard species use, on average, 90 to 100% of their maximal speed. So the full speed while escaping predation, than use any other percentage of their maximal speed. So that's basically saying most lizards are using their full energy. That may be true. Again, we don't need to look at the chart, but whether or not that's true, it doesn't support the idea that it's not always best to use full energy. That kind of goes in the opposite direction, saying, if more lizards are using all of their energy, then maybe that's the best thing to do. So that just doesn't support the claim. And then D, at least 4 lizards use less than 100% of their maximal speed while pursuing prey. Okay, that does seem to fit, because again, it's saying, some of them are not using that full speed. Now, before I even look at the graph, because normally if you have 2 answers that work, you want to look at the graph. I have a couple of issues with choice D. It says less than 100%, and based on our chart, we can't know that because we have 90 to 100%. I mean, I guess it does say at least, but that's kind of weird. And then also, it's only talking about pursuing prey, whereas B talks about escaping, and the question stem was specifying even in escape contexts. So that lines up a little bit better. In fact, that probably would have been a good thing to add to our prediction. All right. So yeah, choice B is going to be our answer here. All right. Up next, we have a text-based command of evidence question. And yeah, you're probably noticing there's a lot of command of evidence. Those tend to be pretty hard questions. At least they have tended to be really hard questions for my private tutoring students. So pause the video and try this out, but let's go ahead and get into it. So even though it is text-based, I still want to start with the hypothesis and get away with not reading as much as possible. So I see hypothesize here. So we're going to start with that final sentence. Studies have found a positive correlation. So that's when 2 things go in the same direction, like on a graph, between the depths that various pesophiles inhabit and concentrations of a compound we're going to call it TMAO, in their muscle tissue, which has led a team of researchers to hypothesize that TMAO reduces water's compressibility. Yeah, I almost wish I would have just started with that, because I don't even know if I would change the wording. Basically, TMAO reduces water's compressibility. Or if you wanted to change compressibility into, I don't know, how much it can be compressed. But let's go through and see if we could make any eliminations just based off of that. A lot of the time with these more challenging text-based command of evidence questions, you're going to end up having to go back and read and cherry pick more of the passage, if not the whole thing. So let's see what we can get away with. A, water molecules are found to be impervious to TMAO, even when the water molecules, something configuration has been distorted by high pressure. So impervious basically means like can't be affected by. So right off the bat, I mean, we're kind of arguing that water is affected by TMAO. Specifically, it makes it less compressible. So I don't like it being impervious to TMAO. I need it instead to say that it seems to make it less compressible. And then when it does mention high pressure, it's mentioning even when the configuration has been distorted. And I'm kind of assuming that that means when the water has been compressed by high pressure, but I could also look for this keyword, which I don't know what that is, to be clear, but I could look for that in the text, cherry pick a little bit, and I see, boom. So it does talk about how under normal pressure, this network exists, and then under high pressure, it destabilizes these bonds. So this is literally just describing, extreme pressure and what happens to water. So A is not what we're looking for. Choice B, examination of TMAO's structure shows that TMAO molecules retain their shape even as pressure increases. See, that is very tempting because it talks about retaining their shape as pressure increases. That would literally be reducing compressibility. The thing to look out for, though, is there's no mention of water. It's literally just talking about TMAO. Just because this thing can handle high pressure doesn't mean it causes water to handle high pressure. So that's out of scope, if you will. We're going to go ahead and get rid of choice B as well. Choice C, a positive correlation is found between concentrations of TMAO and the rate at which water's molecular structure compresses as pressure increases. That is the opposite of what we want. We would want a negative correlation. If there's higher concentrations of TMAO, we would want water's molecular structure to not compress as much. So choice C is out, so it's got to be D, which is analysis of water's structure under high pressure reveals hydrogen bonds are more stable when TMAO is present. So then we would just want to make sure, does it talk about hydrogen bonds being stable as the same thing as it not being compressed? And yeah, remember we talked about high pressure destabilizes these bonds and compresses water. So that is basically the same thing. And this is something you really want to look out for these more challenging command of evidence questions is what really fancy language are they using to describe the thing that you're looking for? So I was, looking for makes it less compressible, like makes it so it can't be compressed as much. But the language that they're choosing to use is talking about those hydrogen bonds, which is basically the same thing, right? Okay, so this one, I have to admit, I didn't find that hard, but my private tutoring students did. So I wanted to bring it up. Pause the video and try it on your own first, but let's talk about it. So by and large, these rhetorical synthesis questions are actually pretty easy because all you're going to do is ignore the notes, read the goal, which is to present an overview of the findings in this case, and then eliminate. And that's it. I will say every once in a while, and this is starting to show up a little bit more, you will have a couple of answers, maybe even 3 answers that accomplish the goal. At that point, you would look at the notes to see which answers are actually erroneous. That is to say, which answers are not true. But a lot of the time you can get away with not looking at the notes. So let's see what happens if we ignore the notes for this one. An overview of the study's findings. What is an overview? It is giving us sort of a blanket statement that tells us about all of the study's findings. Choice A, the study determined, so that would be, a finding, that the information rate of 17 languages in bits of information conveyed per second. So that could be an overview. It does seem pretty specific, though. I'll hold on to A for now. B, researchers found also tells me that this is findings, right? that information was conveyed more quickly in Spanish at this than in Vietnamese at this. Okay, so B is telling me a very specific finding that is different from the very specific, well, now that I'm looking at it, B is giving me a specific information rate, and A is just telling me that the study determined information rates. So now I know that I can get rid of A and B because B is way too specific. A is maybe not even presenting a finding, but rather just talking about how the study was comparing languages. Choice C, Vietnamese had the 16th fastest syllable rate. Immediately, that seems too specific to me, right? It seems like it's one specific finding, so I'd get rid of it. And then D, though some of the languages differed in number and of syllables spoken per second, all 17 conveyed information at roughly the same rate. Okay, so this is not specific, and it's talking about how some of the language differed in this one way, but all of them were similar in this other way. So whereas with like B and C, we have some really specific mentions of Vietnamese and Spanish, choice D is talking about all of the languages. And we know there were 17 of them. So choice B and C are omitting 15 languages, whereas D actually addresses all of them. That would be more of that overview that we're talking about. So that's how I would pretty easily get to choice D. If you wanted to, I guess you could look at the notes for this one and just kind of see for yourself that, yeah, B and C do seem to be true, but they're not an overview. They're just one single fact, right? Single fact, single fact. So yeah, there we go. All right. This one looks terrible. Yeah, I remember this one. Pause the video, give it a go, but let's talk about it. So, which best describes data from the table that support the conclusion? So as usual, we're going to start with looking at the conclusion, right? And as usual, it's in the last sentence. Persaud and her colleagues concluded that concentration of precipitation into fewer events would result in a higher number of dry days, triggering more irrigation. All right, let's pause there because that's a lot of words already, but let's just turn that into our own words, right? When I use caveman talk, fewer days of rain, so that's precipitation, is more dry days and irrigation, right? Okay, so that's the first thing that's being said. But there's a but that this change in irrigation output is highly sensitive to the baseline concentration of precipitation that currently exists in an area. So fewer days of rain equals more dry days and irrigation, but irrigation sensitive to baseline rain. All right, so since I don't know what exactly it means by the baseline rain, the first place I'm going to look is the actual graphic where it says baseline concentration. So I just need to figure out what is it actually telling me here. And then when I look, it's talking about things being somewhat concentrated. That's the fewer days of rain compared to evenly distributed, which would be, the opposite of that. So this is just a sneaky way of comparing these two rows. So now I know that I need to compare these two rows, and I know we're talking about irrigation. So I know that I can ignore the aquifer column because that's not irrigation. I just need to focus on those other two columns, basically. Looking at choice A, we see that it does, in fact, mention aquifers. So we can get rid of choice A. Choice B says, if baseline is somewhat concentrated, water use for irrigation will increase only slightly. We do see 0.4, 0.9. That does seem slight compared to the the big old 9% and 7.9% that we see, which it says here, whereas it will increase 9% for surface water and 7.9 for groundwater if the precipitation is evenly distributed. So B seems to actually line up with what we're saying. That sensitivity is basically, it goes way higher if stuff is evenly distributed. Choice C, first let me see if it mentions aquifers. Hey, it does. Let's get rid of C. Choice D, does it mention aquifers? No. Okay, so let's look at choice D then. If baseline precipitation is somewhat concentrated, water use will decline by a small amount. Water use for irrigation will decline by a small amount. That actually goes against what we were saying. It should trigger more irrigation. So I don't like that. Whereas it will increase 11% for surface water. Okay, and that's just straight up not true. It goes up 9% for surface water. So D is false, and we've got choice B as our answer. All right, so this is going to be an inference question, which I would argue are amongst the two most challenging types of questions, being the command of evidence, which we've seen a lot of, and then these guys, these fill in the blanks, right? So pause the video and try this one on your own first, but let's talk about it. So whenever we're talking about logically completing the text, you can start with the sentence that leads into the blank. So basically you could start with the last sentence to kind of give yourself context as to what you are gonna be filling in the blank for eventually. That works if you have a shorter sentence, but it's looking like we actually have a really long final sentence. So I hate to say it, you usually want to read these all the way through and just make sure that you can keep track of what's going on by writing yourself little notes or just like saying things to yourself as you go along to confirm that you're actually comprehending the information. This is all about actually comprehending the information and then coming up with a good prediction. So we get this analysis of these guys about coins minted in the Sidon in the 5th and 4th centuries reveals a change in their composition over time. So the big idea here is a big change in coin composition over time. While a coin from this era, 450 BCE, contains about 98% silver and 1% copper, a coin from this later era, 367 BCE, contains 74.2 silver and 24.7% copper, giving it a relatively yellowish appearance that traders would have noticed. Okay, so the big idea here is we jumped from having way more silver and less copper to, substantially more copper than before, changing the appearance. Because the coins with a silver content below 80%, so that would count here, were widely considered unsuitable for trade, these guys, remember these guys are the researchers, speculate that a crisis in confidence in currency occurred around this time that we saw less than 80%, which was likely relieved as a result of the next person, so this person's successor would be the next person in charge, decision to blank. All right, let's kind of break this down so that we can come up with a good prediction. It's saying at this time, the 670 or 367 or whatever, coins dropped below 80% copper, which was not acceptable. So to fix, because it says this crisis in confidence was relieved, which means we fixed the problems. So to fix it, next ruler blank. Well, if the problem is it being below 80% copper, my prediction, and you should always have a prediction for these, is going to be brought copper content back up above 80%. Simple as that, right? Let's see how this question actually ends up getting kind of tricky. So if we go through and start to eliminate, we have proclaim that percentage of silver coins in suitable Sorry, not copper content. This should have been silver content. Please ignore this. This should be silver. Proclaim that the percentage of silver in coins suitable for trade would be raised to a threshold higher than 80%. So there are some words that match up with what we're saying, but there's kind of a big issue. First of all, you can't just proclaim what people are going to consider suitable. You know, that's their opinion. You can't just decide what their opinion is going to be. But it also says raised to a threshold higher than 80%. If it's already unacceptable for it to be lower than 80%, then it would be even worse if it had to be higher, because we still have these coins that are, you know, well below 80. They're at 74.2% silver. That's no good. So A doesn't work. B, keep the amount of silver consistent, but decrease their weight. That, at a glance, doesn't seem to address the issue because it talks about keeping the amount of silver consistent. And this is the issue that my students ran into, because they're looking for that percentage. B doesn't mention that percentage, but B is the correct answer, because this is kind of a little bit of a math problem. If we keep the amount of something the same, so for example, if we have 742 milligrams of silver out of 1,000, that's going to be 74.2%, right? But if we decrease the weight, so if it's no longer 1,000 milligrams, but instead we have a smaller coin that still has the same amount of silver, still 742 milligrams of silver, but now all of a sudden it's only 800 milligrams. We don't need to do the math necessarily, but we know that this is going to bump up the percentage. So that's how B actually ends up being our correct answer for this one. And then just to eliminate, C, begin minting heavier coins with a proportion similar to the coins minted in 367. 367 is the problem era where we had 80% silver. Sorry, this should be silver. Silver. I'm sorry, please forgive me. So that doesn't work. D, fund the mining of some copper deposits. No, we need more silver, not more copper, but also, like, we haven't even talked about if we're going to do anything to the coin. So that's right out. So you could get this by process of elimination, except you might eliminate B like most of my students did. So yeah, that one is tricky for sure. All right. I also must admit that this, I don't really consider challenging, but I am just, to be frank, a punctuation and grammar expert. I have zero problem getting these correct 100% of the time. Yeah, so let's talk about it. Why is this challenging? It's because of the use of the word though, and I actually have an entire lesson on though and however that I just added to my punctuation and grammar course, which is part of my full English bundle. So if you really, really want to learn this stuff, you should go and get that full English bundle. I'm going to leave a link in the description of this video with a nice little discount for you. But anyway, pause the video and try this on your own first. But here we go. Almost every single punctuation question, I usually say you can completely get away with just reading the sentence with the underlined portion. The rare case might be if there's something going on contextually, if we use the word though or however, because though or however should contrast with the sentence that came before it. So you might need to know what was going on in the sentence before it. But let's see if we can get away with ignoring that first sentence. So they are hardly pristine, though blank many chondrites experience da 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 da, as well as da 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 and da 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 da. Okay, we want to think about independent clauses whenever we're working on punctuation questions and where they may or may not exist. So I want to ask myself, could I have an independent clause that says they are hardly pristine though? I could. So on the left side of whatever's going on, I could have an independent clause. Now I need to ask myself the same about the right side. Many chondrites experience Aqueous alteration as a result of exposure to fluids, as well as fracturing, veining, and localized melting due to collisions with other objects. Can that be an independent clause? Yeah, that was a full independent clause. So no matter what happens, I want to separate two independent clauses. So I need either a period or a semicolon. So I don't have a period or a semicolon in A. It's out. I don't have a period or a semicolon in D. It's out. Choices B and C, I do get a semicolon in both of them. However, I know that you're not allowed to start an independent clause with though without a comma after though. So just like that, C is out, and I got my correct answer, choice B. And then another way to think about it would be reading that first sentence. We do want to contrast with that first sentence because the first one says chondrites are these stony meteorites that are undifferentiated. Their contents have not melted and separated into distinct layers. However, they're hardly pristine, pristine being like really like clean and untouched and I guess pure, because it says they haven't melted and separated into distinct layers. So to say that they're hardly pristine would go against that. So that logically makes sense. Whereas if we tried to say many chondrites experience this alteration, that would actually agree with them not being pristine. So logically, choice C would not work. But the nice shortcut is if you see though at the beginning of a sentence or the beginning of an independent clause, you need that comma that doesn't exist in choice C. All right. The last one here, I think, is just evil, pure evil. And I'm going to admit, when I took this practice exam, I got this one wrong because what the heck, man? Anyway, pause the video, try it on your own first. If you do get it right, congratulations. But let's talk about this thing. Okay. So we've got a Shakespeare play, and it was written in, well, I don't know when it was written, but it was first performed in 1611. So, you know, like over 400 years ago. This is a problem. We don't write like this anymore. We don't speak like this anymore. So how the heck are we supposed to get this thing correct? And I would argue that if you are not used to reading Shakespeare or things from this era, you're going to have a really, really hard time getting the correct answer. So let's just get that out of the way. Anyway, the most powerful piece of information that we get is actually this beginning part, because this is not written in old 1611 English, right? So paying attention to this, we know Miranda has lived on an island with her father, that's Prospero, that we see talking to her, since she was 3 years old. Prospero has stated that Miranda likely does not remember anything other than her life on the island. Okay, likely doesn't remember anything other than her life on the island. So this is supposed to be her response. 'Tis far off, and rather like a dream than an assurance that my remembrance warrants. Had I not 4 or 5 women once that tended me? Okay, now this part I can kind of get. When it says 'tis far off, I'm going to assume she's talking about the time before she was 3 years old, before she lived on the island. And then basically it seems like a dream, but did I have 4 or 5 women that tended me? So like, did I have 4 or 5 servants that tended to me is what I'm guessing. And then Prospero says, thou hadst, which means, yes, you had them and more. But how is it that this lives in thy mind? So basically he's saying, but how do you remember this? What seest thou else in the dark backward of abysm of time? The translation of this is basically, what else can you remember? If thou rememberest aught ere thou camest here. And this is the one that I just did not understand. I got everything up to this point, but then aught ere thou camest here. Because when I think of error, I think of like a mistake. So this, if thou rememberest aught ere thou camest here, believe it or not, is saying if you remember these things that happened before you came here, how thou camest here thou mayest, you might remember how you came here. What the heck? All right, so that's what it's saying. Basically, which point does he most directly make? That her ability to summon details of an experience she had before arriving on the island, that is the, if you remember aught ere thou camest here, if you remember this stuff about having servants before you came here, this suggests that you may also be able to summon details of your arrival. You might also remember how you came. How thou camest here, thou mayest. Mayest being like may. You may remember how you came here. And if you're sick of hearing that language, I am as well. This is a terrible, terrible question. And I commend you if you got it correct. Good job. If you really want to learn how to handle these kinds of questions, you need to check out my full English bundle. The 3 courses included cover everything you need to know to get a perfect 800 in the English section, and they include access to over 500 original practice questions. I'm going to go ahead and leave you a link in the description, along with a little bit of a discount. First up, we've got notes that you will have to read. And this is a rhetorical synthesis question. The reason I say notes that you will have to read is that the prevailing strategy for these has been to completely skip the notes. And I would argue that 9 out of 10 times, you're still going to be able to skip the notes. However, you might need to read them just a little bit. Let me show you what I mean. So let's start going through this. Normally, we would want to skip the notes and just focus on the goal. So what is the goal? The goal is to describe this exhibition that was curated in 2018. Now, normally I would say, let's go through and eliminate any answer choices that don't match this goal, right? But when we glance at our answer choices, the only time we see 2018 is choice C. And all it says is that in 2018 and 2020, this guy curated exhibitions. It doesn't say which exhibitions. So the issue is we don't know which exhibition was curated in 2018. So we don't need to read all the notes, but we do need to quickly figure out what that exhibition was before we move on to our elimination step. So eyeballing the notes here, I see 2018, so I'm just going to read this note. She curated Whitney's 2018 exhibition, Pacha Lakta Wash. I'm not even going to try to read the rest of this, but this is what I'm looking for, right? We'll call it PLW. PLW. So now I'm looking to describe PLW. Choice A, held at the Whitney Museum. The exhibition doesn't mention PLW, so I'm going to get rid of it. B, PLW, an exhibition at the Whitney Museum, featured works by 7 emerging artists. Okay, it describes PLW, I'll keep it. C, I already went over that. It doesn't describe anything. It just says that 2 exhibitions were created. D, doesn't mention PLW, so pretty quickly my answer is B. So again, you might need to look at the notes just a little bit, but you probably won't need to read all of them, and you should still definitely start with the goal. That way you know what you're looking for in the notes. Next up, we've got reading comprehension for fiction passages. Starting with the question, we see that this is a central idea question. It's a main idea question. And for main idea, a lot of the time you will need to read the whole passage, but sometimes you'll find the main idea in the beginning or end of the passage, which can help if you're running low on time. Anyway, let's take a look. Following text is from a 1902 novel, and I want to take note of 1902 here because if it's over 100 years old, I might run into some weird vocabulary, so that's something to look out for. And then as far as context goes, 5 young siblings have just moved in with their parents from London to a house in the countryside that they call the White House. Okay. It was not a pretty house at all. It was quite ordinary, and Mother thought it was rather inconvenient and was quite annoyed at there being no shelves to speak of and hardly a cupboard in the place. Father used to say that the ironwork on the roof and copying was like an architect's nightmare, but the house was deep in the country with no other house in sight, and the children had been in London for 2 years without so much as once going to the seaside even for a day by an excursion train, and so the White House seemed to them a sort of fairy palace set down in an earthly paradise. So especially with fiction, I would say you probably need to read the entire thing, because if it's nonfiction, like I was saying, you'll find the main idea sometimes at the beginning or end. But with fiction, it's more about reading the whole thing and sort of asking yourself, like, what happened or what did you just learn, right? So what I just learned is that the parents don't like this house. We have two examples how mother was complaining about all this stuff, and then father was complaining about all this different stuff. So that's like the first half, right? But then the second half, we get the children's perspective, which is that it is a sort of fairy palace, which I would argue is definitely a positive thing, right? Think about a fairy palace. It's beautiful. So after you figure out what your main idea is, I recommend coming up with a prediction, which is basically putting that main idea into your own words. So for me, it would be something along the lines of parents hate the house, kids dig it. All right, so that's my prediction. And then the last step is to eliminate answers that don't match my prediction. Choice A, although their parents believe the house has several drawbacks, they hate it. The children are enchanted by it. They dig it. So that seems like a pretty darn good answer. I'd probably choose it and be done with it. But just to show you the elimination step, let's get rid of the other answers to be safe. B, the children don't like the house as much as their parents do. That's the opposite of my prediction. Each member admires a different characteristic. No, the parents don't admire anything. The house is beautiful and well built. It says it was really not pretty at all. And that's like the narrator. So this is just untrue. Pretty easily, we can go with choice A here. Next up, we've got words you don't know. And what I want to talk about specifically is at the beginning of the English sections, you've obviously got words in context. You're going to come across some words that you don't know. And I'd like to teach you when you would actually end up choosing one of those unknown words as an answer. All right. So first, let's talk about strategy for these. I recommend a quick 3-step strategy. The first step being to analyze the text. And as you're analyzing, you are looking for context. You're trying to figure out what part of the passage is going to help me fill in the blank. So here we have some foraging models predict that the distance bees travel when foraging will decline as floral density increases. So basically the distance traveled will decrease as floral density goes up. But biologists Shailene Jha and Claire Kremen showed that bees' behavior is inconsistent with this prediction if flowers in dense patch areas are blank. Then there's a colon. So this colon is telling me everything I need to know as far as context goes, because colons are really good for giving examples among a couple of other things. So I know that whatever comes after the colon is going to be an example of what was just before the colon. So basically, this should be an example of my answer. So this is the context that I'm really going to focus on. Bees will forage beyond patches of low species richness to acquire multiple resource types. So my example is they will go farther past low species richness. Low species richness would mean there are not as many types of species. So this would be like less variety. And to acquire multiple resource types, basically to a place where there's more variety. So as far as filling in the blank goes, step 2 is to come up with some sort of a prediction. All right, so it says they will do this if flowers in dense patches are blank. Basically, if they have less variety. And here's a little tip for you. You don't need your prediction to be one word. It could be a phrase. So I'm going to make it a phrase. I'm going to say, if flowers in dense patches are all the same kind, right? All the same kind is basically no variety. So that is my prediction. The last step is to eliminate answer choices that don't match your prediction. Let's say I look at depleted. I know depleted. Depleted is when something is like empty, right? So all the same kind, that doesn't mean empty. That doesn't mean that we've finished everything. So A is out. B, I don't know how to pronounce that. I don't know what that means. So I'm going to skip to choice C, right? Immature. Immature means not mature. Definitely doesn't mean all the same kind. So I'll get rid of C. And then D, dispersed. Dispersed means spread out. It doesn't mean all the same kind. So if I didn't know what homogeneous meant, but I confidently deleted 3 answers, that is the only time I should choose the answer I don't know. And yes, homogeneous literally means all the same kind. Homo meaning same, and then genius referring to like species, basically, like your different genus types. Next is going to be sentence boundaries questions involving though or however. And I am pointing these out specifically because they could be very tricky. The reason is that though or however can either end a sentence or an independent clause or start a sentence or independent clause. Let me just give you a really simple example first. So my example is going to be, though I don't like cheese, I do love pizza. See how I'm starting a sentence with though. I could also say, I love pizza. I don't like cheese though. All right. So you're seeing how you could start or end. And then similarly, I could say, I don't like cheese. However, I do love pizza. Here, we're starting an independent clause with however, and I could definitely turn this into a period, but normally you're going to see a semicolon on the SAT because they like to mess with you. So that is, again, beginning a sentence or beginning an independent clause with however, and we can kind of do the same thing. I don't like cheese. We'll do another semicolon. We'll say, I do love pizza, however. So again, the reason that these are tricky is that you can begin or end a sentence with however or though. All right. So let's now talk about this particular question and how to deal with it. It is sentence boundaries, which means we only have to focus on the sentence with the blank space. So I'm going to ignore this to start, and then I'm going to read through and kind of get a feel for how things sound. Nakalembe doesn't just compile the blank though. She also shares her findings with African farmers. And then I see a comma and an ing word, which means this is all going to be non-essential information at the end of the sentence. So I can really just focus right here. Nakalembe doesn't just compile the information though. She also shares her findings with African farmers. Just from reading this one out loud, I can tell that my answer is going to be choice A, because even though I could have an independent clause that ends after information, like choice C, for example, the logic is that she doesn't just compile the information, she also shares her findings. So in order to have that logical contrast, we need to end the first independent clause with though. If we started the second independent clause with though, now all of a sudden we're contrasting her sharing her findings with this part that I said we don't need to read. Now, obviously, if you weren't understanding what was going on, you might want to actually read it. So it says enabling them to make data-driven decisions. Sharing findings and enabling them to make data-driven decisions, those two things don't contrast. It's just expanding on what sharing the findings does. We would also notice that if we tried to start this with though, we don't have an independent clause after the comma, which we would need if we started our sentence with though. So a couple issues there. So again, the answer is choice A. I just explained why choice C doesn't work. And then as far as B and D go, B is a comma splice because we do need to have a period or a semicolon here, so that wouldn't work. And then D is just right out because like we have the comma splice, but we're also missing the comma that we need before though. So lots of issues with D. And my answer is going to be choice A. So the 2 steps you want to take for these types of questions are figure out where your independent clauses are. That alone would have gotten us our answer, but also think about the logic. Which 2 things are you trying to contrast? All right, next up, we've got verb-based questions that involve tenses or even infinitives. And here you can see that we do indeed have an infinitive to reign. And we've got multiple versions of tenses with having reigned, reigning, reign. So let's talk about dealing with this. First of all, I like to simplify as much as possible. I'm going to just start with this main question, and if I end up needing context, I'll read the first sentence. But let's see here. We've got these spherical bits of glass form when asteroids collide with the planet, ejecting bits of molten rock into the atmosphere that... And then we've got this non-essential information, so I'm going to ignore that. Ejecting bits of molten rock into the atmosphere that blank back onto Mars's surface. Now, honestly, a lot of the time, just getting rid of non-essential information can make things a lot clearer. So let's just read the answer choices out loud to start. Ejecting bits of molten rock into the atmosphere that to rain back onto Mars's surface. So that should be a red flag, right? That doesn't sound right because we want to say bits of molten rock that something, bits of molten rock that do this thing. And you hear me saying the word do, which should just be a simple present tense verb. What's our simple present tense verb? Rain. Bits of molten rock that rain. So just by reading it out loud and sort of using the word do, I knew that I needed that simple present tense rain, but let's quickly eliminate the other ones. I already read A out loud, and it was clear that we didn't need an infinitive. Ejecting bits of molten rock that raining. So we would need that are raining or that were raining. We're missing that helping verb, so we have to get rid of B. Now C could kind of work depending on how things ended. We could say something like, ejecting bits of molten rock that having rained down, da-da-da-da-da-da, and then go on from there. But we don't have anything that goes on from there. This is the end of the sentence, so C would also not work. Without a doubt, you're going to encounter these on the SAT. They always come at the end of the English sections. Just a friendly reminder, make sure to pause the video and try and do this on your own first, but let's talk about solving these. Rhetorical synthesis questions are incredibly easy. First thing we do is we completely ignore the notes. They're going to waste our time and distract us. All we need to worry about is what is the goal? Because every one of these questions is going to be asking about accomplishing some sort of a goal. So here it says, the student wants to use a quotation to emphasize a potential problem with the Wood Wide Web theory. So emphasize a potential problem. I'm just going to try to focus on that right now, and I'm going to start going through and eliminating wrong answers. Describing trees as super cooperators. Simard first suggested that trees can exchange resources with another. All right, so there's no potential problem there, so A is out. In the decay of the Wood Wide Web, Carson and colleagues note that common mycorrhizal networks have captured. So again, it's just sort of stating a fact, doesn't emphasize a problem. After evaluating dozens of CMN studies, Carson and colleagues expressed concern that recent claims about common mycorrhizal networks are disconnected from evidence. That seems to be a problem, so I'm keeping C. D, despite the concerns expressed in the 2022 study, The Decay of the Wood Wide Web, the Wood Wide Web theory remains popular. Okay, so this is a little bit tough because they both mention concern, right? So if we're emphasizing a potential problem, we want to focus on one problem. D mentions that there were concerns, but the main idea is that the theory is still popular, whereas C, our correct answer, gives a specific concern about claims being disconnected from the evidence. So without looking at the notes, our answer is C. Go ahead and try this question on your own first. I'm not even going to say what type of question it is yet because it'll give it away. So pause the video. All right. Now this is going to be a question testing your knowledge of colons. I mean, punctuation in general, but the correct answer here is going to end up being D. Let me explain why. So Colons. A couple things we need to think about. The number one thing we want to remember is they must come after an independent clause. So an independent clause is something that can stand on its own. You could think of it as, more or less a full sentence. That's the number one thing we want to think about. Once we've checked for that, there are a couple of things that they tend to do. So colons introduce lists. That's probably the most common. Colons resolve cliffhangers. Colons give an example. And these are the three most common things that you're going to see colons doing on the SAT. I'm not saying this is all that colons do, and even that first rule isn't necessarily true outside of the SAT, but within the SAT, this is what you need to remember. Let me give you an example of each, and then we'll go ahead and use this to solve this question. So a list might be something like, I love 3 things: dogs, cats, and pizza. Resolving a cliffhanger. So a cliffhanger is when you are left wondering what happens next. So an example of this could be something like, at that moment, something terrible happened, and then you want to resolve it. My mom ate the last slice of pizza. And then an example, I'll give you an example of an example. My cat is very cool. She wears sunglasses all the time. So as you can see, we've got a statement that my cat is very cool, and then we have an example of how my cat is very cool. So these are the 3 things that you want to look out for. And notice that we don't necessarily need a full sentence after the colon. So our first example, we do not have a full sentence. But you could also have a full sentence after the colon. The only thing that must be true, again, is that you have to have that full sentence or that independent clause before the colon. All right, now let's take a closer look at this question. So if we look at our blank space, we've got this really long sentence starting from in a 2016 study. And I like to simplify things as much as possible. So if we have an introductory phrase, we can get rid of that. So we've got Eastern Washington University psychologist Amani, I'm not going to try to pronounce that. We could simplify that too. We could just basically say like, this psychologist found that, and then we've got a comma among the study participants, and then we've got another comma. So whenever you have a comma sandwich like this that sort of interrupts the sentence, you can get rid of all that stuff as well. So our sentence becomes, this psychologist found that there was one personality trait that they scored particularly high on. That's a full sentence, right? And then what comes after the colon? Openness to experience. So we don't have a list, so it's not that use of colons. I would say this is a cliffhanger. It tells us there was one trait that they scored particularly high on. So the cliffhanger is, well, what's that one trait? We want to know, right? So that's why D is going to work. And in case you're curious as to why the others would not work, A, we could end with high, but then all of a sudden we have on openness to experience as its own sentence. That's not a full sentence. B, we've got a semicolon, which could separate 2 independent clauses, but openness to experience is not an independent clause. So B is not going to work. And then C, we have no punctuation, which is just a straight up run-on sentence. We definitely do need to separate those 2 independent clauses. So C is out as well. Let me give you a chance to try this one as well before I name the type of question. So pause the video, and I'm going to call this our odd verb out questions. The reason I call it that is because we can get through these very quickly by choosing the odd verb out. And let me show you what I mean. All we have to do is use he, she, or it. I'm going to go ahead and use she. And in addition to that, I'm going to use they. So either he, she, or it, and then they. And I'm going to use these words in front of my answers and decide which one is the odd verb out. So for A, we would say she hasn't been. For B, we would say she wasn't. For C, we would say she isn't. And sure enough, there's an odd verb out. We would say they aren't. So our answer is D, they aren't. It really is that simple. As long as you are dealing with a subject-verb agreement question and not a verb tense question. And you'll be able to tell because if it's a tense question, this trick just won't work. You won't only have one odd verb out. You'll have a couple of answers that work for each. And just to kind of show you in context how this ends up working, our subject is the artistic talents. So we have a plural subject, talents, and then we would say the artistic talents aren't. Next up, we've got transition questions. Without a doubt, transition questions aren't going anywhere. You're certainly going to come across one of these questions on the SAT. And these questions are all about context. You're going to want to look specifically at the sentence before the blank space. Then you're going to look for keywords or phrases that indicate the kind of transition you're looking for. Let me show you what I mean. So we're going to go and read through this. When one looks at the dark, craggy vistas in Hitoshi Fugo's evocative photo series, one's mind might wander off to cratered surfaces of faraway planets. Then we have our blank space. It's the series title, Flying Frying Pan, that brings one back to Earth. Okay, so I'm already seeing sort of a connection here. The first sentence talks about our minds wandering off to faraway planets. The title brings us back to Earth. And hear what I just said. I said but. So I'm looking for a but. I didn't mean it like that. I'm looking for a transition word similar to but. All right? Sorry, that's not a very pretty but it'll work. Okay, let's go through. And what we'll do is we'll eliminate if we can't use one of these words in a but fashion. Consequently is a cause and effect transition. I ate 6 slices of pizza. Consequently, I was very full. So that's not going to work. Alternatively is giving an alternative, another option. So something like, we could go and have pizza tonight. Alternatively, we could get Chinese food. So B's not going to work. So ultimately, doesn't necessarily work the same way as but when we use ultimately, oftentimes it is combined with but because it is a conclusion or, what happens after all is said and done. So we could say something like, we thought about having pizza, we thought about having Chinese food, but ultimately we decided just to eat top ramen for dinner. Or ultimately we decided to just eat top ramen for dinner. So here they're saying your mind might wander off into the cratered surfaces of faraway planets. So this thing is going to happen. At some point, though, you're going to come back to Earth. Ultimately, the title is going to bring you back to Earth. So my but prediction was not perfect, but it did help me find the correct answer, which is ultimately. Now, I'm feeling super confident about this, so I'm just going to circle it. If you were not, you would definitely want to go ahead and eliminate additionally as well. All right, our last type of question that you are certainly going to be encountering on your SAT are these underlined function type questions. They're pretty easy to spot because a portion of your paragraph is going to be underlined and you're really trying to figure out what the function of that underlined bit is. And when it asks about the function, it's basically asking, what does this part of the paragraph do? And for these types of questions, I do recommend reading the whole thing for context, at least until you feel like you have a good idea of your own prediction. And that leads to my second recommendation, which is to have some sort of a prediction. What do you think the underlined sentence is doing? Come up with that first, and then compare the answers to your prediction rather than relying on the answers to understand the function. All right, let's go ahead and read. Archaeological excavation of Market Street, Chinatown, a 19th century Chinese American community in San Jose, California, provided the first evidence that Asian food products were imported to the United States in the 1800s. Bones from a freshwater fish species native to South Asia. Okay, then we have a word I can't say, Hong Kong-based import-export firms likely coordinated the fish's transport from Chinese-operated fisheries in Vietnam and Malaysia to North American markets. At this point, I feel like I have sort of a prediction because basically this is a hypothesis or a guess about where the fish came from. And then let's just finish up here for context. This route reveals the often overlooked multinational dimensions of the trade networks linking Chinese diaspora communities. Okay, so we have the hypothesis, the guess where the fish came from, and then this last sentence is sort of saying like why that's important, I guess. Okay, so let's go through. A says it explains why efforts to determine the country of origin remain inconclusive. So that's not my prediction. It doesn't say anything about it being inconclusive. It provides information that helps support a claim about a discovery's significance. Okay, so a guess about where the fish came from helps support a claim about a discovery's significance that's presented in the following sentence. Okay, so I did say that that last sentence is sort of talking about why it's significant. So that actually works. It's not a perfect match with what I said, but with the last sentence context, it definitely works. So we'll keep B. It traces the steps that were taken to locate and recover the object. No, it does not. It outlines a hypothesis. Okay, I'm excited because I like hypothesis. That additional evidence discussed in the following sentence casts doubt on. Ooh, okay. So this is tough. This answer is definitely trying to tempt me because it has hypothesis, and I know that it is a hypothesis, but we know that the following sentence actually explains why it is significant rather than casting doubt on it. So D is out. Our answer has to be B. Now, you might know these as vocabulary questions. College Board officially calls them words in context, and I think that name is actually very helpful because the key to solving these is all in the context. Let me show you what I mean. Let's go ahead and read this one. Rejecting the premise that the literary magazine Ebony and Topaz should present a unified vision of Black American identity, editor Charles S. Johnson fostered his contributors' diverse perspectives by promoting their authorial autonomy. Johnson's self-effacement diverged from the editorial stances of W.E.B. Du Bois and Alan Locke, whose decisions for their publications were more blank. And before we look at our answer choices, we need to hone in on what's going on contextually and come up with a prediction of what we think should go in the blank space. Again, before we look at the answer choices. What I noticed here that's really helpful is a contrast. We have Johnson's self-effacement and Johnson's focus on diverse perspectives, which should contrast, because it says diverged from, so it should contrast with Du Bois and Alan Locke, whose decisions were more blank. So if we think about offering diverse perspectives and self-effacement, that is not wanting to, promote yourself or bring attention to yourself, I'm going to come up with a prediction that these other decisions were more focused on themselves, less diverse, something along those lines. And I probably wouldn't actually write this down, but just to keep track, I'm going to say something like we'll go with like self-assured, which could be sort of an antonym for self-effacement, I guess. Now that I have a prediction based on that contrast in the context, I'm going to purge any answers. I'm going to get rid of any answers that don't match it, at least a little bit. Okay. A, proficient. That doesn't really match up with self-assured. I'm going to get rid of it. B is dogmatic. And dogmatic, you can look at the root word dogma being an established belief or doctrine. So if something is dogmatic, it claims to be true. And it often has a negative context in which there's not really any wiggle room. So somebody who's very dogmatic in the way they express their opinions might state those opinions as facts and really not be willing to accept anyone else's opinion. For example, I love cookies and cream ice cream. And if I were really dogmatic, I would say, you know what? I know a lot of you say that you like chocolate, but you're wrong. Cookies and cream ice cream is actually just the best ice cream there is. And you can hear that I was sounding quite self-assured when I said that. So this definitely works with my prediction. It's not a perfect match, but it's not something I would get rid of by any means. So I'm going to keep B. So C, ambiguous. Ambiguous is sort of like mysterious or unknown. A lot of the time it is used to describe something that's not clear. So for example, if you asked your significant other if they were mad at you and they said, I feel the same way about you that I felt yesterday, that would be ambiguous. You don't know how they feel. Are they mad at you? Are they not? It's very frustrating, but it's definitely not self-assured. So I'm going to get rid of C here. And then unpretentious, we've got un, which means not. And then we have pretentious. And pretentious, somebody who's pretentious will be very fancy and use really eloquent language and dress with high fashion to try to impress people, to sort of give this air of importance. And while a pretentious person might be self-assured, an unpretentious person would certainly not be. So D is out, and we've got our answer B. Next up, we've got science passages. And for sure, more and more of these scientific passages are showing up on the SAT, looking more like some of the stuff that you see on the ACT, actually. And the trick with these is to really just focus on supporting or refuting the conclusion or the hypothesis. So for example, this one we see we want to support the team's conclusion. Ideally, we will not have to look at the graph at all, but let's see what happens with this one. Some of the more challenging ones, you might need to look at the graph. The first thing I need to do is actually figure out what the conclusion is, which tends to be in the last sentence. And sure enough, we have the team concluded that there's evidence that the nucleobases in the meteorite formed in space and are not the result of contamination on Earth. Okay, so I want to focus on nucleobases formed in space, not Earth, basically. And I'm going to go through and start eliminating answers that do not seem to support that conclusion. A says, and I'm just going to use letters for these because part of the trick of getting through these science-based passages is to not freak out about the scientific words that you may not be familiar with. I don't know what isoguanine is or if that's even how I'm supposed to pronounce it, but I don't care. So I'm just going to call it I. I and P were detected in both meteorite samples, but not in the soil sample. Okay, so I know that soil is something that's on Earth. If we see this I and P, which I can infer are the nucleobases, and they're in the meteorite samples, but not in the soil samples, that does show that they were formed in space and not on Earth. So I'm going to keep A. B, we have A and X were detected in both meteorite samples and in the soil sample. So again, if the soil is Earth and we see these in both, that's not really showing evidence that they were not formed on Earth because they were found on Earth, right? So B is out. C says H and P were detected in both the meteorite sample 2 and in the soil sample. So again, we have meteorite and Earth. So C doesn't work because I'm looking for basically just meteorite. D says I and H were detected in the meteorite sample 1, but not in sample 2. So this one's a little tricky because it's saying it was detected in a meteorite. It wasn't detected in the other meteorite, but here it doesn't even mention the soil. So that doesn't work either. So my answer, without looking at the chart, is A. And just to clarify, if you did not make the connection that I made, that soil is of Earth, we could do a little bit more peeking through the paragraph. We could take a quick look and see that we have these 2 meteorite samples and that we have a soil sample from a landing zone in Australia. So we know that that's Earth. Next, we have important contrasting words. And these can show up in longer texts. In particular, I noticed them coming up in the central ideas and details type questions. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Anytime we're dealing with one of these questions, I do recommend starting with the main question itself so we can figure out if we're looking for a detail or if we're looking for a main idea. And this says what can be concluded about the diminishing popularity of the portrait miniature in the 19th century. So this is an interesting one. I would say we probably want to read the whole thing for context because we're going to make some sort of a conclusion, but we're focusing specifically on that diminishing popularity. And I did say that contrasting words tend to be important. So as we read through, let's try and find any contrasting words that we come across. A common assumption among art historians is that the invention of photography in the mid-19th century displaced the painted portrait in public consciousness. All right, so we have an assumption that photography displaced the portrait. The diminishing popularity of the portrait miniature, which coincided with the rise of photography, seems to support this claim. So, more evidence for what was just said. However, there's that contrast word that I was talking about. Photography's impact on the portrait may be overstated. Although records from art exhibitions in the Netherlands from 1820 to 1892 show a decrease in the number of both full-size and miniature portraits submitted, this trend was established before the invention of photography. So I already feel like I have a conclusion based on that contrast. We have the assumption that photography is the cause of diminishing popularity, but that is, however, it might not be the case because we saw this decrease happening before photography. So that's going to be my prediction. Let's go through and eliminate some answers. A, factors other than the rise of photography may be more directly responsible. Yep, that lines up with what I said. Although portrait miniatures became less common, they were widely regarded as having more artistic merit. That has nothing to do with what I was saying. The popularity likely persisted for longer than art historians have assumed. No, it says actually that the popularity started diminishing earlier than the assumption that it was during photography's invention. As demand for the portrait miniatures decreased, portrait artists likely shifted their creative focus to photography. This is something we can infer, maybe that's true, but again, it's not what's being asked and it's not what I predicted. So D is out. Our answer is most certainly going to be A. Next up is something I like to call too many commas. And you can spot this because you've got a punctuation question, that is to say a boundaries question, and there are lots of commas in the sentence. We have a pretty short sentence here, and there's 4 commas already, right? The trick is a lot of students will look at this and think, that's too many commas. There's no way we want to add another comma, and they're going to go ahead and get rid of, D, they're going to get rid of A, and then they're going to go with either B or C because there's no way we could have that many commas, right? But that is not a logical way of thinking. As long as we're following the rules of punctuation, we could have as many commas as we want. So instead, let's read through this and figure out what's going on with the punctuation. The Tea Museum in Uncaseville, Connecticut was founded. All right, and I'm going to simplify here. So I'm just going to call this the museum. We don't need to know the name of it. We don't need to know that it's in Uncaseville, Connecticut. So we're just going to call this the museum. The museum was founded in 1931 with the goal of showcasing the culture and history of the Mohegan tribe. Then we have either and or not and. And today, nearly a century later, it is the oldest. Okay, so from reading that out loud so far, we have the museum was founded in 1931 with the goal of showcasing the culture and history of the Mohegan tribe, period, is how I'm feeling, right? That is the end of an independent clause. So if we start with today, a new sentence basically, right? We have today, nearly a century later. It's the oldest native owned and operated museum in the country, which is another full sentence. I would need a period or a semicolon. For the answers that don't include and, I don't have a period or a semicolon. If I have and, because we have 2 independent clauses separated by a coordinating conjunction, the rule is I need a comma. So C is out. My answer is A. Next up, we've got misplaced modifier questions. These are some of the trickiest types of questions out there because a lot of students just straight up don't know that this is a rule. And honestly, it's kind of a weird rule because it's not always obvious that there's a mistake. Let me give you an example of this before we look at the question. If we had the sentence, running through the field, the flowers tickled my legs. You can probably understand that I am talking about some moment in which I was running through a field and flowers were tickling my legs, right? But this actually has a misplaced modifier because the rule is our modifier, that is the action being described before the comma, running through the field, needs to be done by whatever noun or subject comes right after the comma. In this case, the first thing after the comma is the flowers. So even though we understand what's going on, according to this rule, which is honestly kind of a silly rule, the flowers were the ones running through the field. But flowers, as you may know, do not have legs, cannot run, so this is a misplaced modifier. Instead, we would want to write something along the lines of running through the field, I was tickled on my legs by flowers. So you see how this is tricky because honestly, I think sentence number 2 here is a bit more clunky, but we have to follow that rule, at least when we're taking the SAT, we have to follow that rule of having the actual person running right after the comma. Let's use that same logic on this question here, and I definitely encourage you to try it first, but let's go ahead and look through. So our modifier is based on events that occurred when Ravenel was a city-state ruled by a king. Based on events, and I'm going to focus just on that. So whatever comes after the comma needs to be something that can be based on events. A says Ravenel Achi tells the story of Kichi Achi, a military leader. So Ravenel Achi, we get from the text that Ravenel Achi is a dance. So can a dance be based on events? It can. So I'm going to keep A. B says Kichi Achi, the military leader in the story. Kichi Achi is a person. Can a person be based on events? No. So it's not B. The military leader, another person. So it can't be C. There, existential there, can't be based on events. So D is out. And you can see by following this rule, we very quickly got the correct answer, which is going to be A. And finally, we're going to have command of evidence paragraphs that you don't actually have to read. So for these textual command of evidence questions, we really just want to figure out if we are either supporting a claim or hypothesis or refuting or undermining a claim or hypothesis. Going straight to the main question here, we see we want to undermine the claim. So ideally, we're not going to read this whole paragraph. We're just going to find the claim and get our answer based off of that. The claim tends to live close to the end. And if I start skimming through, I do indeed see Reeves claimed that the goldfish displayed robust memory capabilities by anticipating feeding times and positioning themselves in the correct tank section before food was provided. All right, so I'm focusing on these fish showing off their memory by going to certain places at certain times to anticipate food coming. So that's the claim. And again, I want to undermine that claim. So I'm looking for something that goes against that. And I'm just going to start getting rid of answers. A, environmental cues like light or changes in temperature affect goldfish behavior more often than time and location do. That actually seems to work because the memory capabilities, according to the claim, were showing up at a certain place at a certain time for feeding. So if these other factors, light or changes in temperature, affect the behavior more, that would go against that claim. So I'm going to keep A. B, the same goldfish were found to prefer brine shrimp over fish flakes. That literally has nothing to do with what we were just saying, so that's out. Cues from researchers were found to scare the goldfish, also not really lining up with the claim. Environmental stress has a greater impact on goldfish behavior than food does. That one is a little bit tricky because it mentions the food, but remember, we're really focusing on the feeding times and the positioning, so this one doesn't work either. And just like that, we've got our answer A. All right, this one's going to be words in context, so I'm going to read through. As an undergraduate researcher, this Jennifer contributed to a study challenging the accepted view. All right, so we're challenging a view that among prehistoric peoples, female participation in hunting was blank. The research team's review of data from these eras and early burials in the Americas revealed that, in fact, so this should go against whatever this is, as many as half of the hunters in those populations were female. Okay, so half of them being female, we want to go against that because we're challenging that. We have in fact, so I'm going to say something like female participation was lacking, something like that, because half of hunters would not be lacking, so lacking would be the opposite, kind of what I'm looking for. Inevitable, nope. Satisfactory, no. Satisfactory is like enough. Negligible, so negligible is definitely lacking. Negligible means such a small amount that it like doesn't even matter. So that would be my answer, and I'm just gonna circle it and be done. If you're confident, choose your answer, move on. If you're not 100% confident, make sure to eliminate 3 answers first. Command of evidence. Rejecting the premise that literary magazine Ebony and Topaz should present a unified vision of Black American identity, this guy fostered his contributors' diverse perspectives by promoting their authorial autonomy. Johnson's self-effacement diverged from the editorial stances of these other guys whose decisions for their publications were more blank. Because it says that Johnson's self-effacement diverged, we know that it's going to be different from these other guys. So self-effacement on its own is sort of not trying to like have all the attention on you. And then the sentence before that, it says used his contributors' diverse perspectives. So if we're looking for the opposite of that for these other guys, their decisions would be more, I don't know, like self-centered, or at least what's the opposite of diverse perspectives, or one perspective, something like that. So that'll be my prediction. Then looking at my answer choices, proficient definitely doesn't work there because proficient means you're like effective, good at doing something, not self-centered or from one perspective. Dogmatic I could see working because dogmatic means you are sticking to a dogma, a set of beliefs, and usually it's used in a negative way. Like if you're dogmatic, you just sort of follow the rules of your dogma blindly. Dogma being like a kind of teaching. So that could fit with the one perspective at least, not necessarily the self-centered. C, ambiguous. Ambiguous is just like it's unclear, so that doesn't work. Unpretentious. So self-centered is pretentious. So unpretentious would be the opposite of that. So that would be like the opposite of part of my prediction. So I'll say D is out, and then B is going to have to be my answer. And yeah, that works. So we've got a structure and purpose question here because it's asking about the main purpose of the text. So I like to definitely check out the date and any information they're going to give me up top. Specifically the date because it just sort of prepares me for, either words being used in a way that they aren't normally used or just words being used that I don't know. And it's telling me that Humphrey Davy was a prominent British chemist and inventor. So I'm going to pay attention. That's probably somewhat important since that's the only thing they're mentioning here. All right, we get years ago, this American savant was in London. He observed at an evening party a certain coxcombical fellow. All right, coxcombical, not a super common term. Let's work through this as if we don't know what it means. We're going to try to figure out what it means based on the context, right? As he thought, an absurd ribbon in his lapel, full of smart banter, whisking about to the admiration of as many were disposed to admire. Okay. So based on this, I'm thinking coxcombical is maybe sort of loud, not loud, like literally loud, but personable, maybe like annoyingly personable and friendly. Like he's trying to get people to like him, with the smart banter, trying to get admiration. He's got this really obnoxious ribbon apparently. So perhaps he's a bit like conceited, full of himself, that sort of thing. Anyway, So then we get great was the savant's disdain. And then remember, the savant is the person who's observing this guy. So now we know this guy is not fond of him. Disdain means he really doesn't like him. But chancing erelong to find himself in a corner with the jackanapes. I don't know what a jackanapes is, but we know he's calling this guy a jackanape. So maybe it's also like a coxcombical fellow, a jackanapes, an absurd man who's full of himself. That's what I'm going to assume. Got into conversation with him and was somewhat ill-prepared for the good sense of him. Okay. So he got into conversation. He was kind of taken aback by how friendly he was, it seems. Oh, it even says thrown aback, but was altogether thrown aback upon subsequently being informed that he was no less a personage than Sir Humphrey Davy. Okay, so the language there's, again, not something we would hear today, but basically saying he was surprised that this is in fact Sir Humphrey Davy, which we know is a prominent British chemist and inventor from the top there. Cool. All right. So main purpose of the text. With fiction, if you're looking for purpose, main purpose, I would just focus on like what happened in the simplest terms. And what happened in the simplest terms was some guy got surprised that, I was about to say something inappropriate, that this foolish, conceited man was a famous guy. Something along those lines is what I'm thinking. So that'll be my prediction there. All right, now I'm going to eliminate answers that don't match that prediction. A, portrays the thoughts of a character who's embarrassed about his own behavior. No. It presents an account of a misunderstanding. Surprised that this guy was famous. That's a misunderstanding. I'll keep B. Offers a short history of how a person came to be famous. No. Explains why one character disliked another. Tempting. Like, this definitely happens, but is that the main purpose? I think because it ends with Humphrey Davy, and also because they give us this information about Humphrey Davy, it's probably more important that we have this the surprise. And also, the explanation of why he dislikes him is pretty brief. It seems like he's kind of jealous of him, so I don't think that's going to be our answer. So choice B is going to be our answer. All right, here we've got main purpose of the text. So I am going to just read through the whole thing and come up with a prediction for that. Studying late 19th and early 20th century artifacts from an agricultural and domestic site in Texas, this archaeologist found that Black women employed as farm workers utilized hook and eye closures to fasten their clothes at the waist, giving themselves a silhouette similar to the one that was popular in contemporary fashion and typically achieved through more restrictive garments such as corsets. All right, let me just unpack this for myself. So basically we're seeing these Black women made clothes to look like popular fashion. It's kind of how I would simplify things. And then Fluellen, that's the archaeologist. The archaeologist argues that this sartorial practice shows that these women balanced hegemonic ideals of femininity with the requirements of their physically demanding occupation. All right, and then to kind of put that into my own words, I would say something like, well, it talks about ideals of femininity. So I could say to stay feminine, even though working, something like that, demanding occupation. So even though working hard. So that's kind of my summary of what's actually being said in the passage. As far as purpose goes, purpose is usually like, what is the text doing? So I would say the text is giving us evidence that these women were doing this, more or less. So I'll kind of just use that as my prediction. A, to describe an unexpected discovery, not really an unexpected discovery. It's more like I said, just explaining to us that this is what we think was going on. To discuss research investigated in the ways the Black female farm workers used fashion to resist traditional gender ideals. So they were trying to actually fall in line with gender ideals, like to stay feminine. So that's the opposite of what we said. To evaluate a scholarly work that offers explanations for the impact of urban fashion ideals on Black female farm workers. No, it's not evaluating the work and offering explanations for the impact of urban fashion ideals. It's just kind of saying that they were trying to still stick with those fashion ideals, but I don't know if that's so much an impact. I don't know. I'm going to keep that one because it kind of works. D, to summarize the findings of a study that explored factors influencing a fashion practice among Black female farm workers. See, I like that a lot better because it is summarizing the findings, basically that they were doing this thing to stick with the fashion that explored factors influencing a fashion practice. Because the focus was more on them doing this fashion practice rather than the impact that fashion ideals had on them. So D is going to be my answer for this one. All right, I can tell from the question stem that this is going to be a detailed question. Anytime we see something like, what does the text most strongly suggest? And then something specific. So I'm going to be looking for the use of this thing's performance space specifically as I read through this, because it's not about a main idea. It's more about the performance space. So the most recent iteration of this immersive experience, and then we have some non-essential info, transforms its performance space. Okay, so here I want to really pay attention, even though this is non-essential information, because we're starting to describe the performance space. I want to make sure I read everything. 5-story warehouse into a 1930s era hotel. Audience members who wander through the labyrinthine venue at their own pace and follow the actors as they play out simultaneous interweaving narrative loops confront the impossibility of experiencing the production in its entirety. Okay, so for the performance space, basically we're getting play taking place, I think it's a play, all over warehouse. So just kind of putting things into my own words. The play's refusal of narrative coherence thus hinges on the sense of spatial fragmentation, hinges on the sense of spatial fragmentation. So that's basically a fancy way of saying it relies on this 5-story warehouse that the venue's immense and intricate layout generates. So what does it suggest? I mean, I guess it suggests that the performance space is like part of the play itself. So I'll say something like part of the play itself.
Part of your play.
And let's eliminate. The choice of this venue likely enabled the play's creators to experiment with the use of space in a way that venue from earlier productions. This is a big red flag. Doesn't mention any earlier productions in the text, so that is an easy no. Audience members likely find the experience disappointing. No, we're not worried about that. Again, I'm looking for like the performance space being part of the play itself. The production's dependence on a particular environment would likely make it difficult to reproduce exactly in a different space. Yeah, if it's part of the play itself, it would be difficult to produce somewhere else. So I'm going to keep that one. Audience members who navigate this space to a recommended itinerary will likely have a better grasp of the narrative than audience members who depart from the itinerary. I mean, maybe, but there's no mention of an itinerary anywhere. So again, that would be like outside of the text. We don't care about that. And it doesn't go with what I said. So choice C is my answer here. All right, I'm going to start with this view so that you can pause the video and try this on your own first. But for these, if you know me, you know I usually actually don't like to look at the graph at first. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in as I work through this. And basically, I'll look at the visual aid if I need to look at the visual aid. But let's see. We want to complete the text, which basically means we want to support the conclusion or the hypothesis or whatever. Indeed, it's a conclusion. They concluded that REM sleep may not be homeostatically regulated. Okay, so REM sleep may not be homeostatically regulated in fur seals. And then it says citing as evidence that, so again, if we're completing the text, we're giving evidence to support that conclusion. Now, I have no idea what homeostatically regulated means, so I'm going to glance through the passage and look for it. And indeed, right here in the first sentence, it says, homeostatically regulated Animals compensate for periods of REM sleep deprivation by increasing subsequent REM sleep. So in my own words, that would be something like make up for lost REM sleep later, right? So that's what the regulation means. So now as I go through my answers, I want to support the idea that fur seals do not do this. They are not regulated. They do not make up for lost REM sleep later, all right? And I'm going to see if I can get away with just eliminating answers, but again, I'll look at the graph or whatever if I need to. Okay, so the seals in the study didn't show significantly less REM sleep during the second day after returning to land than they did the first day. So real quick, I want to make sure that I understand what happened the first day and the second day. I'm going to assume that they lost sleep the first day. Again, if I go back to the paragraph, when on land, fur seals get enough REM sleep, but during the weeks they're in the water, they get almost none. And then it says in the study, they recorded it, once they had returned to land. So indeed, this is a study right after they came back from the water where they weren't getting sleep. So if they showed less REM sleep during the second day after returning to land, that's just comparing 2 days on land, which doesn't help us at all. We're basically looking for them making up for lost sleep after they get back. So that's not even connected. So A is out. B showed no significant differences from one another in baseline levels of REM sleep. That doesn't mention the water versus the land at all. It's just talking about them compared to each other. So that doesn't work either. Didn't consistently demonstrate a significant increase in REM sleep after their period of deprivation in the water. That's specifically talking about after deprivation in the water, didn't increase REM sleep, didn't make up for lost REM sleep. So that's looking really strong. Let's look at choice D, because sometimes you'll get two answers that work and then you have to look at the graph. Showed no significant difference between REM sleep after returning to land and REM sleep while in the water. So that one's kind of tricky because no significant difference would not necessarily be making up for lost REM sleep, but it's not specifically talking about, not making up for lost REM sleep after returning. It's just saying that there was no significant difference. So it kind of works, but it is not as strong. So D would be out, and my answer would be choice C. All right, we got an inferences question here. So for these, I like to kind of work backwards. Young and colleagues' recommendation therefore implies that HST, because this is kind of acting as the question stem for a lot of other types of reading questions where it's going to tell me what I'm aiming for as I read through the rest of the passage. So it therefore implies that something about HST. So as we read through the rest of this, just know that we're aiming for some sort of implication about whatever HST is. All right, so HST is projected to maintain operation until at least 2030, but it has already revolutionized this imaging system, this image of solar system bodies this seems like it's probably detail I don't need to worry about. Notwithstanding, this is going to be a transition, and I get excited about transitions because they kind of point to things I should pay attention to, that only about 6% of the bodies are within the solar system. Okay, so it's basically it's saying HST has done important stuff, although this only includes 6% of bodies that are within solar system. So I'm focusing on that. And then we get this researcher and colleagues assert, so they're making some sort of an argument, that a new space telescope dedicated exclusively to solar system observations would permit an extensive survey of minor solar system bodies and the long UV observation to discern how solar system bodies can change over time. Okay, so basically they're saying if we get a new telescope that's dedicated exclusively to solar system observations, because remember, the HST is only doing about 6%, would permit an extensive survey of this. The recommendation therefore implies that HST blank. So the implication to me would be if we have a telescope that's exclusively looking at solar system bodies, then the HST could focus on things outside of the solar system since it was only doing about 6% anyway. And now we have this other telescope that's dedicated to it. We could basically have the HST for outside of the solar system and then this new one for inside the solar system. So I'm going to say can focus outside solar system. All right, let's take a look. Will likely continue to be used primarily to observe objects outside the solar system. Well, I usually like to eliminate, but that is such a close match. I'm just going to go ahead and circle A. That's my answer, and we'll move on. All right, got another inference here. And normally I like to start with the last sentence, but it's already looking pretty long, and I can see it's kind of mentioning stuff that I'm going to need to know about. So I'm just going to start from the beginning here and try to wrap my head around what's going on from the start. The one thing I will note is that suggesting that during the Bourbon Restoration. So basically we want to make some sort of a suggestion about what was happening during the Bourbon Restoration. During the Bourbon Restoration, the right to vote required that in part a person paid at least 300 francs in direct taxes to the government. Okay, so to vote must pay. I'll say something like that. And it says the four most common taxes were levied on real estate, the doors and windows of taxpayer homes, the rental values of homes, and the businesses of artisans and merchants. Okay, so basically, this was mostly affecting real estate. Although relatively few people paid the tax on real estate, it was the main means of voter qualification and accounted for over 2/3 of government receipts during this period. Okay, so if it was the main means of voter qualification, I would say maybe we could infer that people with real estate were voting more during this period because you had to pay this thing in order to vote. So we'll say people with real estate voted more. That'll be my prediction. Those people who had the right to vote most likely had substantial holdings in French real estate. That's literally what I said, but this one is kind of scary, so I'm going to make sure and eliminate the other answers. Voting habits of French artisans and merchants were effective in reducing tax burdens? No. Number of doors and windows was kept to a minimum? No. French people with significant foreign investments were unlikely to have the right to vote? No. So choice A is definitely going to be my answer. Cool. That ended up being a little bit easier than I thought. All right, we've got cross-text connections here. So we're usually going to have one text responding to the other, but in this case, we have a little bit of an oddball. It says, what would the two texts most likely agree with? So I'm actually just going to read through these, kind of get myself a main idea for both of them and try to find a connection between the two where they agree with each other. So text 1, this guy disputed claims that the two noble kinsmen was co-authored by Shakespeare and this guy Fletcher. He felt Fletcher's contributions were obvious. Fletcher had a distinct style in his other plays, so much so that the lines with that style were considered sufficient evidence of his authorship. But for the lines not deemed to be by Fletcher, this guy felt their depiction of women indicated that their author was not Shakespeare, but Philip Massinger. All right. So basically, I'm seeing the argument is that the two noble kinsmen, I'll just call it TNK, not by, we'll say Shakespeare S and F, so Shakespeare and Fletcher, but by F and M, M being Philip Massinger. That's kind of like the main thing that I'm seeing there. Looking at number 2, scholars have accepted that TNK was co-authored by Shakespeare since the 70s. It appears in all major one-volume editions of Shakespeare's complete works. Though scholars disagree about who wrote what exactly, it is generally held on the basis of style. Shakespeare wrote all the first act and most of the last, while John Fletcher authored most of the 3 middle acts. Okay, so this guy is saying TNK was authored by S and F. Now, as far as what they have in common, it looks like they both agree on the F. like they both think Fletcher was involved. So that'll be my prediction. They would agree that Fletcher was involved. All right, let's take a look here. John Fletcher's writing has a unique, readily identifiable style. So that's not exactly what I wrote, but I do remember we see like on the basis of style, Fletcher had a distinct style. So that's literally mentioned in both texts, so I'll keep that. B, the women characters in Fletcher's plays are similar to women in Massinger's plays. No, that mentions Fletcher, but Massinger was only mentioned in the first passage, so B is out. C, TNK belongs in one volume. That doesn't mention Fletcher at all. D, Massinger. Again, Massinger was only mentioned in passage 1, so gotta be A. All right, we've got standard conventions of English, specifically punctuation, so I'm just gonna start from the main sentence. With this novel data set, the team was able to determine how current-driven mixing varies across regions and what impact it has on the distribution of heats. Okay, we have 2 noun phrases, not 2 independent clauses, so we don't need any punctuation. My answer is choice D. All right, another boundaries question, so I'll start just from, actually the whole thing is one big sentence, so I guess I'll start from the beginning. This researcher developed a process for increasing tensile strength measured in or GPa of silkworm silk by dissolving and reweaving the silk in a solution of iron metals, this and this. Z, increase the amount of force required to stretch it from approximately 0.5 to 2. So for ones like this that I think are even more challenging, I want to pay attention to whether or not I have independent clauses. So let's start by seeing if I could end the sentence after silk, since I see D as an option. Researcher developed a process for doing this thing of silkworm silk. This is non-essential information, so I could ignore it. This person developed a process for increasing the tensile strength of silkworm silk, period. That would work. Do I have an independent clause starting here? Dissolving and reweaving the silk in a solution of these things. Z, increase the amount of force required to stretch it from this to this. That's also a full sentence. So yeah, my answer is D. Got a form, structure, and sense, aka a grammar question here. I like to at least start with the sentence with the blank space and then read more if I need to. The animal which lays eggs but also nurses blank young with milk has since been classified as whatever. Okay. And it looks like I'm dealing with pronouns. So really I just need to figure out what is my antecedent. Well, my antecedent is the animal. The animal lays eggs but also nurses its young with milk. It is singular because the animal is singular, and D means it is, so my answer is choice C here. All right, more grammar here. I'm just gonna read the whole thing because it's incredibly short. Known as Earth's living skin, biocrusts are thin layers of soil held together by surface-dwelling microorganisms, such as fungi, lichens, and whatever, fortifying soil in arid ecosystems against erosion, comma. All right, so that's structure where we end with a comma, and then also in all the answer choices, we have different starting noun phrases. That means we're dealing with modifiers. So I just need to figure out what or who is fortifying soil. A recent study's estimate. An estimate cannot fortify soil. A is out. An estimated 60% reduction. A reduction in something cannot fortify soil. So B is out. These crusts are a thing, so they might be able to fortify soil. I'll hold on, and then maybe we'll debate between this one and D. A recent study. Oh, or not. A study can't fortify soil. So even though I have no idea like exactly what's going on here, it's very scientific, I can tell pretty easily that 3 of these things cannot fortify soil, while one of them potentially could, and that's going to be my answer, choice C. We've got a transitions question here. In a heated debate in biogeography, the field is divided between dispersalists and vicariancists. Blank, there are those who argue that dispersal is this thing, and those who insist that vicariance is. Okay, so it seems like we get this vague statement about the dispersalists versus the vicariancists. I don't know what that means, but it seems like they're sort of explaining to us what that means. Again, the language here, it seems very scientific, but basically it's like an explanation of what these things are. So I'm looking for some sort of a clarifying transition, like that is to say. So that is to say would be my prediction here. And then normally I would start eliminating, but I see that is, which is literally the same thing as that is to say. It's just a shortened version. So my answer is D. We've got rhetorical synthesis. So I'm going to start by ignoring the notes, and then I'm going to look for the goal. The goal is to explain the disadvantage of relying on audio features to predict a song's popularity. And let's eliminate anything that doesn't match that goal. Many popular predicting algorithms are based on a song's audio features. That's just telling me what they're based on. I don't see a disadvantage there. Algorithms based on audio features may misidentify main features with varying acoustic traits, making such algorithms less reliable predictors. That is explaining a disadvantage. I'll keep it. Audio features describe acoustic traits such as pitch intervals, which may vary, whereas descriptive, this is giving me different explanations for audio features versus descriptive tags. I don't care about that. The MSD's descriptive tags are reliable predictors. Again, it doesn't tell me a disadvantage of relying on audio features. So pretty quickly, pretty easily, my answer is B. First up, we've got words in context questions where you replace a word. And the key here is that when you're replacing a word, these passages tend to be quite old. So you need to keep in mind that the most common definition you're used to is most likely not going to be the correct answer. In fact, it's going to be a distractor answer. So in this question, for example, when we think of entertain, I think of, providing amusement. A good way to avoid falling into the trap of choosing the most common definition is to ignore the word and just fill in the blank. So if I'm looking at my context here, we have the notion pressed upon him unpleasantly, yet he could not wholly refuse to blank the possibility it contained vital news. My prediction here would be something like think about. Could not wholly refuse, but think about the possibility that it might contain vital news. Then when I go to eliminate, provide amusement is probably the most common definition for entertain, and it's not the right answer. Consider lines up with think about. I would keep that. Host is another common definition for entertain, not my answer. Enjoy doesn't fit the bill, so my answer is B, consider. Next up, we have rhetorical synthesis summaries. So if you've watched some of my videos, you probably know that my first step for these types of questions is to ignore the notes. We are only going to read them if we have to, which is rarely the case. After that, we want to focus on the goal. The goal in this case is the student wants to summarize the study. Seems simple enough, but we need to consider what are we looking for in a summary? So before we go through to eliminate, a summary of a study is going to tell us very briefly who conducted the study, why the study was conducted, and the results of the study. So choice A, we get the study, we get researchers in Antarctica, we get that they're observing penguins. What we don't get is a result. Since we're missing a result, I'm going to get rid of A. B, we get the researchers. This time we actually get a name, so even better than just researchers in Antarctica, I would say. We get what they wanted to know, and we get that they conducted a study, but again, we do not have the result. B is out. C, understanding that penguins face challenges, researchers measured the success rate, which dropped to 30% under extreme conditions. So this one, it seems like we get the result, but this is a very specific detail. We're looking for a more holistic view of the result. And looking at choice D, we get Dr. Wendy Frost. That name is better than just researchers. We get the year of the study. We get what the study was doing. And we get the success rate of foraging attempts decreased as ocean temperatures rose. So that is the actual result. Our answer is choice D. I'm also predicting that you are going to run into science-y texts, specifically science-y command of evidence texts. You're going to know that you're dealing with one of these if you run into, first of all, a bunch of science-y jargon in your passage, but also the question is going to say, which would most directly support or weaken some sort of a claim or hypothesis. The good news is, with these, we do not need to know what the words mean. We just need to logically fit the pieces together. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So first thing you want to do is actually find the claim, which tends to be toward the end. And indeed, I see claim. So after this, we get stabilizing flibbanites using pulsar-mediated PMOFs enhances their durability and makes them more efficient in Quarkian energy conversion. So the key is to focus on the words that you do understand and come up with your own caveman version of the claim based on that. So I see using, I understand using, and we know that the thing that they're using is abbreviated as PMOFs. Enhances durability. That is something I understand. It means it makes them stronger and makes them more efficient in energy conversion. So I'm going to just focus on these right here, and I'm going to restate the claim as PMOF makes stronger and more efficient. And from here, I'm going to actually start eliminating. Choice A says, flibbanites treated with PMOFs maintained their crystalline integrity when exposed to high QFV levels. So maintaining integrity would be a signal that they are stronger, while untreated flibbanites, so not treated with these PMOFs, showed significant degradation under the same conditions. That fits with makes stronger. We don't necessarily have anything about more efficient there, but let's hold on to A. B, when subjected to low QFV environments, both the PMOF treated and untreated flibbanites displayed identical energy conversion rates. So this is mentioning the PMOFs, but it's saying there was no change in conversion rates and structural stability. So stronger, more efficient. There is supposed to be a difference, so I'm going to get rid of B. PMOF treated flibbanites were found to contain subatomic patterns consistent with quark realignment, a phenomenon theorized to enhance energy amplification in Quarkian systems. Whoa! So what language do I understand? Well, we have the PMOF treated flibbanites. We know that we're supposed to look for these. And there's a theory about energy amplification. So maybe that would go with the energy conversion, but it doesn't quite seem more efficient. And then the biggest issue here is it doesn't compare these to the untreated flibbanites. We would need a comparison in order to say that they're actually stronger. So for that reason alone, not to mention that the language doesn't line up, I'm getting rid of C. D, untreated flibs were more likely to display irregular crystalline fractures after repeated exposure compared to PMOF treated flibs. This one also seems to be comparing the untreated to the treated ones, and it seems like it's saying they're stronger. However, if we look at the language here, it says irregular crystalline fractures. The word irregular is making this answer not quite as strong because it's not saying that they were more likely to display fractures being some sort of a break, which would mean they're not as strong, but it says irregular fractures. So if the fractures, just aren't quite as uniform, that doesn't necessarily matter because it doesn't tell us that they were actually not as strong. So I'll get rid of D, and our answer is going to be choice A. Starting with English, we've got appositive imposters. Of course, to know what the appositive imposter is, we need to first talk about what an appositive is. And in its simplest terms, an appositive will rename something or someone. For instance, this phrase, superhero and magnanimous billionaire, is renaming Batman. It's another way that we can refer to Batman. It gives us additional information about Batman. And whenever we have one of these appositives, we need 2 commas, as you can see here. So let's talk about the appositive imposter. And do yourself a favor, go ahead and pause the video and try these on your own first. But here we go. So we have something that might look like it's an appositive. If we start from Wilder's, we have Wilder's unforgettable performance as the eccentric chocolatier, a character that critic Pauline Kael wrote. And then we have a quote from Pauline Kael. So it seems like we might have an appositive, right? We have critic, and then we have Pauline Kael. So it's renaming critic. It's telling us which critic, right? So we might be thinking choice A, right? We've got these two commas that we need, but we would actually be wrong because this is an appositive imposter.
Don't let this imposter fool you!
It looks like an appositive, but it is not. And the way to test is to get rid of the information between the commas. So going back to Batman, we could say Batman stepped in and saved the day, no problem. But if we said Wilder's unforgettable performance as the eccentric chocolatier, a character that critic wrote, and then we go with the quote, we're going to be wondering which critic. We don't know. So this is actually essential information, which means it is not an appositive. We have to have this name because otherwise we're going to be asking ourselves which critic. And this is usually going to be the case with names. The way that we can tell is if we have some sort of description, often a title or a job that many people could have. And yes, the correct answer is going to be choice C. We would not want any punctuation if we had one of these appositive imposters. One exception to this would be if we had a title or a job that only one person has. For example, if I said the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, said I was suspended from school, this is fine because we can assume there's only one headmaster of Hogwarts at a time. So whenever I wrote this statement, we know the headmaster of Hogwarts is Albus Dumbledore. So we could definitely say the headmaster of Hogwarts said I was suspended from school. Next up is dash sandwiches. And the dash sandwich is going to show up in this question right here. See if you can spot it and answer this on your own first. But yes, basically, we've got a dash here and we've got a dash in answer choice C. And I'm going to say most of the time, this means you're dealing with a proper dash sandwich, and this is the correct answer. But just like on the last question, when we're omitting non-essential information, which is what this dash sandwich is, we have to test it. We have to make sure that we're allowed to get rid of it. So if I got rid of all of this stuff, including the word buzz, we would have the shimmering neon lights of Las Vegas are powered by an intricate electrical grid where energy flows through miles of transmission lines before reaching the city's casinos and landmarks to bring the strip to life every night. And as you can hear, that sounds beautiful. There's nothing wrong with it. So we do want to go ahead and choose answer choice C here. We have a proper dash sandwich. Just be careful because you can definitely start one of these non-essential sandwiches with commas as well, as we saw in the last question. The only thing is you can't mix and match. If you start with a dash, you have to end with a dash. If you start with a comma, you got to end with a comma. Next, we've got tricky punctuation questions using the word however. Here we have an example of however being used, and I want you to notice it's going to create a contrast with the sentence that came before it. We have, we would love to eat pizza for every meal, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And then we get, a balanced diet is ultimately what we should be aiming for. Now, those are contrasting ideas. Eating the same thing for every meal is the opposite of having a balanced diet. And the word however speaks to that contrast. This is always going to be the case, and this is the main thing that you want to remember. If I had however here in this last sentence, this would go along with having a balanced diet, right? Diversifying our diet is the same thing as having a balanced diet. So it would not make sense to stick however in this third sentence. So that seems straightforward enough, but just to make things a little bit more complicated, however is not just going to be at the beginning of a sentence. We can also stick it in the middle of a sentence. So here we have the same thing, except for we stuck it in the middle. A balanced diet, however, is ultimately what we should be aiming for. It's still contrasting with the previous sentence. That is always going to be the case. It just happens to be in the middle. The one thing we would remember is, since it's in the middle, we treat it like non-essential information. It's going to need a comma sandwich. And of course, however can also show up at the end of a sentence, like this. There's always going to be a comma involved, but it needs to be sandwiched between either two commas, a comma, and a period, or in the case of our first one, I guess a period and a comma, right? But again, it's still going to contrast with the sentence that came before. It should always contrast with the sentence that came before. So with that in mind, pause the video, try this question on your own first, and try and figure out how we should be punctuating this based on that information. But let's go ahead and take a look here. So if we look at choice A, we are ending this phrase with however. We are ending this clause with however, which would mean it would contrast with this first sentence. So let's see if that is happening. Using underwater drones, this person studies migration patterns of deep sea fish. Belkin doesn't just collect the data, however. He also does this other stuff. So this is not quite that one-for-one contrast that we saw in the last example, but it is a contrast because we're getting some information that he studies the migration patterns. So that would be, we could assume, collecting data. But here it's saying he doesn't just collect the data. So it's a little bit of a contrast to the first sentence. So the however in that clause would make sense, and A is going to be our answer. The other possible tempting answer might be choice B, but choice B has a couple of issues with it. First of all, if we're starting a new independent clause, because a semicolon acts like a period, by the way. If we're starting a new independent clause, we need a comma after however, remember? So that's an issue. But even if we had that comma, now all of a sudden we would be contrasting the third sentence with the second sentence, which doesn't really make sense because they go together. It's saying he doesn't just collect the data, and then it's telling us how he doesn't just collect the data. So those two ideas are linked. They are not contrasting. Therefore, choice B would not work. And from that explanation, it should be pretty obvious why choices C and D are also not going to work. Next up, we've got vocabulary words that you just don't know. And I know you might be thinking, what the heck, dude? If I don't know the words, what am I supposed to do? And that's exactly what I want to talk about here. So let's just pretend that we don't know a couple of these words. Let's say I'm familiar with negating. I don't know prefiguring. I don't know entrenching. And I do know substantiating. So the two middle words I'm not familiar with. Well, first thing we always want to do with words in context is to look at the context, because we should be answering based on that context. And here we've got a meticulous re-examination of the manuscript poems and fragments long ascribed to the Greek poet Sappho has uncovered nuanced stylistic anomalies that deviate from her established literary conventions. That is a mouthful, so let's put that into English. We're going to say, basically, looking at this manuscript, it seems like there are some things stylistically that are going on that don't usually go on with her poetry. These irregularities indicate that certain passages may have been interpolations by later authors, potentially blank our understanding of Sappho's authorship. So it's saying that some of the poetry might have been tweaked and changed by other authors. This would change our understanding of Sappho's authorship. And what I did just then was come up with a prediction, and you should definitely be coming up with predictions for words in context questions. So we're looking for, I guess these are all going to be present continuous tense. We're going to be looking for something that basically means changing. And from here, we would start eliminating answers. Now, importantly, if you don't know a word, you should not eliminate it unless you have a good reason to do so. So if I were going through the motions here, I would say negating would be a form of changing, right? Our understanding would no longer be the understanding that it once was, right? We would negate it. So that would make sense, and it goes with changing. Again, if I don't know what prefiguring is, I would keep it. If I don't know what entrenching is, I would keep it. Now, substantiating is going to be the opposite of negating, and this is where I would recommend actually getting rid of choices B and C, because more often than not, in the answer choices, you're going to have your correct answer, in this case, negating, and you're going to have the opposite of the right answer, in this case, substantiating. And they're not perfect opposites, but you can see how they're sort of antonyms of each other. And if you have two answers that you don't know, but you notice that the two answers you do know are opposites, go ahead and get rid of the ones that you don't know. Again, because more often than not, you're going to have an antonym along with your correct answer. And just like that, we can confidently go with negating. Our next question type is modifiers. And modifiers are some of the strangest questions on the SAT. And a lot of my students just don't even know that they're a thing. So let's talk about what they are real quick. The rule is going to be whatever or whoever is described before the comma must come right after the comma. For example, this sentence would not work. We have eager to impress his boss at the annual company picnic. Dave's unfortunate decision was to showcase his juggling skills. The problem is, who was eager to impress his boss at the annual picnic? Dave was, which means Dave needs to come right after the comma. And I know what you're thinking. What the heck, man? Dave does come right after the comma, right? No, there's an apostrophe here, meaning that the actual main subject is going to be his unfortunate decision. His decision was not eager to impress his boss. So for that reason, this sentence would actually not work. We would want something more like this. Eager to impress his boss at the annual company picnic, Dave made the unfortunate decision to showcase his juggling skills. So we actually need Dave right there, right? And that's it. That's the rule. Whatever or whoever is described before the comma must come right after the comma. So pause the video and try this one on your own first. But here we go. In discussing the architectural achievements of Antoni Gaudi. So a little trick that I like to do is to sort of make a sentence with the answers. Since we have discussing, I'm going to say was discussing the achievements or were discussing the achievements. So for choice A, we would have many scholars were discussing the architectural achievements. That would work, right? It makes sense that people would be discussing achievements. Choice B, Gaudi's designs were discussing the architectural achievements. That does not work. Designs can't talk, so they certainly can't discuss. B does not work. C, there were discussing. So existential there is definitely not going to work because, again, we need people discussing. Many scholars' emphasis was discussing the architectural achievements. So again, we have that apostrophe, which means it's not the scholars which are doing the discussing, it's the emphasis that is doing the discussing. And an emphasis certainly can't discuss anything because, again, it's not a person. So just from that alone, we've got choice A as our answer. And we really didn't even have to look at the rest of this, right? Pretty cool stuff. Starting with useless graphs in the English section. And I'm talking about these questions right here, quantitative command of evidence questions. And real quick, if you want to do these questions with me, just click the link in the description. Now, I'm not saying that all the graphs are useless, but the majority of these you could actually solve without ever looking at the graphic. So let's go ahead and ignore this one. And what you're going to want to do is focus on supporting whatever came before the blank space. So if I start with my last sentence even, we have the greatest contributors to the global increase have been countries like Canada. So I know that I'm looking to support a global increase, and I just need to know what that increase is in. Based on the answer choices, I already know that it's the bald and bearded population, but if I needed to, I could cherry pick the passage just to clarify that one point. So let's just go ahead and support that idea. A, whose bald and bearded population was 20% in 1995. I already know that that's not going to work because we only have 1 year. Showing what a population was in a single year does not show growth, so A doesn't work. B, whose bald and bearded population grew at the same rate as Norway between these years. So here we have a couple years, but it's saying grew at the same rate as Norway. I'm not looking to compare two countries. I'm looking to just simply show growth. So B is also not going to work. C, whose bald and bearded men reached 50% in 2025, around 35% lower than that of Australia. Same issue, we're comparing to another country. We're also saying that it's lower than another country, but we're supposed to be one of the, quote unquote, greatest contributors. So that's not going to work. And then, D, whose population went from around 10% bald and bearded in 1975 to more than 40% in 2025. That shows growth, right? So D is going to be our answer. Up next, we've got structure questions. And these questions are actually really easy if you know how to approach them. Basically, we're just looking to identify the different sections of the text, and we can keep it pretty vague. So, for example, if I'm reading through this one, I would say many bird species migrate thousands of miles each year. So right off the bat, I'm thinking something like, part 1, introduce a thing that happens with birds. Then we have how they've studied it, and they talk about a theory, and then they give us some evidence about that theory, and then some other evidence. And I'm just kind of glancing over this because it seems like all of this goes together. And I would say maybe for part 2, it gives examples or explains how this thing happens. So going through my answer choices to eliminate the text, and I like to start with my first one actually. So remember, the first one was birds do this thing. So A, the text describes a general phenomenon. Birds doing the thing, that is a general phenomenon, so I would keep it. B, the text presents conflicting theories. No, it does not. C, the text discusses several notable researchers. No, it does not. This might be a distractory answer because we do get a couple of different pieces of research, but it doesn't talk about different researchers, and order matters. That's not the first thing that we get, so C doesn't work. The text identifies a problem with migration patterns. It's not a problem, it's just a thing that's happening. So without even reading the second half of my answers, I already know it's A, but then it provides specific evidence to explain how it occurs. That goes along with my other prediction, right? Up next, comma splices. And these are probably the most common type of error that shows up in the answer choices for boundaries questions. And what a comma splice is when a comma is trying to act like a period. That is to say, it's trying to separate two independent clauses, which it is not allowed to do. So, for example, on this question, and I sort of gave away the answer, or at least I gave away one of the wrong answers already. If we look at B, there's a comma here, right? So starting from the beginning, we've got, on windy nights, unsecured patio furniture can slide across decks or sidewalks, creating hazards and damaging surfaces. Boom, that's the end of an independent clause, right? Placing heavy sandbags or using anchoring straps, we could ignore the non-essential information here, can help prevent these problems. That's also an independent clause. So what we need is a period or a semicolon, because both of those things are allowed to separate independent clauses. This would be a comma splice because, again, we can't use a comma to separate two independent clauses. So we would eliminate choice B. And I know what you might be thinking. What the heck, man? We have a period and we have a semicolon. But notice the word by gets added here. But believe it or not, we could also use a dash to separate two independent clauses. But again, by is ruining this and making it so it is no longer independent. Because then it would read, by placing heavy sandbags or using anchoring straps can help prevent these problems. We've got an issue, right? So A and D aren't going to work, and it's going to have to be choice C, just the period. My next prediction is going to be subject-verb agreement questions. And I would argue that these questions, at least up until this point, have been the easiest questions on the SAT because we don't even have to read the passage. All we have to do is use the odd verb out trick. The odd verb out trick is which of these is singular while the other three are plural, or vice versa. So we can simply take they and we can take she, and we can connect these to our answer choices, right? What would we say? She was, she has been, she is, but we would say they were. So were is the odd verb out, and were has to be our answer. And if you're not satisfied with that, we can check real quick, right? We have the increasingly erratic behavior and the growing tension. Plural subject, were. And my final English prediction is colons. All right, and let's take this question for example. And even though you usually only need to read the sentence with the underlined portion for boundaries questions, I'm going to go ahead and read this whole thing just because I think it's a beautiful story. A ship captain is told an enemy ship is approaching. He orders his first mate to bring him his red shirt. So if he's wounded, the crew won't see him bleed and lose morale. After defeating the enemy, he's told an entire enemy fleet is approaching. The captain's order to his first mate says everything. Bring me my brown pants. So we're dealing with quotes, and a lot of you might be thinking, well, it's choice B, right? We use commas to introduce quotes, but that is not always the case. We do not have an independent clause. We would simply say something like, Bob says, comma, I don't like fish. But in this case, we actually have a full independent clause. The captain's order to his first mate says everything. So a comma is actually not going to work because, again, that would be a comma splice, right? We could use a period, right? But the issue with choice D is we don't have our first quotation mark, so that's not going to work. So D is out. So then we know that B is also not going to work because it's a comma splice, and then A is not going to work because we need some sort of punctuation. So we're left with C, which is a colon. And a lot of students think that colons are just used to introduce lists, but that's not all they do. In this case, I would say the colon is resolving a cliffhanger, which is another thing that colons are allowed to do. And of course, I do break down everything that colons do in detail in my punctuation and grammar course. And speaking of which, those strategies we just went over make up just a tiny sliver of what I offer in my full English bundle. The 3 courses included give you every strategy that you need to get a perfect 800 in the English section. And they also include access to over 500 original practice questions. If you're serious about getting your highest possible score in the English section, I'll go ahead and leave you a discount in the description of this video.